Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Statements on the significant matter of the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commission's yearly report to Parliament.
I'll give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to reaffirm the government's enduring commitment to ending gender-based violence. I'd like to acknowledge victims and survivors of domestic, family and sexual violence and remember the women and children who've been killed, too often by men who claim to love them. So many Australians have been touched by gender-based violence. They've supported a friend, they've been terrified for a sister, they themselves have felt trapped in a cycle of abuse. This is a tragically common story, but it can't be the norm for the next generation. As a government, we are determined to drastically change this reality. Today, I'm tabling the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner's yearly report to the Parliament. I want to thank Commissioner Cronin, her team and the Lived Experience Advisory Council who are joining us in the gallery today for their thorough work on the yearly report and for their ongoing advice to the government. I also want to thank the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, the member for Cooper, for her incredible work. The National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children is a collaborative effort with state and territory governments across the country. Together, we have to be accountable for driving measurable change, because 1 in 4 women has experienced intimate partner violence since the age of 15, and 1 in 5 has experienced sexual violence. Mr Speaker, our government is absolutely focused on reducing the incidence of this violence. We're addressing gaps in our efforts, reinforcing what works and adapting to the pervasiveness of this problem. From making the leaving violence payment permanent so women have the financial support they need to leave, to investing in perpetrator responses that break the cycle of violence. We're investing more than any government in Australian history, more than $4 billion since 2022. But it's more than just the dollars spent. We need to drive a seismic shift to end this violence. It may shock people to know, Mr Speaker, that the first thing that happens when someone arrives at a women's refuge is a thorough check of their phone, their car, their smartwatch to identify and destroy tracking devices and software. There are enormous new and evolving challenges in our efforts to prevent domestic, family and sexual violence, from increasingly violent pornography seen at ever younger ages to nudify apps and deep fakes that are traumatising young women and girls across our schools and communities, or the manosphere trying to convince boys and young men to dominate others, to control women, to feel ashamed of themselves if they don't embrace this worldview. That's why the Albanese Labor government is taking world-leading action under the leadership of the Attorney-General and the Minister for Communications to address the impact of online harms, including the social media ban and restricting access to predatory technologies like nudify apps and undetectable stalking tools. It's why we welcome the AFP Commissioner targeting online sadists who prey on young girls, because women and children deserve to be safe everywhere, and we're working across government to do just that. Last year, the Prime Minister convened an urgent National Cabinet meeting on gender-based violence. National Cabinet agreed to strengthen our collective efforts under the National Plan through the rapid review of prevention approaches. Since that report was delivered in August last year, we have accelerated our efforts, and today Minister Gallagher and I have released a public update on progress towards recommendations made by that rapid review. We're supporting essential frontline services with $700 million in new matched funding with the states and territories to support women and children at risk to reach safety. We're focusing on sexual violence and being informed by the Australian Law Reform Commission inquiry into justice responses to sexual violence, investing over $21 million to expand trauma-informed legal services and pilot new roles to help victims of sexual violence navigate the justice system. We've invested $3.9 billion in the new Access to Justice Partnership, including $800 million for family violence legal services, the largest amount invested in Australia's history. This follows our changes to family law to make sure the system considers family violence risk and places the best interests of children at the centre of all parenting decisions. We're taking action to deal with high-risk perpetrators, investing over $82 million to detect, monitor and intervene earlier with serial domestic violence offenders. We are supporting the recovery of children who've experienced violence, investing over $81 million to expand services like child-specific counselling, because children deserve to grow up safe, happy and healthy. We will never break the cycle of violence until they can. We're also investing $1 million to update the national framework for action to prevent alcohol-related family violence. While alcohol and other drugs don't cause this violence, they contribute to it and they worsen it. The devastating reality is that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 33 times more likely than other Australian women to be hospitalised due to family violence, and up to 7 times more likely to be homicide victims. Right now, we're finalising Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the first standalone Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence, which has been developed in close partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. We continue to work closely with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples across the country so that government policies and investment will have the greatest impact. Mr Speaker, we are under no illusion that there is always more to learn, there is always more to do. That's why today I'm announcing the launch of an inquiry into domestic, family and sexual violence-related suicide. The inquiry will be undertaken by the House Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, chaired by the member for Boothby. Because experts have told us that suicide risk for victims can be amplified through feelings of entrapment, fear of the perpetrator and the cumulative effects of violence, both during and after a relationship. It's vital we continue to understand the pervasive and far-reaching impacts of gender-based violence if we are to effectively prevent it. It is an unimaginable tragedy for some women that life with the fear of abuse becomes intolerable. Mr Speaker, over the past few months, I've met with communities and services from Alice Springs to the Apple Isle, hearing stories of what needs to change, but also stories of hope. I want to acknowledge the domestic, family and sexual violence and community sector and the broader women's movement who have driven not only our understanding of gender-based violence, but also our commitment to taking action. I sincerely thank and acknowledge the thousands of frontline workers striving every day to keep women and children safe and to prevent this violence, and the women who have marched and campaigned for decades. And there are so many extraordinary people that have endured the horrors of violence who then dedicate their lives to trying to prevent it for others, to take the worst thing that has happened to them and to bring something good out of the darkness. Their strength, their resilience, their generosity in driving change that benefits us all, is remarkable. like Rosie Batty, who cracked open a national conversation about how domestic violence can happen to anyone, or Grace Tame, raising her voice against child sexual abuse. Sue and Lloyd Clark, striving to raise awareness of coercive control. Or Connor Paul, teaching us about the impact of family violence on children. I want to acknowledge too that tomorrow is Day for Daniel, the Morecambe family, who have in this same way dedicated their lives to keeping children safe. Our government is grateful to you for your voices and for your work. Because, Mr. Speaker, it can sometimes be hard to see progress. But when we step back, when we look up, it's there. Last year I attended the 50th anniversary of the opening of Elsie Women's Refuge. In the 1970s, the police rarely responded when violent men showed up. Not only did government not provide any funding, they wouldn't even meet with the founders. And now we have every level of government committed to taking action to keep women and children safe. Yeah. There is recognition that it takes a whole of community effort to drive change, that employers, banks, universities all have to take action to disrupt and prevent violence. There's a much greater understanding of the insidious ways that the men who use violence have to terrorise and abuse women, like making repeated 1 cent online banking transactions to send thousands of abusive messages to ex-partners. The banks have refused to let perpetrators get away with this. They're blocking hundreds of thousands of messages every year. Or racking up a debt in her name. Yesterday, our government passed through this chamber with bipartisan support legislation that means that perpetrators can't use the social security system to leave survivors with tens of thousands of dollars of debt. Yeah. When students made clear that universities remain places where 1 in 6 students experienced sexual harassment and 1 in 20 experienced sexual assault, we established the National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, mandating that universities prevent the violence. Driving progress takes action from us all, and very importantly, it will take action from men. The recent 10 to Men study found that 1 in 3 men reported using violence. I find those figures truly shocking. It's going to take leadership from men to change those numbers. The same 10 to Men study showed that men who grew up with positive father figure role models who expressed affection were 48% less likely to become perpetrators of family violence in adulthood. Men, especially fathers, are powerful role models for the children and young people in their lives. My plea to you is this: show through your behaviour every day what it is to be strong, to be loving, to be gentle. Make your home a place that is safe and help build a society that is safe for women and children. Yeah. Be a role model. Raise boys and girls who are strong and confident and free from violence. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, in her report, the Commissioner expresses a clear sense of urgency. I share that urgency. This government shares that urgency. Our government has not stood still for one moment in our effort to address gender-based violence. And while there has been enormous action and progress, it is not enough. As we develop the second action plan over coming months, we will keep adapting to emerging new challenges. We will work harder to help women and children reach safety and heal. We will better support children to recover and thrive. We will prioritise the most effective ways to change the behaviour of men who use violence. We'll target our efforts on the serial perpetrators who have to be stopped. As we continue steadfast in our commitment, we will listen to the voices of survivors, seek guidance from experts, and be informed by evidence, because everyone deserves to live, to love, to grow old without fear of violence. Yeah.
call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
And I present
To the Minister.
Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commission's yearly report to the Parliament.
The call to the honourable member for Lindsay to speak in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our shared commitment is to end family violence. It happens in every community. I've had women coming into my office, sitting in my boardroom, trembling, scared, not wanting to leave. Every single day, 4 hard-working frontline service providers respond to families just like this, fleeing crisis. Successive state and territory governments and the federal government invest in the goal of ending family violence, yet still the change we seek eludes us. Still these women come to our boardrooms as members of Parliament asking, pleading to be helped. The incidence of family, domestic and sexual violence remains Australia's national shame. The statistics tell us it is getting worse, not better. And we know that many incidents are unreported. Violence against women remains the leading preventable cause of death, disability and illness for women aged 15 to 44. In the past year alone, 35 women have been killed and 55 children have lost their mothers. It is the main driver of homelessness for women and children. Can you just imagine those women and children escaping violence and then having nowhere to go? It is a national crisis and the figures are confronting. 1 in 3 Australian women have experienced physical violence since the age of 15. 1 in 6 have suffered sexual or physical abuse from a partner. 1 in 2 has been sexually harassed. In 2023 to 24, police charged more than 90,000 Australians with family violence offences, a 3% increase in just 1 year. As I said, it's getting worse, not better. Indigenous women remain 33 times more likely to be hospitalised for family and domestic violence-related injuries than non-Indigenous women. The human cost is near impossible to measure and the economic cost now exceeds 2% of our GDP. And then we have the Commissioner's message. Today, the annual report of the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner is expected to champion a child-centred approach to all policy decisions, a sharper focus on implementation, clear coordination across government, stronger, clearer responses to sexual violence, and a genuine focus on men and boys in prevention and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership in local responses. There is plenty of research and there have been many inquiries. What is needed now is greater coordination, consistency and courage to end the scourge of family violence across our country. It is a picture of a nation in pain. There is a 10-year national plan to end violence against women and their children, 2022 to 2032, that will require states and territories to be united if we are to turn this tide. In New South Wales, police are called to a domestic violence incident not every 4 hours, every 4 minutes. In Queensland, more than 200,000 call-outs occurred last year, up sharply, and officers report that as much as 90% of their workload is now family violence related. In Victoria, there were 104,786 incidents, around 10,000 more than the year before. 10,000 more. It is getting worse, not better. It is the highest on record. In Western Australia, there were 40,000 offences, with a restraining order breached every 44 minutes. In South Australia, offences are up 13% and the murder rate has increased 69% year on year. In the Northern Territory, assaults have risen 20% since June 2024 and 8 women have been killed. Tasmania has seen a 45% increase in reports, and in the ACT, family violence assaults have increased by 12%. In regional and remote Australia, with isolation, distance and fewer services, there are additional challenges to overcome. There are systemic failures and delays. Promises have been made, with delivery falling short of expectations. The rollout of 500 new frontline workers to help women and children in crisis was delayed. In early 2025, only around 375 positions have been filled, many of them converting part-time roles into full-time roles, and this is extraordinary. In June 2024, we had to fight the government to ensure Penrith, in my community's Women's Health Centre, in my electorate, kept staff on due to these funding allocation changes. And we can't deny this. You can't say that's not right. Governments are at fault. It was going to mean the centre would need to reduce its vital casework services to help women and children in need by 30%. And I'm going to stand up for this because I'm seeing those women come into my boardroom in my office escaping violence, desperate for someone to help them. We almost lost a key family and domestic violence support worker, which is alarmingly high rates of domestic violence, as I said, in my community. But with strong community support and advocating to the Minister, the services remained. The $3.9 billion rapid review funding announced last September was described as urgent, but it did not meet frontline services until July this year. Meanwhile, community legal centres across this country are turning away 1,000 people every single day. Crisis payments for released prisoners are processed 3 times faster than payments for women fleeing domestic violence. These are not statistics of progress. We must do better as a nation. This government must do more. And we must understand the drivers of violence. This is not only about what happens behind closed doors. It is about the structures that fail to open them. There is also the cumulative and intergenerational impact of harm. Delivering improvements in prevention, early intervention, response and recovery falls to every single one of us. And on this we stand steadfastly united. In government, the Coalition invested $5.5 billion into women's safety, economic security and health. The Coalition delivered the Escaping Violence payment, helping women and children leave abusive homes. The Coalition expanded Safe Places emergency accommodation, giving survivors somewhere to go. The Coalition launched the original National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2010 to 2022 and began work on the second National Plan, completed under this government, and a plan to end violence in 1 generation. There are future directions that require principles and promises that are kept. The opposition is currently reviewing its policy platform, but our principles remain clear: national consistency and data and law enforcement between states and territories, modern laws addressing technology-facilitated abuse and coercive control, prevention and early intervention through education, schools and community engagement, safety and recovery with more crisis housing and targeted financial assistance, and accountability through stronger bail sentencing and monitoring regimes. The opposition leader has been clear about continuing the Coalition's bipartisan commitment to addressing family and domestic violence. In her first address to the Australian Press Club earlier this year, she committed to never letting domestic and family violence fall down the list of priorities. What she said was, quote, "We need new approaches, stronger partnerships, greater resources and absolute resolve. We must never allow this issue to drift down the agenda. Every woman should be able to walk home without fear. Every man must take responsibility for the culture he helps create. Men's health policy is women's safety policy, and prevention must involve men and boys because ending violence against women is not just about protecting women. It's about reshaping the society that produces perpetrators."
Well said.
Australia has had inquiries, commissions and royal commissions in Victoria, South Australia and nationally, and there has been countless reviews, strategies and pilot programs. We can and must move beyond the cycle of announcement and inaction, consultation, and instead move to effective implementation. Australia has 7.6 million families, 1 in 5 led by a single parent. For every woman affected by family violence, there are children who watch, listen, and remember. The trauma they carry seeps into classrooms, into workplaces, and relationships for generations. We know that children who witness violence are at a high risk of becoming victims or perpetrators themselves. Breaking that cycle requires early intervention, not late-stage crisis responses. It means investing in parenting support, school-based education, counselling and community mentorships. It means ensuring that children have access to safety, stability and support, not statistics and slogans. There is a road ahead. We need to fund frontline services on time, enforce stronger penalties for repeat offenders and ensure that no woman is told there isn't emergency accommodation available tonight for them and their children. It means holding governments, all governments, to account for the number of lives saved and the number of lives lost. We don't need to continue to tally the number of reviews and reports. We've got enough. Every 4 minutes, police respond to a family violence call. Every week, a woman dies. It's now time to prioritise action over announcements and deliver the strategy or framework that will change the tide and increase safety. I want to thank every Australian who is dedicated to ending family violence, the advocates, the services in each and every one of our communities. The Coalition looks forward to delving into the detail of the report of the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner and to hear the progress in the delivery of programs and services that contribute to ending this dreadful scourge. Every woman and children across our country deserves to be safe, and it is our job to protect our citizens.
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that further statements on the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commission's yearly report to Parliament be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Statements on the significant matter of the 50th anniversary of the Racial Discrimination Act.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to recognise the 50th anniversary of the proclamation of the Racial Discrimination Act 1975, which was introduced on the 13th of February 1975 by Labor's Attorney-General Kep Enderby and came into full force on the 31st of October 1975, less than a fortnight before the premature end of the Whitlam government. That is 50 years ago tomorrow. The proclamation of the Act followed Australia's ratification of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination in September 1975, and the Racial Discrimination Act incorporated obligations of the Convention into domestic law. The final version of the Act followed earlier attempts by then Attorney-General Lionel Murphy to introduce a racial discrimination bill in the Senate, initially in November 1973 and then twice in 1974. The passage of the Racial Discrimination Act was an historic step, for the first time making racial discrimination unlawful in Australia through federal legislation. To put this in context, the White Australia policy had only recently been abolished by the Whitlam government in 1973, removing race as a determining factor for immigration decisions. As Attorney-General Enderby stated in his second reading speech, the proscribing of racial discrimination in legislative form will require legal sanctions. These will also make people more aware of the evils, the undesirable and unsociable consequences of discrimination, the hurtful consequences of discrimination, and make them more obvious and conspicuous. In this regard, the bill will perform an important educative role. In addition, the introduction of legislation will furnish legal background on which to rest changes reflecting basic community attitudes. The fact that racial discrimination is unlawful will make it easier for people to resist social pressures that result in discrimination. The debate on the bill was robust and included a contribution by Shadow Attorney-General Greenwood, who, speaking on the second reading of the bill on the 15th of May 1975, recognised that racial discrimination which proceeds from or which seeks to develop a superiority concept is to be deplored and avoided. A society which is plagued by the tensions of racial discrimination is likely to be a society torn by dissension and evidencing a developing instability. Senator Greenwood did also say, however, that we in Australia have been singularly free of racial discrimination. Now, Mr Speaker, Senator Neville Bonner, the first Aboriginal Australian to become a member of this Parliament, gave a more personal contribution when speaking on the bill on the 27th of May 1975. Senator Bonner relayed a story from his own life, which is worth reflecting on. In his own words, "I was manager of a farm. Unfortunately, the company which owned it was closing down. It gave me a month's notice. During that month, I scanned the newspapers because I had 7 children at school and I had to support and feed them. I was looking for another job. There were advertisements in the papers about a manager required for a farm or for a family to work a farm. I answered one of those advertisements. I took my son with me. We drove to the farm. A chap met us at the gate. He leaned over the gate and said, 'What do you chaps want?' Prior to that, I had rung him and he had told me to come and look at the house and conditions, how far it would be for my children to go to school and so on. At that time, I did not tell him I was an Aborigine. I was just talking to him on the telephone. When we arrived, he said, 'Yes, what do you chaps want?' I said, 'I am Neville Bonner. I spoke to you on the telephone about the job on the farm.' He said, 'I am sorry, it would not be available to you. I could not have an Aborigine working on my farm because we are supplying milk.' As Senator Bonner concluded, there is discrimination and we must do something about it. The Racial Discrimination Act created a right that had not previously existed in common law. That is, the right not to be discriminated against on the grounds of race. The Act contains both a general provision making racial discrimination unlawful under Section 9 and specific protections in areas including employment, the provision of goods, housing and accommodation, and in access to public places. The Act also prohibits indirect race discrimination, where a person requires another to comply with a term, condition or requirement which is not reasonable having regard to the circumstances of the case, and the requirement to comply has the purpose or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment or exercise on an equal footing by persons of the same race, colour, descent or national or ethnic origin as the other person of any human right or fundamental freedom in any field of public life. The Act also provided a template for the states and territories to follow, all of which have enacted their own anti-discrimination laws. For the past 50 years, the Racial Discrimination Act has provided a standard for which we can, as a society, aspire, where all members of our community are treated respectfully, without distinction, exclusion or preference based on race, colour, descent or national or ethnic origin. The Racial Discrimination Act also paved the way for a number of important judicial decisions, including the Mabo and Queensland No. 1 case in 1988, where the operation of the RDA, specifically Section 10, which provides for rights to equality before the law, was central to the invalidation of the Queensland Coast Islands Declaratory Act 1985, which had attempted to retrospectively abolish native title rights. The subsequent decision in Mabo No. 2 in 1992 struck down the fiction of terra nullius, leading to the Native Title Act a year later. Deputy Speaker, legislation itself is not enough to change cultural attitudes. As Prime Minister Whitlam stated at a speech to mark the proclamation of the Act on the 31st of October 1975, it is, of course, extraordinarily difficult to define racial discrimination and outlaw it by legislative means. Social attitudes and mental habits do not readily lend themselves to codification and statutory prohibitions. But attitudes have changed, and the RDA has been an important mechanism for civil redress. The 1995 amendments to the Act, including the racial vilification provisions of Section 18C, which were introduced following a number of inquiries into racist violence in Australia, and were also a recommendation of the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. Section 18C deals with offensive behaviour because of race, colour or national or ethnic origin. As Attorney General Michael Lavarch noted in introducing the amendments in late 1994, the Racial Discrimination Act does not eliminate racist attitudes. It does not try to, for a law cannot change what people think, but it does target behaviour that causes an individual to suffer discrimination. Making racial vilification unlawful didn't stop it, but it helps to create a norm of behaviour that our society believes is acceptable. In the recent case of Wertheim and Haddad, the Federal Court found that Section 18C of the RDA was contravened by reason of the delivery and publication of a lecture series which conveyed imputations about Jewish people that were reasonably likely in all the circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate or intimidate Jewish people in Australia. Section 18C continues to stand, although there are some people in our society who want the right to be bigots enshrined in our laws. The Labor Party has always understood and defended the importance of Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act in our multicultural society. I also acknowledge the leadership of my most excellent predecessor and colleague, Mark Dreyfus, KC MP, in introducing the Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Act 2025, which came into force in February this year and has strengthened Australia's legislative framework to combat hate crimes, including new offences to combat threats of force or violence against a group or individual distinguished by race. I recognise the ongoing efforts of the Australian Human Rights Commission, which for nearly 40 years has helped to give practical effect to the Racial Discrimination Act. The Commission continues to provide education and training, including to employers, to ensure that workplaces are inclusive and respectful. The Racism It Stops With Me campaign, which has run since 2012 and which is now being updated, has helped to build community understanding of racism in Australia and to provide the community with the tools and skills to identify and challenge racism. In October 2022, the Albanese government provided $7.5 million over 4 years to the Commission to develop a national anti-racism strategy to tackle racism and promote racial equality in Australia. In the 5 years to 2024, the Commission received over 2,200 complaints under the RDA, which accounts for around 14% of total complaints. The majority of complaints relate to the provision of goods and services and employment. The Commission attempts to conciliate complaints, which aligns with the goals of the Act and avoids, where possible, more adversarial approaches and allows for a flexible and open engagement with respondents to understand the impacts of their actions and to try, where possible, to reach a satisfactory resolution. In 2023-24, around 130 complaints were resolved through conciliation. The Racial Discrimination Act also serves a strong educative purpose. It reflects the values of our society, that we will not accept racial discrimination, and we believe that all members of our community deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Education doesn't just rest with the Human Rights Commission, it rests with all of us. To again quote Attorney General Enderby, the bill recognises the importance of developing programs of education and research and other programs to combat racial discrimination and to promote understanding, tolerance and friendship among racial and ethnic groups. The changing of community attitudes is a matter of vital significance in the field of race relations. Both governmental and community-based programs to combat racial discrimination are necessary. I recognise the many community organisations who have supported and continue to support the journey to combat racial discrimination in Australia. In my electorate of Greenway, there are many groups that work tirelessly to support and build community cohesion, organisations like Syd West Multicultural Services. For 40 years, they have been supporting our diverse Western Sydney community by helping people of all backgrounds improve their lives, providing services including settlement, aged and disability care and programs for youth, women and families. The Scanlon Institute is another important organisation which has been researching social cohesion in Australia for more than a decade. The Institute's 2025 Mapping Social Cohesion Survey found that the strength of support for multiculturalism and diversity that has accumulated in Australia over years and decades is a potentially important resource in guarding against deeper divisions over immigration and greater threats to social cohesion. Deputy Speaker, racism remains an issue shaping Australian society and our social cohesion. with recent evidence including the targeting of Indian Australians and the experiences of our Muslim and Jewish communities, which has included acts of both anti-Muslim and anti-Semitic hatred and violence in recent years. I acknowledge the efforts of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Ms Gillian Siegel, and the Special Envoy to combat Islamophobia, Mr Aftab Malik, for their work and advice to the government on ways to strengthen social cohesion for all Australians. As the Scanlon Institute has noted, in the current climate, the relative stability of many of our measures of social cohesion speaks to the enduring strength of the social fabric of communities across Australia. The bonds we form with people in our daily lives and in neighbourhoods and local communities provides the foundation for our social cohesion and collective well-being. While not unbreakable and often tested by current events, these bonds are not so easily broken and help weather and safeguard social cohesion through challenging times. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I'll again quote Prime Minister Whitlam from his statement on the proclamation of the Racial Discrimination Act. The purpose of the Racial Discrimination Act is to set standards for the future and build a climate of maturity, of goodwill, of cooperation and understanding at all levels of society. I believe that this goodwill in our community in supporting the ongoing operation of the Racial Discrimination Act and combating racism in all its forms remains today. And I thank members for their support for this statement.
And I give the call to the Shadow Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow we will mark 50 years since the passage of the Racial Discrimination Act 1975, a landmark in Australia's legal and moral commitment to equality. It was a bold step forward, but one that was supported by the coalition in opposition. The Racial Discrimination Act laid the foundation for a more inclusive Australia. The Act outlawed racial discrimination in public life, employment, housing, services and education. It was our first federal human rights law, aligning Australia with the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. It was a repudiation of the White Australia policy, which had effectively been dismantled by Coalition Prime Minister Harold Holt in 1966. The Act was a declaration that every Australian, regardless of race or background, deserves dignity and respect. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition over the decades has supported and strengthened this Act. From the Fraser, Howard, Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments, the Liberal and National parties have been committed to multiculturalism. Whether in government or opposition, the Liberal and National parties have consistently championed the values of fairness, tolerance and unity. The Coalition has supported the Australian Human Rights Commission while ensuring it must remain accountable and effective. There is, however, more work to do in this regard, and we have always believed that the fight against racism must be matched by a defence of freedom of expression, the rule of law and social cohesion. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Racial Discrimination Act has delivered real benefits. It has empowered victims of racism to seek justice. It has promoted education and conciliation over punishment. It has helped build one of the most successful multicultural societies in the world. It has protected Indigenous Australians, migrants and religious minorities from systemic exclusion. But it has also faced challenges. Enforcement remains inconsistent. Many complaints never reach resolution. Rather than closing the gap for our Indigenous people, many of these targets are not on track and some are even worsening. Of the 19 socio-economic targets, only 4 are currently on track. The Act has not always kept pace with the evolving nature of racism, especially what we see online. And tragically, in recent times, it has failed to protect one of Australia's oldest and most vulnerable communities, the Jewish community. The Australian Human Rights Commission has failed dismally to protect Jewish Australians on our university campuses, in our workplaces, in our public spaces and even in their homes. Madam Deputy Speaker, since October 7, 2023, when Hamas launched its brutal attack on Israel, we have witnessed an unprecedented surge in anti-Semitism across Australia. According to the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, there were 2,062 incidents of anti-Semitism in the year following the attack. That is a 316% increase from the previous year. This is not just a failure of law enforcement, it is a failure of moral leadership. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Labor government has been slow to respond, reluctant to condemn and hesitant to act. While the Prime Minister has made statements, the Jewish community continues to feel unsafe, unheard and unprotected. Madam Deputy Speaker, Australian Jews tell me that they no longer feel safe wearing clothing or jewellery which would identify them as Jewish for fear of reprisals. Others have told me that they are considering moving to Israel because they would feel safer there. I've spoken with an Australian Jewish family who in 2024 were actually in the process of leaving Australia permanently to seek refuge in Israel. I find that incredibly sad. That is an indictment on all of us that one of our own, an Australian family, feels that they have to move from our shores to seek refuge. I have even had Jewish Australians tell me that for the first time in their lives, they are putting in place or considering putting in place a plan B, in inverted commas. That is, a plan on how to get out of Australia in the event that anti-Semitism became so bad that the lives of their families were in jeopardy. This is not Nazi-occupied Europe. This is Australia in 2025. The same country that supported the establishment of the State of Israel under the leadership of Australia's External Affairs Minister, Labor luminary, Doc Evatt. How did it get to this? Madam Deputy Speaker, Edmund Burke is said to have coined the phrase, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." This immense feeling of a lack of safety and insecurity experienced by many members of the Jewish community in Australia was not ameliorated by the announcement made by the Director-General of Security on the 26th of August this year. That was that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, had committed at least 2 acts of terror on Australian soil using local criminal intermediaries. The first was the firebombing of the kosher Lewis Continental Kitchen in Sydney and the arson attack of the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne, both in 2024. For more than 2 years, the Coalition asked this government to list the IRGC as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code. For more than 2 years, this government refused. It dithered, it delayed, it said it couldn't be done. The Coalition offered to support reasonable amendments to the Criminal Code to enable the government to list the IRGC, and yet it sat on its hands until the Director-General of Security announced that the IRGC had, through its intermediaries, committed acts of terrorism on Australian soil. The Coalition is pleased, very pleased, that the Parliament has passed the Criminal Code Amendment State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill through the House on Tuesday, and it looks forward to passing it through the Senate. And ultimately, the Coalition looks forward to the IRGC being listed as a state sponsor of terrorism as soon as practicable. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism, Gillian Siegel, appointed by Labor, has acknowledged that Jewish Australians feel very unsafe and that anti-Semitism is at a tipping point. Yet, her recommendations, cutting funding to universities that fail to protect Jewish students, screening visa applicants for extremism, and strengthening hate laws have not been meaningfully implemented. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not about Israel. It is about Australian Jews, our neighbours, our colleagues, our friends, being vilified, excluded and attacked in their own country. The Racial Discrimination Act was meant to protect them, but largely it has not. And the Labor government must be held accountable for its failure to uphold the spirit and the letter of the law. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition stands ready to act. We call for immediate funding for community security groups protecting Jewish institutions. We call for stronger enforcement of anti-vilification laws. We call for a judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism on university campuses and the stripping of funding from universities and cultural institutions that fail to address anti-Semitism. We call for clear guidelines for universities to protect Jewish students and staff. We call for support for Holocaust education and anti-racism in programs in schools. We call for a national strategy to combat anti-Semitism developed in consultation with Jewish leaders. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite these stresses and strains, Australia remains a beacon of multicultural success. We cannot allow our nation to be dictated to or our social fabric be torn apart by a very small number of people who seek to sow discord. The Australian society is inclusive and welcoming. If the United States is the land of the free, Australia is the land of the fair go. We intrinsically believe that people should be treated equally in the eyes of the law and in the eyes of each other. Whether you've been a citizen for 5 minutes or you're an Indigenous person whose family has been here for 50,000 years. Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott once said, "Two of the greatest lotteries in life are the country in which you are born and the family in which you are born into." And I believe he is absolutely right. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are home to vibrant communities from Greek, Italian and Lebanese Australians who help build our cities and our industries. From Chinese, Indian and Vietnamese Australians who've enriched our economy and our culture. From the Sudanese, Afghan and Syrian Australians who found refuge and opportunity here. From Jewish Australians whose contributions to law, medicine, education and philanthropy are immeasurable. Multiculturalism has added billions to our gross domestic product, strengthened our global ties and made our society more resilient and dynamic. The Coalition has long supported multiculturalism, not as a slogan, but as a policy framework that promotes integration, mutual respect and national unity. Education is key to combating racism. The Coalition in government has invested in programs that teach tolerance, celebrate diversity and promote civic engagement. We support initiatives that encourage interfaith dialogue, promote language preservation and cultural heritage. We've supported community leaders in building bridges across ethnic divides. We must also ensure that young Australians, especially those from migrant and refugee backgrounds, feel valued, supported and empowered to contribute to our national story. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we commemorate 50 years of the Racial Discrimination Act, let us renew its promise. Let us recommit to a nation where no one is judged by the colour of their skin or the origin of their name. Let us commit to freedom of speech, that it is protected but never used as a weapon of hate. Let us commit to closing the many gaps for our Indigenous Australians. Let us commit to multiculturalism, that it be celebrated, not politicised. And let us commit that every community, especially those under threat, is defended with courage and conviction. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Racial Discrimination Act is not just a law, it is a moral compass. Let us ensure that it continues to point us toward justice, unity and peace, and I thank the House.
And I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I move that further statements on the 50th anniversary of the Racial Discrimination Act be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I will put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 3, Customs Tariff Amendment, Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025.
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present the Custom Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Custom Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025 will amend the Custom Tariff Act 1995 to implement a waiver on customs duties for goods imported under the Nuclear-Powered Submarine Partnership and Collaboration Agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The agreement, which is commonly known as the Geelong Treaty, was signed in Geelong by the Deputy Prime Minister and the United Kingdom Secretary of State for Defence in July this year. The Geelong Treaty is an historic agreement, a commitment to the next 50 years of the United Kingdom-Australian bilateral defence cooperation under AUKUS Pillar 1, with respect to delivering Australia's SSN AUKUS submarines. This bill enables Australia to comply with its obligations under the Geelong Treaty. Under the Geelong Treaty, Australia and the United Kingdom will not impose value-added taxes, excise and customs duties and other similar charges on imports and exports of goods in connection with the Geelong Treaty. If those charges are levied, the Geelong Treaty provides that the levying party will be liable for payment of the charges. The bill implements Australia's obligations under the Geelong Treaty with respect to customs duties. This bill amends Schedule 4 to the Custom Tariff Act to insert a new table item, item 58A, which will prescribe a free rate of duty for goods that are for use under the Geelong Treaty, and I commend this bill to the Chamber.
Thank you. The debate must now be adjourned. So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the... Sorry. Thank you. So the question before the House is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 4, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts, proposed fit-out of new lease premises at 7 London Circuit, Canberra City.
Thank you. And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts, proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 7 London Circuit, Canberra City. The Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts is proposing works to fit out recently leased office accommodation at 7 London Circuit, Canberra City. The estimated cost of the fit-out works is $23.4 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on the 31st of July 2025. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, works are expected to commence as soon as possible for completion in May 2026, with final commissioning and relocation of staff occurring in April to June 2026. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Macon, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. And I will put the motion that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. And I've got things. Now, I have a report that the Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bill of 2025 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A General Governor's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported, and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. So I present a certified copy of that bill. Thank you. So the question is that this bill be agreed to. I will put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and this bill has been agreed to. And I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Thank you, Minister.
I move that this bill now be read for a third time.
I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. Sorry, call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to education, overseas students and family assistance and for related purposes.
Thank you. And I have to report that the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures Number 2 Bill of 2025, has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill and put the question that the bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and the bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Minister.
I move the bill be read for a third time.
I will put that question to the House. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call on the clerk, please.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and citizenship and for related purposes.
Thank you. Go. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business. Like now. Sorry. I've called the clerk to bring on the next item of business, so...
Well, I was thinking, but...
Well, you didn't have the call, I'm sorry. So let's just deal with this and then you can get the call in the right time. So, clerk, please, next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Fairfax.
Thank you. And before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill of 2025. So the original bill, the original question before the House was that this bill be read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Fairfax has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to. And the next speaker on that is the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, globally, twice the rate of international peers. Super is a great Australian success story. It gives millions of everyday Australians the chance to live the life they want in retirement, while saving the budget money over the long term. It's a win-win. Deputy Speaker, I am incredibly proud to be part of a Labor government that continues to bolster it and make it fairer for hard-working Australians. And make no mistake about it, we are the envy of the world when it comes to our superannuation system. We are a world leader, and we are a world leader in securing financial independence for all Australians. And we need to remember what the Coalition said at the time when super was first being introduced. And what they said was that we'd all be ruined. They said that this was something that would collapse our economy. They said that it wouldn't work. It was the same thing they said when we introduced Medicare, that it wouldn't work, that it wasn't okay, that we'd all be ruined. And they said something incredibly similar when it came to an increase in the minimum wage just recently. When the Prime Minister said that he would increase the minimum wage, and he said absolutely, those opposite thought that it was a joke. Those opposite thought that it wasn't possible. And we on this side of the House, Deputy Speaker, say that not only is it possible, it makes the lives of Australians better, it makes their retirements more dignified, it makes the system fairer. Deputy Speaker, this is a long overdue reform. Payday super is not just a policy change. It's a fundamental fix to a broken system that has allowed billions in superannuation to go unpaid. And when it comes to superannuation, this is not a bonus, it's not an extra, it's not something that comes on top of your wage, it is part of your wage. And because of that, it is an entitlement. It's something that you deserve, not something that you should have to scrap or scrape for. It's something that you have earned. The ATO estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 21-22. That is $100 million per week. Every week, $100 million gone. $100 million that workers earned but were never paid. And that's not just a number, that's people's futures being shortchanged. That's their lives being shortchanged. That is the hard work, the toil that they have put in, day out, that has not been given to them. This bill will ensure that workers actually receive the super that they are owed when they are owed it. So, Deputy Speaker, if you're a teacher, grading papers, putting together lesson plans, you deserve your super. If you're an early childhood educator like the ones looking after my daughter and the many children who go to daycare and kindy every day, you deserve to be paid your super. If you're a sparky working on a big project or on someone's home, you deserve to be paid your super. If you're a nurse looking after people when they're sick, many of them doing shift work, you deserve to be paid your super. If you work in retail at the checkout, you deserve to be paid your super. And it doesn't matter what profession you are in, Deputy Speaker, everyone deserves it because they've earned it. Unpaid super particularly hurts younger Australians and those in insecure jobs the most, the ones who can least afford to lose out on super payments. ATO investigations show that a typical case of missing super can equate to 2 years' worth. 2 years' worth. It's a big impact, and it's a big impact on those who are most vulnerable in our society. And for an average 35-year-old, that could impact their retirement savings by $35,000 worth of contributions. We're talking about big impact, we're talking about big money, we're talking about the kind of numbers that can change people's lives and make them better, or, without that money, make them worse. Another way young people are losing out is when a business goes bust. The same 35-year-old could lose $90,000 off their super. And when we talk about super, it's important to remember the concept of compounding interest. It's something that we all learned in primary school, and it's something that when it comes to super means that even the smallest changes, even the smallest number, the smallest amount that you have not been paid for the super that you've earned, now can have an enormous, a big impact when it comes to your retirement. And that's what this bill is all about. It's about making sure that there is fairness, that you get what you deserve, that you get what you earn, that you get what you're entitled to when it comes to superannuation. And in terms of this bill, from the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay super at the same time they pay wages. Not quarterly, not later, not never, but on payday. Contributions must reach the employer's fund within 7 business days. It's simple, but it's an effective change. Workers can check that they've been paid. The OTO can match missed payments early before they become unrecoverable. And don't forget, we are talking about $5.2 billion here in unpaid super. The upshot is a secure future, easier to be able to track your pay when it comes to superannuation, and the ability to plan for your future. The bill increases the superannuation guarantee charge. This is the penalty employers face when they don't pay super on time. It will now apply for each and every payday. Updated superannuation guarantee charges means that notional earnings to compensate for workers for lost investment returns will be included. It means an administrative uplift, additional charge to reflect enforcement costs and inspire employers to voluntarily rectify, and choice loading penalty if employers ignore the employee's selected fund. Because if someone didn't pay you your wage, there would be consequences. And if someone doesn't pay you your super, there must be consequences. And if they still don't pay, employers will face penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. It's a big stick for a big problem. Labor wants employers to fix mistakes quickly and ensure workers are compensated if those mistakes happen. And the ATO will use single-touch payroll data and match it with super funds data to detect missed payments quickly, almost in real time. When we talk about updating legislation, when we talk about rectifying challenges, we need to use the full force of what we have in terms of technology. We need to make sure that we are using the digital space for good, and we are using it to make our systems more fair, and that's what this is about. Single-touch payroll data is already reported, and this data matching capability means earlier intervention. It means fewer unrecoverable debts, and it means better outcomes for working people in this country. To support this rollout, the government is investing over $400 million. And, Deputy Speaker, this is $400 million to get over $5 billion back into the pockets of the hard-working Australians who have earned this money. A very small price to pay for peace of mind, for entitlement, for what they earned, for their future and for their dignity in retirement. And importantly, the ATO will take a facilitative approach in the first year by helping employers who genuinely try to comply even if they face technical challenges. This is about making sure that we help small businesses, that businesses who are trying to do the right thing, to do the right thing. This reform also benefits employers by aligning with payroll. It reduces the end-of-quarter administrative pressure and the risk of large liabilities building up. We are trying to ease the burden by smoothing out some of the challenges and liabilities, but also by, again, making it fair. And we've undertaken stakeholder feedback, Deputy Speaker. Treasury consulted on the draft legislation from March to April in 2025, receiving 167 submissions and engaging with over 200 stakeholders across roundtables, bilateral meetings, talking with our communities, talking with business, talking with people about what this will mean for them. There's absolutely strong support for aligning super payments with wages. That much is very clear. The bill reflects stakeholder feedback in terms of IT system readiness, and hence the support for a compliance approach and 7 business days to pay. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to this, last night I talked about the fact that superannuation is a great Labor reform. It sits alongside the dismantling of work choices. It sits alongside the introduction of Medicare. And for the minister in front of me, perhaps one day it will sit alongside the introduction of our Great Batteries program. And it sits alongside those because at its heart, it's about dignity for working people. At its heart, it's about getting Australians what they deserve. At its heart, it's about setting people up for their future. And there is no doubt that it is vital to act on this now. Passing this legislation promptly gives employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATO the time that they need to prepare for the July 2026 date. Every delay means more workers missing out and more money lost that could have supported their retirement. And Australians are too important for that to happen.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy President. $31.4 million is the amount of unpaid super owed to workers just in my electorate of Deakin, according to analysis by the Super Members Council on 22 to 23. It also highlighted that that's $1.4 billion of lost super for workers in my home state of Victoria and a whopping $5.7 billion for workers across Australia. We're talking about a lot of money owed to workers, earned by workers, simply not sitting in their superannuation accounts. It is an unacceptable and unsustainable situation. This is a problem we've known about for a long time. Report after report, including the 2020 review into retirement savings initiated by the Coalition and likewise, this is a well-known problem. The risks are increased when we're talking about small businesses with low turnover approaching insolvency, workers who are young, vulnerable, and we've seen the consequences play out in a very real way. Not only do we not have the wonderful magic of compound interest playing, we also have a significant loss of insurance coverage, which we've seen many cases of, people not having the permanent disability or the income protection insurance that they would ordinarily have because contributions that were lawfully required to be made weren't paid. We've also seen situations when a person who may be eligible to withdraw their superannuation on compassionate grounds, such as upon the death of a spouse or dependent, have not been able to access super because, once again, the money simply hasn't been put into the account. This isn't money that is given as a gift to workers. This is money earned, owed, part of their remuneration, and has, unfortunately, on mass scale, not been received. These are debts that need to be claimed in a better, more efficient and effective way, and this bill provides that means. The common sense approach that when I talk to people in my electorate, they wonder why it hasn't already happened and why it wasn't already the case that superannuation has to be paid into the worker's account at the same time as they receive their wages. After all, remuneration isn't a business credit facility. It's not there as a loan to pay for other expenses. It is a debt owed to workers. So this legislation sensibly adjusts that, and I welcome the fact that at least that principle has been adopted by many of the people in the Coalition. Unfortunately, as I walked past this chamber last night, I overheard the contribution of the member for Goldstein, who decided to pop on the tinfoil hat, pull out the coat hanger and start speaking in fluent crazy, going on and on about serfdom, the fact that superannuation was some kind of conspiracy by the Labor Party to sow its own pockets, the idea that the pre-1992 position in superannuation was somehow more logical. Why? Because that did the daring thing of saying that working people had a right to the share in capital wealth. The idea that it wasn't just the wealthy or those lucky enough to be with certain employees who got the benefits of superannuation, but every single wage earner in the country. It was one of the most important reforms to working life in the 20th century, and they simply don't get it. Now, I wouldn't be so bold as to presume that is Liberal Party policy. We all know for a fact that the Liberal Party and Coalition have many different policies simultaneously at the moment because they can't seem to agree on anything. But one of the saddest things about the member for Goldstein's contribution was, if that is the sensible centre of the Liberal Party, well, God help us all. Because it shows that even their moderates have jumped onto the crazy train, not knowing where they're going. And we find now that superannuation remains something that causes them heartburn for some reason. They just hate the idea that workers are in the system, somehow getting their place in the boardroom and taking their opportunity to take their fair share in the wealth of this great country. Superannuation is essential because of its compulsivity, the fact that we are together saving for our retirements. So we're not relying on the age pension, which has never provided the quality of life we now hope and expect for our older citizens, but you can actually live a comfortable, decent life as an older person, as we live longer, as we grow as an ageing population. It's more essential than ever that we look after our superannuation system, that we jealously guard it, and we make sure that all Australians have the access to the dignified retirement that they deserve. Unfortunately, we've seen some immature debates around what superannuation is for. You know, is it going to be an alternative to fixing the housing crisis? Is it something that should be withdrawn at will at the last minute to pay certain things? Or is it something we have decided is essential for the saving of retirement amounts for all workers? I think it's the latter. I believe it's there to provide a dignified retirement to workers as they age. Most Australians agree. They know it's there, they value the system, and they have received the benefits. In my electorate of Deakin, we've got an increasing number of people age over 65 and a decreasing number of people on the age pension. Superannuation is working. It is delivering a better quality of life for Australians all around the country, at all income levels. It is doing exactly what it is designed to do. So we can't afford to have any process or any change that is going to undermine the accumulation of superannuation savings over time. But sadly, that remains an item of contention from time to time in this House. Now, luckily, this approach, payday super, really does reflect common sense. And from what I can tell, even from the amendments with the usual dose of nuttiness, we do find that there is at least consensus on the notion that payday super is a way of ensuring that workers are getting the amounts that they are owed and deserve, that we can safeguard some of our most vulnerable workers from losing the superannuation they've already earned, and that we actually have a better capability of enforcing non-compliance with superannuation guarantee obligations. We've seen many, many occasions where you have unpaid super over years not being repaid, that the workers, because of the way the information is delivered to them, can barely tell whether or not superannuation has been paid at a particular time, because you can't just pick up any old pay slip and find out whether it's happened. So we find ourselves in a situation where they're just not being caught out in time. And by the time we find out that they're not paid, the company has either gone into administration or has simply ceased to exist, and the capacity for that worker to recover, either through the ATO or directly, is has completely expired. So we need to get to the point where workers can be confident that the money they've earned has been paid. It is not a controversial ask. But for some reason, as is the case often in this House, we just see some rather strange and eclectic contributions, and among them last night was the conspiracy about what super is. What I can say is that it is the ultimate... yes, I should know better than to listen to the member for Gippsland. I have to admit that I'm new to this place, and I occasionally make the mistake of listening to members of the Coalition. I mistake them for individuals who have credibility that make a worthwhile contribution to debate. And this particular bill is a perfect example for one in which the Coalition have absolutely nothing to contribute to the debate. They have an atrocious record on superannuation. They see it as a bit of a lucky dip for their own policy making, rather than an essential part of the retirement framework of this country. The reality is that if we want the next generation to have a proper, dignified retirement, we need to deal with housing, we need to protect super, and we need to make sure that our institutions remain as strong and trustworthy as ever before. This is one of the great legacies of the Labor Party. Superannuation for workers finally gave the working people of Australia their fair share of the nation's wealth. Anything designed to undermine that, or to use it as a simple slush fund for taking over the consequences of coalition policy over a long time, is completely unforgivable. We need to make sure that trust and confidence in the system can be preserved, and we need to get on to dealing with the fact that millions and millions of dollars have been shafted from workers over a long period of time. And I will not stand here and allow any suggestion that there is anything insidious about the idea that the workers in Deakin or anywhere in Australia, their millions of dollars in savings, billions if you take it to the total for Australia, 5.7 billion, the idea of trying to ensure that that doesn't happen anymore, that should be a completely uncontroversial proposition. But again, we just have a little bit of the usual squabble and nuttiness that we have in this House. Now, in terms of the enforcement of these things, we need to make sure that when superannuation is not paid, that the compound interest that could otherwise have been earned from those contributions is also recovered as part of the regime. We have seen in the past when superannuation is recovered at just the nominal amount, it's effectively stolen money because they have lost the real value of the superannuation contributions being made, the earnings that they would have received but for the failure to contribute. So these enforcement provisions and the penalties that sit within this legislation are eminently sensible. Then we talk about the transition. The transitionary provisions contained within this legislation enable a period of time for business to adjust. The ATO have already given their draft guidance, I think it was the 21st of October, which has made it very clear that they'll be taking a facilitative approach to the enforcement of these new laws. We're not out to get businesses. We're there to support them in transitioning their systems to ensure that this can be done right. This is not about punishing small businesses trying to do the right thing. The ATO has made that abundantly clear. We have made that abundantly clear. This is simply about making sure that businesses are supported and enabled to make the payments that are owed to their workers in a reasonably timely way so they can enjoy the benefits of their earnings and have that beautiful magic of compound interest work in their favour as they save for their retirements. It's about ensuring the dignified and decent retirement for Australians. It's about making sure that the promise of superannuation is fulfilled and to safeguard the superannuation of some of our most vulnerable workers. We're talking about young workers for whom the loss of superannuation income has dire consequences, tens of thousands of dollars less in their superannuation if these failures continue to persist. We see differences in balances of $31,000, $32,000, up to $35,000 if super isn't paid at my age, at around 35. It can have significant impacts on the superannuation balances at the end of a person's career. But as I mentioned before, it is not just at the end of the career. It is ensuring that these individuals continue to have the total and permanent disability insurance that they've signed up to, that they continue to have the income protection insurance, and, in worst-case scenario, that they have access to those funds on compassionate grounds, whether it be for emergency health care, whether it be for the funeral of loved ones, or for the other reasons that are already provided for in legislation. This is the money of workers. They deserve to have it paid into their superannuation accounts in a timely way. It is what the entire system is for. And the proposition that this is part of some crazy cabal, as was suggested by the member for Goldstein last night, is as outrageous as it is foolish. And it is absolutely terrifying that a key member of their economic team sees superannuation as some kind of sick conspiracy. The very idea that superannuation is simply about increasing the Labor Party coffers, by the way, by the government that has just passed laws capping the amount of money that can be put into coffers. This is simply about workers. The very notion of a piece of legislation being purely about benefiting employees seems to be shocking and outrageous to some in the coalition. We need to protect and safeguard this system. We're dealing with an issue that was identified not only by ourselves but by reports commissioned by the coalition themselves. They know this was a problem. They did nothing about it. We've come here, stood up, made a number of changes to protect the sustainability and security of the superannuation system. And all we ask is that you just let us get on with it. These matters are too important to continue delaying. 10 more years of delay in these things will result in the loss of millions and millions of dollars of superannuation savings. We need to get on with it, and the sooner we pass it, the sooner business will have the certainty as to what's coming. They'll be able to prepare for the changes and be ready by the time this comes in July next year. So I commend the bill, and I express my complete dismay and contempt for the suggested amendments by the Shadow Treasurer, and look forward to this essential reform becoming law.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for... Oh, sorry, I call the minister. That's why no one was standing. Very good.
I'll move the debate be adjourned.
Okay. Question is that debate be adjourned. All those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it.
Move under Standing Order 45C that Government Business Notice number 5 be called on immediately.
Peter. Questions that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. Call Clark.
Government Business Notice number 5, Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025.
Okay. Call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I present the Environment Reform Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clark.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the environment and for related purposes.
Okay. Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Labor is the party of the environment. Yeah. It's Labor that has delivered every single major environment reform in Australia's history. Right. Land care, saving the Franklin, protecting the Daintree and Kakadu, building the largest network of marine parks in the world, and meaningfully addressing the threat of climate change. And now it's Labor that seeks to reform our national environment laws to ensure that we are protecting nature for generations to come. The truth is, our environment laws are broken. They're not working for the environment, for business, for the economy, or for the community. That was a clear assessment delivered by Professor Graham Samuel when he handed down his independent review of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 EPBC Act, a review that was delivered 5 years ago today to the then Minister for the Environment and now Opposition Leader. And 5 years later, where are we? With laws that are enabling the decline of our precious natural environment, the iconic creatures and beautiful places that are fundamental to the Australian character. They're also not facilitating the important projects we need: the housing, renewable energy, critical minerals we need for Australia's economic future. The government has listened and the message is clear: we need change. Yeah. The law is broken, we have to fix it. And that's a challenge for everyone in this place now. I acknowledge the presence in the chamber of Australia's Minister for the Environment, Minister Senator Murray Watt. Yeah. His work has made sure that we now have before us a package of bills that will finally deliver the reforms to our environment laws that Australians have long demanded. 5 years ago today, the Samuel Review was handed down to the then coalition government, outlining a blueprint for reform. It provided a clear set of recommendations to fundamentally reform the way that environment impacts and approvals are managed in our country. This package of bills remains faithful to our commitment to follow the spirit of the Samuel Review in reforming this legislation. In crafting these reforms, we've looked to 3 pillars. Firstly, stronger environmental protection and restoration, to not just look after our special places, but to restore and regenerate them for future generations. Secondly, more efficient and robust project assessments and approvals, delivering a system which can better respond to big national priorities like the renewable energy transition, a future made in Australia, and the housing that we need. And finally, greater accountability and transparency in decision-making so that all Australians can have confidence in these laws, including delivering our election commitment for Australia's National Environment Protection Agency. Yeah. The first pillar, stronger environment protection and restoration. The Samuel Review clearly articulated the necessity of better protecting the environment. It found that, and I quote, Australia's natural environment and iconic places are in an overall state of decline and under increasing threat. There are a number of key new measures in these bills. The first is environmental standards. This bill will deliver a new framework for national environmental standards, which would allow clear standards for critical environmental protection measures to be set out in regulations. This was the centrepiece of the Samuel Review. Standards are aimed at delivering both improved environmental outcomes and better certainty for businesses through setting clear and enforceable expectations. The bill establishes the ministerial power to make national environmental standards which will be made in similar ways to other regulations. Priority standards include those for national environmental standards for matters of the national environmental standards and offsets, with other standards including for First Nations engagement and data and information to follow. Draft priority standards will soon be available for consultation so that there's clarity on the direction of the new protections before the passage of this legislation. To ensure protections are not eroded over time, the standards framework includes a no regression clause, meaning that standards cannot be changed or updated unless the new standard would deliver equivalent or improved environmental outcomes. It also deals with unacceptable impacts. The EPBC Act currently includes a clearly unacceptable category for decisions at the referral stage. However, the term unacceptable is undefined. This was identified in the Samuel Review, which found that, and I quote, "strong protections are needed for those matters most at risk of being lost, including clear rules about unacceptable impacts." This bill sets clear, upfront criteria for what constitutes an unacceptable impact to give clarity and certainty to business while safeguarding our most precious natural assets. It's designed to set a responsible standard, used in very limited circumstances to protect those nationally protected matters that cannot ever be replaced. On protection statements, a new ability to make protection statements will reduce ambiguity around what a decision-maker must consider during the approval of actions in protecting threatened species, providing greater clarity for proponents. This results in strengthened protections for threatened species, as well as more efficient decisions, meaning better environmental outcomes and faster assessments. There's stronger powers and penalties. The Samuel Review recognised that for some bad actors, breaching the law is just the cost of doing business. This bill package introduces tougher penalties and new compliance and enforcement powers to deter breaches and respond swiftly to serious environmental harm. While we know that most proponents follow the law, we need modern, fit-for-purpose tools to respond to the most serious breaches. The way to avoid these penalties is simple: follow the law. Refer for assessment when appropriate and abide by the conditions of your approval, because once things are gone, they are gone for good. There's also the concept, Deputy Speaker, of net gain. This bill ensures that projects must leave the environment better off by introducing the concept of net gain for environmental offsets, a shift from the current rules threshold, which is no net loss. This is also a clear principle from the Samuel Review. Impacts to protected matters would need to be avoided and minimised, with residual significant impacts offset to leave the environment in a better state than what it was in the absence of the project. This will shift the dial towards avoided impacts and restoration, and give our natural environment the opportunity to regenerate, recover and become more resilient. To support the shift in the offsets framework and to deliver time savings for proponents, a new restoration contribution framework will be introduced. This framework will allow proponents to meet their obligations by either delivering their own offsets or by an upfront payment into a government restoration fund, or both. The new restoration contributions holder will be able to use the funds to strategically deliver offsets to have greater environmental benefits, including through pooling funds for similar impacts. This approach is better for the environment and better for business. The second pillar is to deliver more efficient and robust decision-making. The bill package recognises that a more efficient regulatory system is also needed to enable better and faster decisions. We've heard loud and clear that assessments under the EPBC Act are unpredictable. They take too long and that the impacts of long approval timeframes are being felt across the economy. These reforms address this challenge head-on. First of all, they deal with accreditation. Central to the Samuel Review were recommendations around reducing duplication between state and territory processes and Commonwealth processes. While the Act currently enables assessments and approvals under the EPBC Act to be undertaken by states and territories under bilateral agreements, these agreements are inflexible, unresponsive and easily broken over time. The bill package seeks to improve the operation of bilateral agreements with states and territories, making the framework more responsive to change and more durable in the long term. The changes will also ensure that state and territory processes accredited under bilateral agreements meet national environmental standards and have ongoing assurance mechanisms to ensure that environmental protection requirements are being met. Ultimately, we want states and territories to be able to work with us towards less duplicative assessments and ultimately approvals while meeting our environmental standards. We also want there to be landscape scale approaches. In addition to increasing the efficiency of project-by-project approvals, we're focused on delivering proper landscape scale approaches to environmental restoration and approvals. Close cooperation between the Commonwealth, the states and the territories is critical to aligning regulatory systems and implementing these important national reforms. These reforms provide the potential for us to plan together at a landscape scale, delivering better environmental outcomes and more certainty for proponents. Bioregional planning provisions will also be improved to unlock better government-led planning and facilitate faster approvals. By doing the work up front to map areas of higher and lower biodiversity, we can give certainty to industry and the community about where development can occur while protecting those areas of high environmental value. This means that projects covered by a bioregional plan development zone will simply register to comply with the bioregional plan without needing to seek project-level approval under the Act. Bioregional plans will at the same time give clear signals about where development is inappropriate, with conservation zones where certain activities can't be undertaken. Strategic assessments will also be made more flexible and efficient, better enabling state or territory governments or a partner to gain a strategic assessment approval. On streamlined assessment pathways, the reforms create faster and clearer environmental assessments through a new streamlined pathway for proponents who provide sufficient upfront information and design their proposals in line with the environmental and other requirements of this bill. It rationalises 3 existing pathways and is responsive to a recommendation again of the Samuel Review. The new pathway would reduce assessment and approval timeframes by 20 days, cutting the current 70-day statutory period to 50 days or less. Analysis has shown that faster approvals through this pathway are estimated to save over $500 million across the economy, potentially as much as $7 billion. The bill creates a new power for ministerial rulings, assisting in the interpretation and clarity of decision-making under the Act. Rulings will clarify how laws, regulations and subordinate instruments apply in specific circumstances and would be made publicly available so that assessments are predictable and everyone has visibility on how the law will be applied. There's national interest pathways. A new national interest approval pathway will also be included in the Act to allow critical projects to proceed in the national interest under strict transparency conditions, even if they do not meet all environmental standards, responding to a recommendation in the Samuel Review. It's designed to be used rarely, where projects are demonstrably in the national interest and require the Minister to publish a statement of reasons in support of the decision. The reforms would also make the current national interest exemption a more responsive mechanism, particularly in emergency situations like where roads need to be made safe following natural disasters. There's reconsiderations changes. This bill package also addresses out-of-date reconsideration provisions, balancing environmental protection with certainty for industry. These changes will include imposing a 28-day time limit for third parties to request a reconsideration of a controlled action decision while the action is under assessment, aligned with timelines and other administrative review provisions in the Act and increasing certainty for business. Pillar 3 is greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. Finally, these reforms deliver on this third pillar of the government's environmental law reform agenda. As I said, greater accountability and transparency in the environmental decision-making. And this brings us to the Environmental Protection Agency. A cornerstone of this third pillar is the establishment of an independent National Environment Protection Agency. Through the subsequent bill that I'll introduce, the National Environmental Protection Agency Bill 2025. This has been a Labor commitment at the last 2 elections, endorsed by the Australian people, and will be delivered through this bill. This is a landmark step in restoring transparency and effectiveness in environmental governance. I want to take the opportunity here, as well as acknowledging the Minister, but also in acknowledging Labor Party members, particularly the Labor Environment Action Network, who have advocated so strongly for this reform for many years. The establishment of the EPA will be a true Labor legacy, and I indicate thanks to those involved in that campaign over such a long time. The National EPA will be Australia's first national independent environmental protection agency. As a national environmental regulator, the National EPA would not duplicate the role of state and territory EPAs. By establishing a national EPA, we are creating a transparent, accountable and unified regulator to oversee environmental protections. The development of a national EPA model has been informed by extensive, indeed years of engagement with stakeholders. Under current laws, decision-making on EPBC Act environmental assessments and approvals is the responsibility of the Minister, who is democratically accountable. This will not change. The National EPA will also have a wholly independent role as a regulator of compliance and enforcement under the EPBC Act. They will have access to stronger new powers, such as new environment protection orders, and will be tasked with holding serious environmental rule breakers to account for the environmental harm they have caused. Integrated regulatory functions spanning compliance, enforcement, assessment, monitoring and auditing would deliver a more consistent and effective approach for stakeholders and the regulated community. The National EPA will also provide guidance and education to both businesses and the public in order to raise awareness and proactively support compliance with environmental laws. The EPA will also have an important role to play in ensuring compliance with the national standards through bilateral agreements, providing advice to the Minister about how accredited arrangements are complying with the national standards, with the Minister ultimately responsible for signing off on accreditations. There's also Environment Information Australia. Currently, we know that national environmental information is fragmented. It's inconsistent in quality and it's difficult to access, it's difficult to use. To solve this problem, the Environmental Information Australia Bill 2025 would establish the head of Environment Information Australia. This is a new statutory position within the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, with a mandate to provide environmental data and information to the National EPA, to the Minister and to the public. The head of the EIA will be tasked with transparently reporting on trends in the environment, collecting information and producing consistent tracking of the state of Australia's environment. Better data means better, faster decisions by government and business while protecting areas of high environmental value. There will also be emissions disclosure. The Environment Protection Reform Bill requires proponents to disclose estimates for Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions as part of the information requirements for a controlled action. This will improve the transparency and accountability for new developments under the Act and support the effective operation of the safeguard mechanism without duplicating it. First Nations engagement in decision-making. The reforms will codify the involvement of First Nations people in environmental governance and decision-making through the Indigenous Advisory Committee. The reforms also create statutory advisory functions for the committee in the development of national environmental standards and in species listings and conservation planning. On the issue of charges, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Restoration Charge Imposition Bill 2025 provides a legislative framework for the cost recovery arrangements of restoration contributions to support project approvals, bioregional planning and national interest approvals and exemptions. These changes support a new, robust offsets regime. This contributes to simplified and streamlined environmental assessment processes, reducing uncertainty and delay for proponents. This bill is one of 4 imposition bills that would establish a charging framework and provide for potential future appropriate cost recovery arrangements for environmental matters under the EPBC Act, subject to the decision of government. Administrative fixes. Finally, the Environment Protection Reform Bill introduces a range of administrative fixes to address duplicative or inefficient processes in the legislation. This includes streamlining wildlife trade laws to align with international standards, making permits more flexible and processes more efficient, and making changes to reduce the need for separate approvals of offshore petroleum projects where regulations meet national standards, reflecting current practice under the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority Strategic Assessment. The bill would also refine the scope of the nuclear trigger to focus on radiological exposure, which would avoid unnecessary referrals for critical minerals projects which are encountering trace elements of radioactive material while maintaining strict oversight of uranium and nuclear facilities. This package of bills is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reform our environmental laws. We've been down this path before, under governments of both sides, and we cannot afford to wait any longer. This bill is the product of work over many years by countless people, all of whom I know are keen to see this done. It's a bill that clearly responds to the Samuel Review and balances the need for stronger environmental protections with the imperative to ensure Australia's prosperity and deliver the critical projects we need. It would deliver on the expectations of Australians for a system that is faster, fairer and fit for the future. And now everyone who has the privilege of representing their community or their state or territory has the opportunity to be part of the solution. We can get this done. We can get this done to deliver on what the Australian people put us here to do. That is the priority of the Albanese Labor government, and our door is open to make it happen. Because every day we delay is a day our environment is degrading further. Every day we delay is one we could be building the renewable energy and the housing we need for the future. I commend this bill to the chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government Business, notice number 6, National Environment Protection Agency Bill 2025.
Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the National Environmental Protection Agency Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish the National Environmental Protection Agency and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move this bill be now read a second time. The National Environmental Protection Agency Bill would establish a statutory Commonwealth entity known as the National Environmental Protection Agency, National EPA. An independent environmental regulator is central to an Australia which is focused on environmental protection and the restoration of public accountability and trust. The National EPA would be Australia's first national, independent environmental protection agency, with strong new powers and penalties to better protect and restore Australia's unique environment. The National EPA Bill accompanies a suite of amendments to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 EPBC Act. The amendments will deliver stronger protections and restoration for the environment, more efficient and robust project assessments to support our economy, and greater accountability and trust in decision-making. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business, notice number 7, Environment Information Australia Bill 2025.
Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Environment Information Australia Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish the Head of Environment Information Australia and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move this bill be now read a second time. The 2020 Independent Review of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999, led by Professor Graham Samuel AC, found that Australia's environment data and information is fragmented and disparate, and that there are fundamental information gaps. Unlocking impediments to data sharing and supply is a key component of Australia's environmental law reforms to enable better, faster decisions by government and business while protecting areas of high environmental value. The Environment Information Australia Bill 2025, the EIA Bill, would establish the statutory position of the Head of Environment Information Australia to provide the national leadership for improving the availability and accessibility of high-quality national environmental data and information, and ensuring that there is independent reporting and accountability for the state of the environment and our effectiveness in protecting and restoring it. Access to authoritative sources of high-quality environmental information is crucial for evidence-formed and targeted policy, project, investment and regulatory decision-making. Providing better, more readily available and usable data reporting on the environment, its condition and the location of our nationally significant plants and animals would underpin more streamlined and informed environmental decisions that reduce negative impacts and increase positive impacts on nature. This will restore transparency and confidence in environmental information and decision-making. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of debate be made an order of... I move the debate be adjourned. Thank you. The question is that the resumption of debate is to be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it, and I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Restoration Charge Imposition Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose charges relating to restoration of the environment and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move this bill be now read a second time. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Restoration Charge Imposition Bill 2025, the Restoration Charge Imposition Bill, would impose the following charges relevant to actions taken under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999, the Restoration Contribution Charge, the Bioregional Plan Registration Charge, the National Interest Exemption Charge, the Part 13 Exemption Charge. These charges relate to amendments to the EPBC Act proposed by the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. Any arrangements will be consulted on prior to their imposition. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation General Charges Imposition Bill and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Customs Charges Imposition Bill 2025 and the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Excise Charges Imposition Bill.
The debate must now be adjourned. Oh, sorry. The clerk, sorry. Yes, apologies. Call the clerk.
Just the first one. First reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are duty of excise. Only the general charges.
You're wanting general charges.
General charges, yeah.
There we go. Yes, sorted.
First reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are neither duties of customs nor duties of excise in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation General Charges Imposition Bill 2025 would provide a framework to impose charges in relation to prescribed matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. The specific activities for which charges will be imposed and the amount of such charges will be set out in the regulations. The charges imposed under these bills will be limited to those charges and amounts of charges necessary for cost recovery purposes. Any arrangements will be consulted on prior to their imposition, and I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the Minister.
I present the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Customs Charges Imposition Bill 2025.
Call Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are duties of customs in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be read a second time. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Customs Charges Imposition Bill 2025 would provide a framework to impose charges in relation to prescribed matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. The specific activities for which charges will be imposed and the amount of such charges will be set out in the regulations. The charges imposed under these bills will be limited to those charges and amounts of charges necessary for cost recovery purposes. Any arrangements will be consulted on prior to their imposition. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, and this is the last one.
Yes, I know.
I present the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Excise Charges Imposition Bill 2025.
Call Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose charges that are duties of excise in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Excise Charges Imposition Bill 2025 would provide a framework to impose charges in relation to prescribed matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. The specific activities for which charges will be imposed and the amount of such charges will be set out in the regulations. The charges imposed under these bills will be limited to those charges and amounts of charges necessary for cost recovery purposes. Any arrangements will be consulted on prior to their imposition. And in commending this bill to the House, Deputy Speaker, I commend the entire package of bills to the House. This report has been waiting for a response for a good 5 years. The environment needs the response to be made. Business needs a response to be made. Let's get this done.
Yeah. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. I'll call Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Fairfax.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill on the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fairfax has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill has been a long time coming for people on my side of politics. This bill is common sense. This bill will be welcome news to all Australian workers. For businesses doing the right thing, keep doing what you're doing. This bill will have minimal impact on you because it's not about you, the businesses that pay their employees super on time. This is about giving tools to the employers that might get a bit caught up, not pay on time, accidentally, or the employers or the businesses where it's become part of their business model or their inability to pay super on time. It is a fact in this country that far too many workers go without super. Along the way, some in Australia, in business, have not accepted that super is not their money, but it is their employees' money. Many, many years ago, in this place, this Parliament, with the support of industry and the trade union movement, agreed to set up the superannuation industry. Today, it is worth billions upon billions of dollars, safeguarding savings for Australian workers for their retirement. It was founded on that fundamental principle. Super is employees' pay, that they defer collecting, that is kept in safeguard by superannuation accounts until they retire. But essentially, it is their pay. They have earned it. And as I stated at the beginning, majority of businesses do the right thing, acknowledge that, put the pay aside and pay super. All of us in this place, through the parliamentary services, all of our employees, majority of businesses do the right thing and pay super on time. Advancement of technology has made it so much easier for our small businesses. The ATO already supports businesses using the single-touch payroll data system to ensure workers are paid super on time. This is how the ATO will enforce the legislation that is before us. What we are proposing in this legislation is from July 1, 2026, employers will be required to pay superannuation guarantee contributions on the same day as wages instead of quarterly, aligning for the first time pay with your regular pay with your regular super payment. Employers must ensure that contributions are received by Employee Super Fund within 7 days of payday. This change will make it easier for employees to track their super, ensure that they earn on their savings, but it will also ensure that employers have the ability to manage cash flow. I know those opposite like to say and claim that people in Labor don't understand small business. It is just a falsehood. We do. Many people on this side of the House, being small business owners themselves, have close connections with families through small business. I myself grew up in a family of small business. I can remember the work my parents did in running their small businesses, managing cash flow. Second-hand furniture business and then a holiday hire company. Cash flow with small business has always been king, and the ability to manage cash flow critical. So I can understand why some small businesses who are so focused on the day-to-day of running their business, delivering the goods and services, can sometimes get caught out with that super bill, had they put enough aside. That is why this reform will help them. The Australian Tax Office and the Treasurer have already committed to support businesses adapt to this system to manage their super. There will be a way in place, working with Chambers of Commerce and with the ATO to ensure small businesses can transition to this system. Who will not like this bill are those businesses who are doing the wrong thing, undermining all of us, undermining the businesses doing the right thing and ripping off their workers, the ones who've built it into their business model, the phoenixes, the people who will go and underquote another small business because they bank on never having to pay their super bill. My background before coming into this place was working for the United Workers Union in the cleaning and security divisions, and time again we saw it. Dodgy cleaning companies and security companies undercutting someone who's doing the right thing by their workers, paying them properly, phoenixing at the point when the ATO were chasing them for unpaid super. Those workers would lose their jobs, the company would phoenix, it would go into bankruptcy, they would lose their super. We would try to manage through the Fair Entitlement Guarantee and before that GEARS, payment of what they were owed. The ATO, of course, would miss out on the super, the ATO would miss out on payments. And whilst we could recover quite often through the federal government-backed scheme, annual leave, they lost their sick leave and they lost their super. It was just accepted. You would not get that super. This changes that. It catches those businesses out early and it will help break that phoenixing model that exists. It will be a game changer for those service-based industries like cleaning and security and so many others where wages are a critical part of the competitive tender. But most importantly, apart from helping to create that fair competition in those industries, for businesses to compete against businesses on quality, not the fact that you'll rip off your super from your employees. Those employees who've done that hard work, who might have been paid their weekly or their fortnightly or their monthly wages, will also know that their super is being paid. Far too many people in our history since the creation of super have missed out on super, and many people in this place have shared those stories. Quite often it's when they're younger, when they've worked in hospitality, when they've worked in that retail business, those early days. And those early days are super too, Deputy Speaker. I quite often, when I'm talking to people in my electorate, talk about my generation being the generation of super. I started working like so many others at 14 and 9 months. legitimately. Of course, I worked in my family businesses. When you're working in a family business, it's a little bit of pocket money for those hours that you do. It's when you're in the truck helping your dad with the deliveries or helping with the till. But when I was 14 and 9 months, I got my first job. And in those early days, so it's my generation, the people in their 40s and 30s will have a working life as super when they retire. Technically, when it was planned, we should have enough to retire on. Technically, when it was planned. But far too many people in their 30s and 40s missed out on those early days of super because we didn't have the system set up. It was paid quarterly. Businesses, not all businesses did the right thing and put it aside. The Phoenix thing that I was talked about. One of the reasons why I ended up getting actively involved in the union movement was because I was one of those young workers at university who didn't get paid their super, who was being paid cash, and said, hey, this isn't right. I've got a pay slip here, but there's no super on it. It was only then that I started to ask questions, did I discover that I actually wasn't being paid. It was more like a cash that I was being paid. There was something really dodgy going on with my pay slip. I got sacked because I was a casual worker, and I brought that up and said that the bar didn't want to have a bar of it. So that was one of the reasons why I started to get actively involved in my union, because I was one of those young workers who said I should be getting pay slips, got this dodgy thing, that doesn't look like a pay slip, where's my super? And that is the experience of far too many young people. And even with all the advancements of technology and where we're at today, it is still happening. So this bill will change that. This bill will ensure that for the first time since the creation of super, that it'll be payday. From the 21st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay super guarantee contributions on the same day as wages. The changes will make it easier for business, easier for employees, and easier for the ATO to detect missing payments earlier, before debts become unrecoverable and before they become unable for some businesses to pay. The legislation also updates the super guarantee charge, which is the penalties for employers will face if they fail to pay super on time. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge will apply for each payday as an employer fails to pay super full and on time. The updated super guarantee charge includes national earnings, administrative uplift and choice loading, as well as a number of other ways to help ensure that employers pay on time. As I said before, this isn't just a great advancement and support for employees to make sure that they get what they're owed. For those industries where wages are a big part of competition, it helps to ensure an equal playing field. So employers who are doing the right thing continue to not have a disadvantage in the market by employers doing the wrong thing. And it's something that's quite often forgot in this debate, where they think it's about employees versus employers. It's not. It's employees and good employers having the opportunity to compete in a fair playing field on the very fundamental that this is their wages, this is what they've earned. I'm reminded when I stand in this debate of all the heartbreaking cases that have come into my office, come into all of our offices, where people are, I realised too late I didn't get paid my super, what can I do? And standing in this place, I have to acknowledge Meryl Birch. She and her brother first came to see me when I first got elected, a legacy case that goes back to the previous two federal members for Bendigo. They knew her brother wasn't being paid his super. They tried to pursue it to get the money owed to her brother. and it never came. They worked through the ATO, they worked through pursuing the business eventually went bankrupt, then they tried to get the money any other way that they could. It never came. And she continues to try to get justice for her brother, even though he has sadly passed away, because it is money that he earned. It was wages that were deferred that he never got. If this had been in place from the inception of super, then Meryl may have never have had to have gone through this. Her brother may have actually got to enjoy his retirement with his savings, his retirement savings through super that he would have earned. Meryl and her brother are just one example of the countless cases that we've all seen come through, unpaid super, and the impact it has on people's lives and their retirements. And then the hundreds of thousands of other people who've just written it off. Doesn't matter, written it off. I can't cry over what I can't fix. This reform will be a game changer for workers. It will ensure that every dollar that they've earned in their super will be there when they retire. It will make it easier for business to be able to pay on time and equal the playing field, disrupting the way in which the dodgy ones use it as part of their business model to Phoenix in construction, in cleaning and security, in other service-based industries. It is real. I'm proud to be part of a government that is making this reform happen, and I'm ready and willing to work with our local small businesses to make sure they're aware of the changes that they need to do, to make sure that they're ready for this. We can make this happen so it is a win-win for all. Ultimately, it's good for workers, it's good for businesses, and it's good for the future.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025. This is a bill that represents the Labor Party and the union movement at its best. It's a bill that supports working people, that supports women, that supports older Australians. A bill that builds a system and a country that is fair, that is just, and supports people to live a life of dignity. Because, Deputy Speaker, that is what the Australian Labor Party is about. Working hard, looking after one another and assuring that everyone, not just the wealthy, can live that life with dignity. And, Deputy Speaker, one of the key ways that the Australian Labor Party has supported this vision for our society is through the mighty superannuation system. Superannuation is one of the proudest achievements of the Australian Labor Party and the Australian labour movement. It is the absolute embodiment of a simple but powerful idea that after a lifetime of work, every Australian deserves dignity, independence and financial security in their retirement. And let me tell you this, it did not come easily. Superannuation wasn't handed down by very generous employers. No, it was fought for, tooth and nail. It was envisaged to be part of that great idea of the social wage. This was a view and a vision of the Hawke-Keating era and of that great trade unionist Bill Kelty. It was established along with other great measures of the social wage like Medicare, another great implementation that we are incredibly proud of on this side of the House. In the 1980s, unions and the Hawke and Keating Labor governments came together to tackle one of the great injustices of our economy, that only the wealthiest Australians could have a decent retirement. At that time, it was only a small percentage of Australians, and I've got to say, mostly men in fairly high-paying jobs, that had any form of superannuation at all. These superannuation funds were run by their employees. They were industry-based. They were all run under different legislation, different rules. We wanted that to be uniform. We wanted that to be available to everyone. And through bold Labor reform, that changed. The introduction of universal compulsory superannuation in 1992 transformed our entire economy. It definitely transformed the lives of millions of Australians. It extended the promise of a decent retirement to women, to casual workers, and to people in low-paid jobs, and to those who were too often left behind. It established the 3 pillars of retirement: the pension, the superannuation, and personal savings. Today, superannuation industry holds trillions of dollars in superannuation savings that belong to the workers of this country. That's not just an extraordinary asset. It's a testament to the power of a collective vision, to hard work and, yes, to sacrifice. Because, Deputy Speaker, many people might forget that at the establishment of the superannuation industry, workers forewent a 3% pay rise in 1 year to establish their funds, putting that hard-earned money or that hoped-for pay rise not directly into their pockets that year to spend, but into a superannuation fund that would grow with compound interest, that amazing thing, over their working lives to give them a decent retirement. Some of these workers were very low paid, so foregoing a 3% pay rise was actually a great sacrifice to them. And not everybody supported the concept. Definitely, I would say people on the Conservative side of politics and a lot of employers did not support it, but also a lot of people on the Progressive side, including some workers and some unions. They thought that that money was better off going directly into the pockets of the workers and not into the fund. So there was a lot of debate and a lot of discussion to establish the superannuation industry. But thanks to union legends like the great Tom MacDonald, who was, the late Tom MacDonald, I'm sad to say, he was the National Secretary of the Building Workers Industrial Union at the time. He believed passionately that superannuation was going to be one of the most important assets that workers could have. And he ran an amazing campaign with his workers, building workers at the time, to convince them that this was a good idea. He did that. He held a members' meeting one day and they voted to forego their pay rise to establish their superannuation fund. And when the Building Workers Industrial Union got that over the line with their members, other unions followed. It was an amazing beginning. Tom MacDonald went on to be a great supporter of the superannuation industry, and I'd like to acknowledge his contribution today. Superannuation has made Australia one of the most secure retiree nations in the world. But like any system, we know that can always be improved. There's always more work to do. It seems that those on the other side want to spend a great deal of their time tearing down some of our great institutions. We know over the decades and over time what they've tried to do to Medicare. We've heard that many times in this House, Deputy Speaker. And they have constantly launched attacks on our superannuation system. They seem to think that it is an absolute anathema that workers should accrue such capital. And even more offensive to them is that workers have control of that capital. You see, workers sit on industry superannuation funds boards and are part of the very important governance structure of that industry. And when I was president of the ACTU and indeed secretary of the Nurses Union, we fought off attack after attack from Conservative governments on that system. But we on this side of the House are in absolute agreement that we need to build on these systems. That's why, in the last term of government, the Albanese Labor government expanded paid parental leave to include the payment of superannuation, to ensure people who take time away from work for parental leave don't miss out on lost super. And my goodness, it will go a long way to closing that gender pay gap. And that's why we are here today. We know that too many workers are missing out. They're missing out because some employers only pay super once a quarter, or worse, fall behind altogether. When super isn't paid every payday, workers lose out on the compound interest that makes super so powerful. It's their money earned through their labour, and it should be in their account when they're paid, not months later. In addition to this, quarterly payments make it harder for workers to track what they're owed. And it's easier for those dodgy employers, and I want to make a point that that's not many, but there are some out there, do delay or avoid paying super at all. In fact, the Australian Taxation Office estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 2021 and 2022 alone. That's $100 million every week that workers earned but never received. $100 million that should have gone to support their retirement. $100 million a week that would have gone to supporting their lives of dignity. Now, this issue isn't impacting the top of town. It disproportionately affects younger workers and those in insecure work. These are people who can least afford to miss out on their retirement savings. These are the people who the Australian Labor Party is here proudly to support today with this legislation. People like my stepdaughter, who worked casually in hospitality like so many young people did and still do. She would check her pay packet regularly, just happened to see that there was a super payment there, but didn't really take much notice of what was in her super account. For years, it became apparent that she was not being paid her super. She worked for the one employer, she trusted him, and he let her down. 3 to 4 years of no superannuation in her account at all. When we discovered this and she alerted her fellow employees, as the previous speaker said, my good friend, the member for Bendigo, the employer, went bankrupt, disappeared, had no money to pay what was owed to those employees. This is a story that we've heard time and time again. Now, years later, I'm very proud to say that my stepdaughter is a mum, has a good career. She's also a union delegate. And one of the things that she is absolutely fiercely passionate about is making sure that all her fellow employees know how to check their super and make sure they're getting paid. Because Labor believes that super should be paid on payday, just like their wages. It's a simple idea that makes a big difference, ensuring every dollar workers earn works for them straight away. And so it's why the Albanese Labor government is introducing this bill and why I am so passionately speaking in support of it. This legislation is a once-in-a-generation reform to fix unpaid super. And from the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay the superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as wages. Employers must ensure that contributions are received by the employer's super fund within 7 days of payday, 7 business days of payday. This change will make it easier for employees to track their super and for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier before debts become unrecoverable, and this is a critical part of this legislation. It also updates the superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty employers face when they fail to pay super on time. Because failing to pay working people what they are owed is not okay. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge will apply for each payday an employer fails to pay super in full and on time. The updated super guarantee charge includes notional earnings, and this compensates employees for the investment returns they missed out on due to late payment. An administrative uplift, which is an additional charge to reflect the cost of enforcement and to incentivise voluntary rectification, and choice loading, an additional penalty if the employer fails to pay into the employee's chosen fund. Employers who continue not to pay, even after the ATO has raised an SG charge, will face high penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. Now, these changes are designed to prompt employers to fix mistakes quickly and ensure workers are fairly compensated when employers fall short. If employers want to avoid these penalties, all they need to do is the right thing and make sure workers get paid their super on time into the right account with the right amount. Superannuation is a vehicle for fairness, for long-term investment and for nation building. We're incredibly proud of our superannuation industry. I think it's around $4 trillion is now held in assets for workers in this country. That is amazing money that is being invested in infrastructure, in healthcare, in all sorts of things that make this nation better. But we must always remain vigilant. We can't listen to those opposite who every few years try again and again to undermine the superannuation industry. Labor will always defend superannuation because we know what it stands for: fairness, security and shared prosperity. The story of superannuation is a story about what Labor does best. We take good ideas and we make them universal. We don't just look after a few, we build systems that lift everyone up, and we improve those systems as time goes on. And that's what we'll keep doing. We'll keep defending the superannuation system for the workers that rely on it. We'll keep strengthening it, we'll keep defending it when it's under attack, and we will keep ensuring that the next generation of Australians can look forward to a retirement with dignity built on those three pillars. They will have a retirement that is not uncertain and precarious, but a retirement built on security and dignity, knowing that they had worked hard all their life to achieve it, and that is exactly what will happen. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill. This just isn't a minor administrative tweak. This isn't just another line in the budget paper. This is a fundamental reform to the bedrock of our retirement system. It is a promise to Australian workers that the money they earn, the money they're entitled to, will actually end up in their superannuation accounts. And it's a reform that is long, long overdue. Speaker, before Labor, superannuation was not a right. It was a privilege, and it was reserved for a select few in high-paying jobs, mostly men, while the majority of working Australians, especially women and blue-collar workers, were left with nothing but the aged pension. It was unsustainable. It was the Labor Party, through the grand social and economic bargain of the Prices and Incomes Accord under the Hawke government, that laid the foundation. And it was the Keating Labor government that built the house, legislating the landmark superannuation guarantee in 1992. Today's superannuation is the result of Labor's vision to turn a privilege for the few into a universal right for every worker. We built this system, now the envy of the world, and ever since its creation, superannuation has been a defining fault line in Australian politics. Those opposite have consistently sought to undermine it, freezing the rate for years and treating super as a nest egg to be cracked open for other purposes. Labor's job has always been to build and strengthen and protect this legacy. This bill, Speaker, is a proud and critical continuation of that nation-building project. But here is the problem. The Australian Taxation Office estimates that in 2021-22 financial year alone, $5.2 billion in super went unpaid because the employer either failed to pay the super or paid it quarterly. So let's pause on that number, $5.2 billion. That is $100 million every single week that Australian workers earned but never received. It's not a rounding error, it's a retirement crisis in the making if we don't fix it. It is wage theft, plain and simple. And it is the theft that disproportionately hurts the most vulnerable in our workforce. Younger workers who are just starting out, workers in lower income jobs, and those in the gig economy or insecure work. These are the very people who can least afford to have their retirement savings stolen from under them. The long-term impact is devastating. Speaker, before I entered this place, I have been a small business owner. I ran a small business for 10 years in my electorate of Bullwinkle, employing occupational health and safety nurses for remote area healthcare centres. So I know what it's like to manage a payroll. I know what it's like to balance cash flow, to meet your obligations and to deal with the pressures of running a business. And I know that it's possible to do the right thing by your staff. I made the decision in my business to pay my staff's superannuation monthly, not quarterly. I did it when I paid their wages because, first and foremost, it was their money. They had earned it and they deserved to have it paid into their accounts promptly, where it could start working for them by the magic of compound interest. But I also did it because it was simply good business practice. It never meant I had a large looming superannuation liability building up, waiting to ambush my cash flow at the end of the quarter. It integrated super into my regular fortnightly payroll processes, and it kept my books clean with obligations clear. This legislation doesn't punish small businesses, it levels the playing field. It aligns the law with what's good and responsible business, small and large, what's good practice and what many already do. It ends a system that allows unscrupulous employers to use their employees' superannuation entitlements as a cheap, short-term loan to prop up their own failing cash flow. This bill is simple. From the 1st of July 2026, it will require employers to pay superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as their wages. It's incredibly reasonable and incredibly fair. The benefits of this are immediate and profound. First, for employees. It makes it easier for them to track their super. No more trying to cross-reference with a payslip from July when the super fund statement is in October and wondering where the money is. They will see the payment on their payslip, and within 7 business days, they will see it land in their super fund. It gives them visibility and power. Second, for enforcement. This bill allows the ATO to detect missed payments earlier, before the debts become unrecoverable. And this brings me to the new strengthened superannuation guarantee charge. This is the penalty employers face for failing to pay on time. Under this new framework, the charge will apply for each payday that an employer fails to pay in full and on time. This new charge is designed to be tough, but it's also fair. It includes notional earnings to compensate employees for the investment returns they lose because of a late payment, an administration uplift to reflect the cost of enforcement, and importantly, this uplift can be reduced for employers who hold their hands up voluntarily and disclose an honest mistake. And, of course, choice loading, an additional penalty if the employer fails to pay into the employee's chosen fund. For those employers who still refuse to pay, even after the ATO has raised an SG charge, the penalties will be higher, up to 50% of the unpaid amount. These charges are designed to prompt employers to fix mistakes fast and ensure workers are made whole. Now, I know some in the business community will be concerned about the transition, and I want to address that directly. This is not a gotcha campaign. The enforcement of the reform is smart, modern and data-driven. The ATO will use its data it already receives from the single-touch payroll and match it with data from the super funds. And this allows for near real-time detection of missed payments. It's not about creating new red tape, it's about using existing data more intelligently to protect workers. This data matching allows the ATO to intervene early, reducing the risk of those massive unpayable debts building up. And this government is backing the reform with a $404 million commitment to support the implementation. Critically, the ATO will adopt a facilitative compliance approach in the first year. Employers who are making a genuine attempt to comply, even if they face technical hurdles, will not be the target of ATO compliance actions. This is about helping employers like myself to get it right, not catching them out. This reform actually helps employers by aligning super with their regular payroll cycle, reducing that end-of-quarter administrative burdens. Finally, Speaker, I want to address the urgency of this legislation. This legislation must pass as soon as possible. The start date of the 1st of July 2026 is necessary to give the entire ecosystem time to prepare. Employers need to update their systems, payroll providers need to build and test new software, super funds and the ATO need to finalise their data matching and reporting infrastructure. Speaker, this is a massive once-in-a-generation reform which cannot wait. The longer we delay, the more workers are missing out. Every week we wait, another $100 million in super goes unpaid. This bill is pro-worker, it's pro-good business, it protects the vulnerable, it simplifies administration for responsible employers, and it closes a $5.2 billion gap of systemic wage theft. Let's get this done. Let's fix unpaid super for good. This reform continues with Labor's proudest legacy, ensuring that every Australian worker can build a dignified retirement. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the agreement be be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Speaker, thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank all those members who have contributed to this debate. The payday superannuation bill reflects the government's commitment to a stronger superannuation system which will ensure a dignified retirement for all Australians. The payday superannuation bill will require super contributions to be paid at the same frequency as wages, which will benefit the retirement income of around 8.9 million Australian workers. The bill will help to address the problem of unpaid super, which is putting the retirement outcomes of millions of Australians at risk every year. The ATO has estimated that around $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 2021-2022. That's around $100 million every week that workers earned but never received. In the current quarterly system, unpaid super is occurring too often and for too long. Through this bill, employees will benefit from more frequent contributions that compound over their working life. Employees will be able to more quickly recognise when they are missing contributions that they are owed, and the Australian Taxation Office will be better equipped to enforce the law and recover unpaid super earlier. This will help to avoid unpaid super building up for employers and limit the amount of super that never gets recovered. Unpaid super disproportionately affects younger workers and those in insecure work. These are the people who can least afford to miss out on retirement savings. In a typical ATO investigation of an unpaid super case, a worker has missed out on nearly 2 years' worth of super contributions. For the average 35-year-old, failing to recover this money could reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000 in today's dollars. The bill will also improve the way the superannuation guarantee charge works. It will encourage employers to contribute for their employees in full and on time. Where employers don't contribute on time, it will provide a clearer path for employers to correct their mistake, and it will deliver more significant consequences for employers that continue to do the wrong thing. The increased frequency of contributions will also result in greater earnings on contributions as they are in workers' funds sooner. In the current system, a median 25-year-old income earner who is paid their wages fortnightly and their super quarterly could be $6,000 better off in today's dollars at retirement with the shift to payday super. In terms of the amendments moved and tabled by the Shadow Treasurer, the government will not be supporting these amendments. I accept that businesses across the economy will need to make system and process changes to implement what is contained in this bill. We share the desire of those opposite to support employers and small businesses through the implementation of this change. However, where we differ is that we believe every single worker should benefit from these changes from 1 July 2026. We've made sensible changes that will support employers and digital service providers in the transition to the new system. We adjusted the default due date for contributions to be received by superannuation funds, changing this from 7 calendar days to 7 business days. We have also introduced an extended due date of 20 business days for situations where an employer needs to change the fund they are contributing to for an employee. In addition to this, the ATO has indicated that it will adopt a transitional compliance approach during the first year. Employers who make a genuine attempt to comply, even if they face technical issues, will not be targeted by ATO compliance. The Shadow Treasurer compared the staged rollout of single-touch payroll with payday rollout, suggesting the government should adopt the same approach. The key difference here is that single-touch payroll was a reporting measure, whereas payday is a cash flow measure. A staggered approach here, in this instance, would result in workers losing out on their super balances. We listened to the feedback from stakeholders, and this bill strikes the correct balance to avoid delays and further financial harm for workers who are not having super being paid into their accounts. This bill is an important step forward in strengthening the superannuation system and in achieving a dignified retirement for all Australians. I commend this bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Fairfax has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against no. No. The noes have it. Division required? Yeah. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I heard you. I'm doing well. Whip, I'm doing well.
Are you Sam? Hey, how are you? Good morning. I've got 5 minutes.
I know, I get all the fun stuff. However,
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment be agreed to, moved by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 45, noes 91. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to superannuation and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Cowper. Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is the bill be read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to superannuation and for related purposes.
Sorry. The question is that the bill be... Oh, sorry, I call the clerk. Sorry, my bad.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister. Sorry, my bad, everyone. I just put the question. All the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Is leave granted? Sorry, clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Act 1992 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
I give the call to the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Act 1992 and for related purposes.
Okay. And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is a key part of our government's efforts to clean up the dysfunctional migration system left to us by the former coalition government. It is so important to my electorate of Gorton that the ART is able to review migration decisions quickly and efficiently. Gorton, in Melbourne's western suburbs, is one of the fastest growing electorates in the country. So many families in the electorate come from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. In fact, Gorton has one of the highest proportions of first and second generation migrants in Australia. I'm incredibly proud to represent an electorate with so many families that made the difficult decision to pack up and start a new life in Melbourne's West. This decision, made by so many new Australians throughout our modern history, is central to our country's DNA. Migration has enriched countless community groups, religious organisations, sporting clubs and schools throughout Gorton. Migrants also fill a number of crucial skills gaps in our local economy in Melbourne's West. These sectors include healthcare, manufacturing and construction. In recent times, we have seen fringe groups try and divide us by targeting migrants. The Albanese government stands against this division. We're getting on with the job of giving our migration system the tools it needs to work quickly and effectively. This includes our merits review system, which allows people to review decisions made by government departments. Last year, this government created the ART to replace the former Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the AAT, as Australia's federal merits review body. Under the previous tribunal, the backlog of cases awaiting review totalled almost 70,000 by the 2022 election. More than 80% of those cases were migration and refugee matters. The AAT's backlog caused significant delays for so many migration decision reviews. These delays compromised the functioning of the AAT under the previous government. The AAT was also undermined by a lack of transparency in the process of appointing its members. The previous government appointed dozens of former Liberal MPs, candidates and staffers to the AAT without a merit-based selection process. As a result, the AAT was constantly affected by scandals and mismanagement. It could not function as an independent body capable of making high-quality decisions. An accessible, efficient and thorough merits review process is critical to maintaining trust in our system of government. This is why the Albanese government set out to abolish the dysfunctional AAT after forming government in 2022. We established the new ART to restore public trust and confidence in an independent system of review. And we designed the tribunal with merit-based selection processes to support the appointment of experienced, high-quality decision-makers. The ART allows Australians to seek an independent review of decisions made by government departments under more than 400 Commonwealth Acts. These reviews ensure that legislation is applied correctly by our departments and authorities. They also allow those affected by certain decisions to access a relatively informal review and to achieve an outcome as soon as practicable. The Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 formally established the ART, outlining several objectives. One of these objectives was ensuring that the tribunal processes applications as quickly as possible, while still giving each application the proper consideration it requires. The ART also aims to process applications with as little formality and expense as needed. In setting out these objectives, we recognise that not every application to the ART is the same. The review process should always be of high quality, and it needs to make sense for each applicant based on the issues involved. It does not make sense for the same resources and time to be committed to cases with different levels of complexity. Timely decision-making is incredibly important for the Tribunal's reviews of migration decisions, like decisions to refuse visas. We can't expect applicants to wait several months or even years for a decision on whether or not they are able to stay in Australia. These decisions are life-changing, and applicants deserve outcomes sooner. And it's not just that applicants that need outcomes. There's also a bigger threat at play. The rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system highlighted the threat posed to the integrity of our migration system by delays at the tribunal stage. Long ART wait times give people the opportunity to exploit our migration system. This is because when you receive a visa refusal and you apply for a review of that visa through the ART, you are entitled to remain in Australia on a bridging visa. The issue that this has opened the door for to people that do not have grounds for a review and who know that they do not have grounds for a review to apply for a review so they can get access to that bridging visa. This clogs the system with reviews that lack genuine grounds. And everyone waiting for a tribunal review has to wait longer for the outcome. This hurts the vast majority of applicants who do go through the review process for the right reasons. And there are so many cases of applicants who have genuine grounds to apply for visas on genuine grounds for reviews of visa refusal outcomes. You just have to be in Australia to see it, to walk around my electorate. Because of the diversity of my electorate, immigration matters are one of the main issues my constituents contact my office about. My office recently assisted a young woman from the Middle East in receiving advice from the department of the process of applying for a partner visa. In this instance, her application was successful. Receiving a partner visa meant she could be together with her family, contribute positively to our community. Despite her young daughter growing up in Australia, they have been paying international school fees. But for this woman, the partner visa meant that her daughter could access our amazing Australian education system. I hear stories like this every day in my office, and I see those stories in our first and second generation migrant communities where they have decided to call Melbourne's West home. While long ART wait times exploit our migration system, they also hurt those people who have genuine grounds for review of visa refusals. We on this side of the House recognise that the ART needs the proper resources and flexibility to review applications efficiently. That's why our government has introduced the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment bill. The ART is currently required to hold oral hearings in almost all reviews, even when it's not needed. These hearings are costly and delay the review process. The bill would specifically amend the Migration Act 1958 to remove this requirement when it comes to certain decisions. This includes those decisions to refuse student visa applications. This bill will strengthen the ART's procedures by allowing the tribunal to instead make decisions under a new on-the-papers review procedure. This means that the procedure will be based entirely on written materials instead of lengthy and unnecessary oral hearings. Every case has unique circumstances and should be treated as such. Allowing the tribunal to be flexible is crucial in preventing backlogs from forming. And the student visas are significant when we're talking about backlogs. In 2024-25, almost 40% of applications lodged with the ART were student visa matters. This was almost double the number of student visa matters submitted to the previous tribunal in 2022-23. Because we're a young electorate, student visa matters are something that are raised with my office nearly every day. Student visas are short-term in nature. They're also relatively low in complexity in terms of the materials involved. There simply does not need to be a large backlog and excessive wait times for outcomes. The tribunal process needs to be streamlined so that it makes sense for the issues involved for each case. In saying that, we know how important it is that often applicants get to present their case to the ART. That's why the tribunal will also be required to invite applicants to give the tribunal written submissions and evidence on certain matters relating to the issues under review, continue to give applicants certain adverse information and invite applicants to comment on it, continue to request or obtain additional materials by other means, including making requests or orders for the applicant to provide certain documents, as well as make its decision based on the written materials provided by applicants without holding a hearing. We recognise that the review caseloads have changed significantly in the short time since the ART was established. A balance must be struck between efficiency and high-quality decision-making. These changes will better strike that balance. We're acting to make sure that our review system remains flexible and fit for purpose now and into the future. This bill will also allow the Minister to expand the on-the-papers process regulation to include decisions relating to other kinds of temporary visas. In saying that, we recognise that certain visas, like permanent and protection visas, are complex and involve vulnerable applicants. Visas like these are often applied for by people fleeing war and persecution overseas. These amendments would therefore exclude reviews of these visas from being assessed on the papers. This bill would also amend the ART Act to give the tribunal greater flexibility in terms of the types of cases it can assess on these papers. The ART would be able to make its decision based on written materials for applications where the application can be reviewed without the presence of the parties involved, and the circumstances do not require a hearing to be held for a decision to be made. Everyone deserves a fair review, and we understand that giving the tribunal's members the capacity to adapt their processes to the matters put before them is crucial in maintaining a fair review process. While this bill would strengthen the independence of the ART, it's important that this includes safeguards. Parliament will still be able to disallow regulations extending the tribunal's ability to review applications without holding hearings, if such regulations are inappropriate. The ART will also be required to consult and take submissions from the parties involved before it decides not to hold a hearing. And it's important that we understand that efficiency in the review process cannot come at the expense of applicants having the opportunity to present their case to the ART. This is why our bill will not limit the written information applicants would be able to present to the tribunal in relation to their review. This bill goes hand in hand with the migration reforms passed by the Albanese Labor government. This bill supports the government in ensuring our migration system can give Australia the skills we need. This bill protects our migration system, streamlining review process and increasing flexibility and fairness. I want to see our migration system continue to deliver great outcomes for my electorate in Melbourne's western suburbs, for all of our communities around Australia. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
I rise to speak on the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. The ART commenced operation in October 2024 in place of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. The ART is responsible for reviewing administrative decisions made under various Commonwealth acts and instruments, including disputes ranging from visas, the NDIS, Centrelink and PPL, and workers' compensation. This bill amends the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and the Migration Act in efforts to increase the efficiency in the processing of visas. It does this in three ways. Firstly, it expands the circumstances in which the ART can make decisions based on the papers. Currently, most matters are dealt with through an oral hearing, with current circumstances for dispensing with the hearing limited to circumstances where both parties consent or where one party has failed to comply with requirements of the tribunal. Instead, this bill gives the tribunal discretion to dispense with a hearing when a hearing appears avoidable based on the facts of the case. Secondly, this bill amends the Migration Act such that the reviews of student visa claims must now be determined on the papers. And finally, the bill grants the Minister the ability to extend this provision to other temporary visas via regulations. I want to recognise that the ART is a really, really important institution in our democracy. This is the sort of last port of call for citizens where they feel that the government has let them down, has not served them according to the rules of government. So this is actually pretty fundamental to making sure that government is accountable, in this case, accountable to individuals on individual cases. So it is important. I also want to acknowledge that speed of access to the ART and determinations from the ART is also critically important, because justice delayed is justice denied, and in some cases this can and truly have a significant effect on people's lives. So that's the context in which I approach these bills. And so I look at this and go, yes, I want to see the ART work more efficiently, because frankly some of the delays that I have heard in my electorate on people accessing and working within the ART are not acceptable in our community, and they have significant costs on the community. So I do agree that the ballooning, review decisions, particularly for student visa refusals, which now account for 40% of all lodgements, hold genuine reviews in limbos for months, often at great distress. I also acknowledge that the Nixon Review found that the system of review was being exploited by those looking to draw out and extend that process, again, particularly focusing on student visas. For that reason, I do see good grounds for extending the discretion of the court to review cases on the papers, as in Schedule 1, and to dispense of oral hearing wherever possible. However, there are obvious concerns about mandating that type of visa class must be determined purely on the papers. As the Law Council of Australia argues, the blanket refusal of oral hearings for all cases represents a disproportionate response to the issue at hand. In the last 2 financial years, almost 50% of all study visa cancellations or refusals heard in the ART have been overturned, bringing serious doubt on the assumption that even student visas are clear-cut cases to be determined purely on written submissions. Which brings me to the second issue, and the one in which my amendment deals with. This is the ability of other visa classes to be captured in the future by this blanket rule simply by regulation. Well, it may be the case that many student visa cases can be suitably determined on the papers, although, as I have already pointed out, even this, I think, is questionable. Certain other temporary visa classes could also be problematic. The Law Council of Australia, while supporting the decision to exclude protection visas, argues that it is likely that vulnerable applicants would be captured by expanding these powers to other classes, including provisional partner visas, bridging visas and employer-sponsored visas. Quoting from the Law Council's submission to this bill, these decisions go to the core of how the tribunal operates for potentially wide groups of people and relates to its overall design, as determined by the Parliament only a year ago. Such decisions should not be left to delegated legislation. While I acknowledge that these regulations are disallowable for something so fundamental to the role of the ART, I would agree again with the Law Council, who argue that decisions that remove the ability of a whole class of individuals to have a hearing should, if included in legislation at all, be determined by Parliament under primary legislation. And so for these reasons, and I take the view of the Law Council very seriously in these matters, because this is about making sure, as I started at the start of my speech, that people can access justice where they believe that government has not served them as they should as an individual, whether they have been excluded on visas and whether they see that a decision by government is unjust. So this is a very, very important tribunal that we hear here. And so I do think there are some amendments that I urge the government to accept in this particular bill. The first amendment, made by the member for Warringah, will require these changes to be reviewed within 3 years, allowing the Parliament to determine if there have indeed been unintended consequences. Again, a simple review after 3 years will make sure that we have accountability on these decisions. The second amendment, moved by the member for Curtin, will maintain some level of discretion within the tribunal to hold oral hearings for student and other temporary visa categories if they find sufficient reason to do so. Again, I think that is very practical and simple. The default will be towards determination on the papers. However, if it still allows the tribunal discretion, if they believe, if they find sufficient reason to have a hearing, which is also in person. And finally, my amendment would remove the minister's ability to expand this requirement to other temporary visa classes, instead needing a further changes to be made in the primary legislation as recommended by the Law Council of Australia. If the government were to accept the member for Curtin's amendment, I wouldn't see no reason to move my own. So look, I want to conclude by saying no one disputes that lengthy delays in the tribunal process increase costs, reduce the effectiveness of our entire visa system, and unnecessarily hold up genuine visa applicants. There is a cost, and a human cost as well as a financial cost, to the problems of this current system. But I strongly urge the government to consider the consequences of such blunt instruments and caution the government, or indeed future governments, from using the powers enabled in this bill to bring in other visa classes. I urge the government to accept the amendments made in good faith by members of the crossbench, I think in very moderate amendments that will, I think, add to the protections in the bill without taking away from the overall purpose and hopefully impact of the bill on people's processing times. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Administrative Review Tribunal. Now, as some members of this House may know, I used to be a public servant, and in my last job I worked at the Department of Home Affairs assessing protection visa applications. Because of this, I understand the importance of having a trustworthy, efficient body for reviewing government decisions. I saw firsthand the consequences of the stacking by the previous coalition government of the previous body, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, with unqualified political appointees. These consequences were poor quality decisions that undermined government programs and delivered unjust outcomes. That is exactly why this government is creating the Administrative Review Tribunal, or ART. The ART and the Administrative Appeals Tribunal before it perform a really important function. It provides de novo or fresh reviews of government decisions in areas like NDIS, Centrelink, taxation and, of course, immigration. The reality is, government decision makers don't always get it right, and it is important that the public be given avenues for review for decisions that can have a profound effect on someone's life, such as whether they'll have access to disability or veteran supports, whether or not they'll be given a visa to study in Australia or remain in Australia. The ART is more accessible than a court. It's not subject to complicated rules of legal procedure and evidence. Without going into a second-year law degree lecture, to successfully appeal a decision in court under administrative law, it's necessary to prove legal, factual or discretionary error. This is a very technical area and a high bar which would generally require legal representation. So whatever the administrative review body is, it is vital that the Australian public can have confidence in the integrity and capability of its members. Which brings me back to my role as a protection obligations decision maker. Assessing protection visas also requires a degree of skill and knowledge. Legal training isn't necessary, but it helps. You are determining if someone has a well-founded fear of persecution. This is one of those phrases that is really dense with legal meaning. Protection visa decision makers must elicit an asylum seeker's account of why they require protection. They must determine if they're telling the truth and assess any evidence that someone is able to provide to support their claims. Where someone's claims are accepted, they can then be assessed against information from their country of origin to see if there is a real chance that they would be harmed if they returned. All of which is to say they are complex decisions. Decision records could stretch from anywhere between 3 to as much as 50 pages or more. There is no visa area that required more training or where staff received more ongoing support and mentoring. At that time, our decisions were subject to review from the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Where the AAT disagreed with our decisions, they would send them back to the department. Sometimes, genuine problems with the initial departmental decision were identified. But too often, the AAT also sent back decisions that made no sense. It was clear that the AAT members did not have the proper training, they did not have the proper expertise, and they did not have proper oversight. Poor decisions undermined trust in the AAT, but worse, it undermined government policy. I am a strong supporter of Australia's refugee program, but protection visas have criteria, and it's important that that criteria is applied fairly. This is the result of the previous coalition government stacking the AAT with failed candidates and political operatives. Worse, under-resourcing and poor performance by AAT members meant that backlogs for decisions grew in reviews for protection visas and in other visa categories. Long wait times incentivised international migration syndicates who helped people come to Australia on a tourist or student visa and then would submit bogus protection visa applications, sometimes without the applicant even knowing.
Yep.
Migration fraud on an industrial scale incentivised by cronyism. Worse, genuine applications, people with genuine grounds to remain in Australia would be delayed because of the sheer volume of cases waiting for a decision. My electorate of Menzies, like the previous speaker on our side, the member for Gorton, is incredibly diverse. Over 60% of people have at least one parent who are born overseas. And so migration decisions will be incredibly important to them. And for those with genuine grounds to study in Australia, for those with genuine grounds to remain in Australia, it's incredibly important that, again, they have avenues for review where decisions have been made that don't reflect the grounds that they have for a visa. So it was clear that the AAT could no longer act with efficiency and integrity. And that is why the Albanese Labor government acted decisively to restore public trust in the system of administrative review and establish the ART. The difference with this new body is that we have introduced governance processes that prioritise merit-based applications and appointments. No more jobs for mates, no more hacks. Decision makers that can be experienced, professional and independent. We as a government are committed to rebuilding confidence in public institutions by ensuring that fairness is matched with confidence. Our work did not end with the establishment of the ART. While the new tribunal represents a significant improvement, it faces real operational pressures. Currently, the ART has very limited flexibility to determine matters without holding an oral hearing. It's required to conduct a hearing even in situations where issues are straightforward, wasting time and resources. For instance, many student visa cases depend entirely on a very straightforward documentary evidence, such as whether an applicant has submitted the correct form or proof of enrolment. In these situations, a full oral hearing provides little value but consumes considerable time and resources. Allowing such matters to be reviewed in writing would streamline the process and reduce inefficiencies across the system. The current inflexibility, combined with a surge in applications, particularly student visa refusals, has placed enormous pressures on the tribunal. In 2024-25, nearly 40% of all applications before the ART related to student visas, up from 22% in the previous year. This sharp increase has stretched resources and again created long wait times. As I know all too well, this creates unintended incentives for non-genuine applicants who may exploit lengthy wait periods to extend their stay in Australia. This in turn undermines fairness for genuine applicants whose education and future depend on timely decisions. Such challenges highlight the need for reform that allows the ART to operate efficiently while maintaining fairness and accountability. That is why the Albanese Labor government has brought forward this bill to ensure that timely and efficient decisions are made. This bill responds directly to those challenges through targeted amendments to both the Administrative Review Tribunal Act and the Migration Act. These proposals are informed by the experience of the tribunal since its commencement, as well as the recommendations of the 2023 Rapid Review into the Exploitation of Australia's Visa System, also known as the Nixon Review. The bill introduces a new discretion, allowing the ART to decide matters on the papers, without an oral hearing where appropriate. This can occur if the issues can be resolved without the parties present and it is reasonable to do so. Safeguards are built in to preserve procedural fairness. The tribunal must give the parties the opportunity to make submissions and consider those views before proceeding. The reform will help the tribunal manage its workload more intelligently, focusing hearings on complex cases while resolving simpler matters more quickly. It is not about limiting access to justice, but improving it by reducing delay and unnecessary bureaucracy. The second major reform in the bill focuses on migration reviews, particularly student visa refusals. Under the amendments to the Migration Act, the ART will be required to determine all student visa refusal matters on the papers without an oral hearing. This change responds to the unprecedented surge in student visa appeals, which now make up nearly 40% of the tribunal's caseload. Requiring oral hearings for every case is unsustainable and has contributed to growing backlogs. The Nixon Review found that temporary visa categories, such as student visas, are well suited to written review because they rely mainly on documentary evidence and objective facts. Applicants will still have the opportunity to make written submissions, respond to adverse information, and provide supporting material. The tribunal will make decisions based on written record. This reform will deliver faster outcomes, reduce misuse of the review process, and ensure that genuine student visas are assessed fairly. It also allows the tribunal to focus its resources on complex or sensitive matters. The third reform in the bill gives the Minister the power, through regulation, to apply similar on-the-papers reviews processes to other categories or temporary visas in the future. This provides flexibility to respond to emerging pressures in the migration system while maintaining parliamentary oversight. I know that international migration syndicates can adapt their business models with alarming speed. Importantly, this power does not apply to protection visas, however. As I said, these cases often involve complex humanitarian issues and vulnerable applicants, and the government recognises that this requires the full procedural safeguards of an oral hearing. This bill delivers broad benefits across the administrative justice system. It will make the ART a more modern, capable and trusted institution. Firstly, it increases efficiency. Allowing matters to be determined on the papers means decisions can be made more quickly, reducing wait times for applicants. It frees up tribunal members and staff to focus on cases that require oral hearings. Second, it improves fairness and accessibility. Applicants will continue to have opportunity to present their case and respond to any adverse information. Written procedures are often less intimidating, less costly and more convenient for applicants, especially those overseas. Third, it strengthens integrity within the migration system. Faster and more proportionate decision-making discourages misuse of appeals processes and reduces the incentive for non-genuine applicants to exploit the procedural delays. It also ensures that genuine applicants are not disadvantaged by those who seek to manipulate the system. Finally, the bill reinforces public confidence in Australia's administrative review system. It demonstrates that fairness and efficiency are not opposing goals, but complementary ones. The Albanese Labor government believes that justice must be timely, accessible and proportionate. This bill achieves that balance. As a government, we act because Australians deserve institutions that are fair, efficient and accountable. As the saying goes, justice delayed is justice denied. Our reforms will allow genuine applicants to have their matters considered quickly and fairly without being caught in unnecessary delays. This bill is about getting the fundamentals right. It ensures that Australians and those who choose to study, work or build a life here can have confidence in a review system that is fair, efficient and well administered. In an age where people have declining trust in institutions, it's incredibly important that Australians can have confidence that where they have doubt that a government decision has been made fairly, that they have those avenues for appeal and that those appeals will be heard by people who are suitably qualified, who have suitable experience, who have suitable oversight to be able to make the right decision in those cases. The bill also prepares the tribunal to handle future challenges. It embeds balance and helps prevent the return of large backlogs that can weaken public trust and undermine government programs. It is important that things such as visa applications are assessed not just correctly, but also quickly, so that we avoid some of those unintended consequences that can arise through delays in processing. We are committed to restoring faith in institutions and ensuring that those institutions are fit to adapt to new challenges. This bill provides the flexibility to extend on the papers review to other visa caseloads because we recognise that international migration syndicates can adapt their business models quickly to exploit loopholes in the visa system. So this is an important provision in this bill. For these reasons, I commend the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation bill 2025 to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Menzies. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Administrative Review Tribunal is an important element of our judicial system to provide an independent mechanism of review of administrative decisions. It is central to ensuring fairness, transparency and accountability in government decision-making. Immigration has again become a political football, as all too often it does in Australia, and it must be resisted. Small businesses, regional communities, universities across Australia rely on fair, efficient and humane immigration system. And the Administrative Review Tribunal plays a really important part in that processing ecosystem. Every day, my office receives correspondence from people in our local community trying to navigate the complex visa system. We work with local businesses who are struggling to find staff and look to international students and qualified foreigners to fill these gaps. Local business, the First Salon, reached out to our office desperately seeking the finalisation of visas for 3 key staff members without whom they would have been forced to close their doors. After advocacy from our office to the department, these visas were granted, but delays in processing caused certain unnecessary stress. So the Administrative Review Tribunal is incredibly important because it is that final point when our system is being challenged, and often it is in relation to immigration and visas. The Administrative Review Tribunal was established 12 months ago as a result of the review into the very faulty and difficult Administrative Appeals Tribunal. So the ART replaced the Administrative Appeals Tribunal and the Immigration Assessment Authority. The objectives were to be user-focused, efficient, accessible and fair. The amendments proposed by the Attorney-General, I'm concerned, undermine the objectives of the ART.
The bill before the House now includes two concerning provisions. It gives the tribunal a broad discretion to dispense with hearings where it considers it appropriate and reasonable to do so, and requires that certain migration matters, such as student visa refusals and prescribed temporary visa decisions, must only be reviewed only on the papers, without any oral hearing. Now, for me, that is concerning because the papers can often be a difficult way of doing it. For some people, it is actually that in-person hearing that enables them to properly express or raise their issue or concern. Those affected, including international students, temporary workers, families, may not have the language skills or resources to present complex cases in writing. Without the chance to be heard, many valid cases may well fall through the cracks. And so I am concerned about the amendment. I appreciate it is done from an efficiency and trying to deal with the complex backlog and workload, but we have to make sure that we don't, in the process, undermine the very principle of what the ART was established to achieve. We know immigration is frequently used in politics in Australia as a very divisive and as a political football. It becomes a hot topic in this place once again, and it is used to explain away other policy foulings when it comes to key areas such as housing. We've seen the coalition seize on immigration yet again. It's out of the usual playbook to often sow fear and division with our community, to blame others for the problems that have evolved out of poor policy, to pit Australians against one another and against those that might come or change a situation, and reduce complex policy discussions into simplistic slogans and populist approaches. It's deeply disappointing. Immigration has been one of Australia's great strengths. Our incredible country is built on it. I think other than First Australians, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we are all immigrants of one shape or another. And it's how this country has grown, innovated, connected to the world. It's how small businesses thrive, how regional towns survive. And it is how we will address the challenges of the future. It's responsible migration that must be done with honesty, compassion and fairness, not political point scoring and fear-mongering. We know on housing, for example, that whilst so many in this place seek to blame it on immigration, we have to remember that temporary migrants, students, skilled workers are not the cause of our housing challenges or cost of living pressures. There are structural issues built on decades of underinvestment and poor planning. They require long-term solutions such as investment in housing, reduction of incentives for housing as an investment, workforce training. And when it's used, and immigration is used as a wedge, they diminish our shared humanity and the values that unite us as Australians. So that's why it's so important that our review systems, like the ART, reflect fairness, independence and respect for due process. I do understand the government's objective in this bill and these amendments. I recognise there is an immense overloading and backlog delays in the Administrative Review Tribunal. The Nixon Review, of which the bill is based off, revealed deep vulnerabilities in our migration system. It found that the delays and backlogs in merits review processes were contributing to an abuse of the visa system. Protracted appeals were allowing non-genuine operators to exploit the system and vulnerable migrants alike. The Attorney-General's Department has suggested that the Tribunal has more than 110,000 cases on hand and that the bill is aimed at reducing those caseload numbers by introducing flexibility into the system. But we've got to be careful that flexibility is not a shortcut, and it is not a shortcut and a waiving of due process. The proposed amendments, especially requiring the Tribunal to only hear certain visa classes on the papers, limit the discretion of the Tribunal and counter the user-centred objective that was first established as the real purpose of the Administrative Review Tribunal. The Tribunal needs the ability to undertake a quick resolution of matters with as little formality and expense as a proper consideration of the relevant matter permits, but for that requires discretion. And so trying to create that flexibility and efficiency should never be at the expense of fairness or justice. After all, the Nixon Review was about closing loopholes for exploitation, not closing the door on due process and justice. So these observations and concerns have been raised by many, including the National Legal Aid and Law Council of Australia. So, the intention to propose and how we implement will really matter. I do intend to propose an amendment to introduce a review clause that compels an independent assessment of this amendment after 5 years. We can't have a situation where the AIT is not working, where these changes that I'm sure the government will use its numbers to push through, in fact do create a procedural fairness, sideline procedural fairness and justice, without a clear timeline in which it's reviewed and assessed. By having an amendment to ensure there is independent assessment after 5 years, we ensure oversight on how the amendments have impacted the functionality of the Administrative Review Tribunal and ensures accountability and transparency, which should be core principles of administrative justice. Now, the consequences of these changes. The creation of the Administrative Review Tribunal was meant to embed fairness and accessibility whilst balancing efficiency. So I support this bill's intent, but I will move amendments, as I've said, to introduce a review period. We have to ensure that efficiency does not come at the expense of fairness and that we restore the discretion of the AIT to hear cases in person if the cases permit or is deemed appropriate. Thank you.
Thank the member for Warringah. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, most Australians don't commit criminal offences. They don't get involved in car accidents, and so they don't end up in courts, criminal or civil. But 111,000 Australians, or people who aspire to be Australians, appeared before the Administrative Review Tribunal in the last 12 months. And when you look at the jurisdiction of this particular tribunal that we're talking about in terms of amendment, in terms of our legislative bill today, you'll see the breadth of the jurisdiction of the ART, child support, and you would think that that would be a very large proportion of the work the ART does. It's a very small proportion. There are well over 600,000 Australians who interact or are part of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, but a very small proportion of those people ever get to the ART. Indeed, you would think with the number of Australians who interact with the social security system, there'd be many people through Centrelink or paid parental leave who would be engaging with the ART in terms as a litigant. But hardly anyone goes there compared to what I'm about to talk about. It's the same with veterans and workers' compensation, or indeed taxation. But the majority of the work that's done by the ART is in the area of migration, or indeed those people seeking protection. Indeed, migration makes up about 50 to 60% on any given year of the work of the ART or its predecessor, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. That's what's the case. And of that migration, about 2/3 of the work that's done in relation to that relates to student visa issues. And if you look together with protection visas people are seeking, as well as migration, it's the overwhelming amount of work the ART does. So the bill today is important. It does address efficiency and effectiveness in our system. It maintains integrity and allows people to pursue their rights in a fair way still. The idea of dealing with matters on papers is a very common thing when it comes to our judicial system. So I'm pleased to speak on this particular bill, which is officially called the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment, Bill 2025. We are committed as a government to upholding the rule of law. We are committed as a government to enabling access to justice and maintaining and promoting the public's trust in our legal system as a matter of principle. But it won't be if people don't get dealt with in a timely way. And those 111,000 Australians who dealt with the ART in the last year, according to the figures from the ART themselves, need to make sure that they get access to justice. Administrative law and merits reviews are important. They're a long-standing pillar of Australia's system of government and our legal system. People who are impacted by decisions of government have a recourse and a right to review or an avenue of appeal in a relatively informal way. It's critical. We see that often when we deal with matters who are dealt with in, say, a lower part, where it's not necessarily a magistrate or a judge, but a registrar who deals with matters on an informal basis in the civil courts. And that's why, can I just say, this is a good decision that this government's doing. It's an efficient decision, but still a fair decision. It gives individuals impacted by a government decision maintaining their rights to pursue it. You know, this ART is an absolute necessity that we undertook to legislate to establish. The Administrative Appeals Tribunal, remember what the former government did to it, stacking it with their mates, absolutely stacking it with them. You know, for any former failed Liberal or National Party candidate they could find who might have had a law degree from some obscure university, they stuck on the AAT. It was astonishing, the level of people. They didn't even need a law degree, frankly. They just stuck them on there. And the great irony of the whole thing of the AAT is you would see in the media the Liberal and National Party politicians constantly berating the AAT for its failure, when they were the ones who stuck their mates on there. And they say it was inefficient, they're making decisions we don't like. Well, I'm sorry. You know, there's a lot of Prime Ministers and Premiers around this state, around this history of our country, who've had decisions that they didn't like. You know, they didn't like... I channel Ben Chifley with the bank nationalisation decision. There's a whole bunch of decisions that are made by courts and tribunals that Prime Ministers and Premiers don't like. We had to put in the ART. We just had to bring integrity back in the system. We had to. Now, they made such a mess of the AAT. You know, we had to resolve the huge backlog of student visas created as a legacy of the Morrison government flinging open the borders after the pandemic. You know, they constantly criticise us about migration, but the massive increase in migration after COVID happened on their watch. They initiated it, often with the support, can I just say, of the business community, I might add, and the university sector as well. Now, this legislation will improve the tribunal's efficiency. There are clear existing caseloads, and we need to address them. We need to reduce the likelihood of backlogs in the future, especially for migration matters. So, the bill introduces a new on-the-papers review process without an oral hearing. And that is just so common in lots of civil matters that are dealt with in our legal system. Now, that will apply for student visa matters that I said take up 2/3 of the migration matters that the ART deals with. And if you look at the percentage of the student visa matters as a percentage of the total number of people who engage with the ART, it is an enormous percentage. So we're dealing with a really big problem that's been created, courtesy of the Morrison government, and the need for us to address this. So we're going to create a new discretion for the tribunal to decide not to hold a hearing in additional circumstances where there are specified criteria and they are met. So I think these reforms are balanced and targeted. It will enable the tribunal to efficiently manage the caseload. Now, quick, efficient and informal merits review is a fundamental feature of our legal system, and to say it's not is simply nonsense. It just doesn't bear fact. The facts are it is a feature of our legal system. Now, this will improve government decision-making and help maintain public confidence in our institutions. Now, we're committed to merits review, precisely why we abolished the dysfunctional AAT. It was beset, can I just say, by mismanagement and political stacking by those opposite. Now, the new ART that replaced the AAT came in operation in October last year. It's a sustainable model, but we need to improve it. As part of this, we're committed to making sure the ART ART has the tools it needs to deliver timely and high-quality review of government decisions. So, one of the core objectives of the ART is to ensure that applications are resolved quickly and with little expense. The cost of justice, as a former litigation lawyer I know, often results in inequities and injustices in our legal system as the power imbalance between litigants. Anyone who's ever charged with a criminal offence knows the power of the state in criminal matters. Anyone that has to litigate a corporate or civil matter involving commercial matters knows the power of money. Anyone that has to make an application for a property settlement in a family law case, when you are the party that's at home without often the qualification, skills, talent and ability and money against a very wealthy person in a property settlement case under the Family Law Act, knows the power and the imbalances and the injustices in our systems. So we need to make sure that we can equalise it, but we need to make sure that we have efficient methods, and that's why this whole process under the ART is critical for those 111,000 Australians and people who engage with the system. Now, onshore applicants seeking a review or decision to refuse a grant of certain visas are entitled to stay in Australia on a bridging visa for the duration of the merits review process. And we, as politicians in the House of Representatives, and indeed in the other place, would know that our officers deal with people every day in relation to those issues. In this context, efficient review procedures are important to reduce delays in decision-making. Backlogs and extended waiting times at the tribunal create incentives for non-genuine applicants to apply for review in order to extend their stays in Australia. For genuine applicants, this creates an access to justice issue, as the volume of applications that must be dealt with, including from non-genuine applicants, means they have to wait months, indeed sometimes years, for a decision. And this point was made in the rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system, delivered by Ms Christine Nixon, AO APM, in March 2023. The challenge we face now, since it was established by the Albanese government, is the tribunal has seen an unprecedented level of demand for independent review services, and in particular for applicants for review of the student visas I referred to and the refusals by delegates in relation to those matters. Now, what happened was that at the height of the pandemic in early 2022, the former Morrison government invited international students back to Australia to work in critical sectors to address workforce shortages. It might seem fine in principle. The implementation of this decision was badly botched. They effectively opened the floodgates without any proper management or oversight, and in particular they corrupted the student visa pipeline with their terrible decision to uncap student visa work rights. So, students were allowed unlimited access to the job market while they were supposedly in full-time study. The result of this was that a lot of non-genuine students came in, not to study but earn money, to send it back home and thus contribute significantly to the current backlog the ART is dealing with. Another contributing factor was the post-COVID-19 temporary activity visa, which allowed people on student visas at no cost to switch from their student visa or suspend it and work unlimited hours. Even before their current surge, the old dysfunctional AAT had a shocking case backlog which was allowed to be built up under the coalition. The reality is our government inherited a shocking mess in this area, and we're attempting to deal with it. We've tried to rectify this by putting international student numbers on a more sustainable path and reducing the number of student visas issued. To be clear, international education is an incredibly important export industry for Australia, and including in my electorate of Blair in South East Queensland. I've got 2 campuses from the University of Southern Queensland, and I know how important it is for my local community. Indeed, greater priority is now being given to regional and outer metropolitan universities like UniSQ and to TAFE. But we need to manage the growth of the sector in a sustainable fashion, along with our migration program more broadly, and that's exactly what this government's doing. Notwithstanding our efforts in this space, since last year the ART has continued to experience a surge in applications for reviews of decisions to review student visas related to that post-pandemic boom in international students. And given this tribunal is a demand-driven organisation, this has highlighted the importance of ensuring that it's equipped with the tools it needs for quick and efficient merits review. It's clear from the recent operational experience of the tribunal that some of its current procedures are not flexible enough, and that's why we're doing what we're doing here. Inefficient allocation of resources and significant delays and backlogs, particularly in the temporary migration space, means that applicants are left in limbo for far too long. A one-size-fits-all approach that's resource-intensive and not appropriately targeted. So this bill gives the tribunal additional flexibility and enhances the powers of the tribunal and procedures to ensure that it achieves the objective we want, resolving matters as expeditiously and yet justly as possible. Informed by the recommendation of the Nixon Review, the operational experience, and I might add the operational experience of the ART since October 2024, the bill ensures their merits review is proportionate in so many ways. It amends the legislation to ensure an on-the-papers process, and that's important. It's critical to what we do in relation to this. We'll seek submissions and consider those submissions before its decision, and that's important. The process will reduce backlogs, and it will mean that you will not require oral hearings for this visa class, and the growing backlog will be addressed. Deputy Speaker, this is an important reform, and we're cleaning up the Liberal and National Party mess yet again.
I thank the member for Blair. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I'll call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill of 2025. Replacing the previous Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the Administrative Review Tribunal operates as Australia's federal merits review body, in that it provides an independent review of decisions made by Australian government agencies, departments and ministers. Its jurisdiction is incredibly wide. It provides a review mechanism for decisions made under more than 400 Commonwealth Acts. That being the case, it needs to be equipped with the right tools to deliver efficient and effective reviews, to deliver high-quality reviews, and to deliver accurate and sustainable reviews of government decisions that are tailored to the decision being reviewed, recognising, of course, that not every review is the same. Every review needs to be determined on its own merits. The system of reviewing the decisions of agencies, departments and ministers provides the Australian public with trust and confidence in our institutions, and this review mechanism is critical to our system of government. It is indeed the job of the Administrative Review Tribunal to consider each case on its merits by taking a fresh and objective look at the facts, law and policy relating to the original decision, and also considering new information. In applying this fresh lens, the Tribunal can agree with the original decision, change the original decision, or make a new decision. Overall, however, the objectives of the Tribunal, as set out in the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024, is to provide the independent mechanism of review that is fair and just, ensures that applications to the Tribunal are resolved as quickly and with as little formality and expense as possible, as a proper consideration of the matters before the Tribunal permits, and that is accessible and responsive to the diverse needs of the parties to proceedings. It must also improve the transparency and quality of government decision-making in a way that promotes public trust and confidence in the Tribunal. The 400 Commonwealth Acts and legislative instruments the Tribunal can review decisions in relation to cover a very broad range of topics. The relevant act, regulation or other legislative instrument must state that the Tribunal can review the decision because there is no general power of review. The most common types of decisions the Tribunal's reviews are in relation to visas, including migration and refugee visas, Centrelink payments, including family assistance, paid parental leave and student assistance. It reviews decisions in relation to the National Disability Insurance Scheme, decisions in relation to child support, taxation, Commonwealth workers' compensation and veterans' entitlements. In addition, the Tribunal's review jurisdiction includes reviewing decisions relating to Australian citizenship, bankruptcy, civil aviation, corporations and financial services regulation, custom, freedom of information, passports and security assessments by the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. Again, given the breadth of this jurisdiction, it must operate efficiently and effectively to ensure that fair and just reviews of complex and, in some cases, life-changing decisions for the applicants are delivered promptly and accurately. The Administrative Review Tribunal Act itself is home to the description of the Tribunal's standard powers and proceedings relating to the conduct of a review. These provisions are subject to modification made in other acts or instruments so that the powers and procedures can, if necessary, be adapted for the unique features of particular case law. For example, the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill of 2025 would amend the ART Act and the Migration Act of 1958 to expand the circumstances in which the Tribunal may make a decision without holding an oral hearing, and require the Tribunal to make decisions in relation to certain kinds of applications without holding an oral hearing. This will be done by amending Section 106 of the Administrative Review Tribunal Act, and that section provides that the Tribunal may make decisions without hearings in certain circumstances, including if all of the parties to the proceeding consent to that matter being determined without the hearing of the proceeding, and it appears to the Tribunal that the issues for determination in the proceeding can be adequately determined in the absence of the parties. Other reasons include where the only parties to the proceeding are the applicant and a non-participating party, or the hearing of the proceeding and the reviewable decision is wholly in favour of the applicant already, or the applicant requests the Tribunal to make its decision without holding the hearing of the proceeding. In all of those circumstances, again, it must also appear to the Tribunal that the issues for determination in the proceeding can be adequately determined in the absence of the parties. A further reason is if a party fails to comply with the Act or an order of the Tribunal in relation to the proceeding within a reasonable time, and again it appears to the Tribunal still that the issues are capable of being adequately determined in the absence of the parties. Similarly, if a party fails to appear, subject to that party being a non-participating party to the proceeding, and again the Tribunal is satisfied that that party received appropriate notice of the date, time and place of the hearing, directions hearing or dispute resolution process, and again the matter can be determined in the proceeding adequately without a hearing, then this is also covered. The bill will amend Section 106 by inserting the additional circumstance in which the Tribunal may make its decision in the proceeding without holding a hearing. That additional circumstance also includes the safeguard that it must appear to the Tribunal that those issues for determination can be adequately determined in the absence of the parties, and is that it appears to the Tribunal that it's reasonable in the circumstances to make its decision in the proceeding without holding the hearing, and the Tribunal has given the parties to the proceeding a reasonable opportunity to make submissions to the Tribunal in relation to the Tribunal making its decision without holding the hearing, and the Tribunal has taken into account any submissions received. There are significant safeguards around this new additional circumstance. Given the volume of caseload and the breadth of the Tribunal's jurisdiction, the need to deliver review decisions promptly is imperative. This new discretion provides additional flexibility to the Tribunal in relation to the procedures to be followed in a proceeding, without compromising the integrity of the process or the quality of the review determination. Exercise of this new discretion would be conditioned by the appropriate safeguards to ensure that it would be able to be exercised compatibly with the Tribunal's existing obligation to afford the parties an opportunity to present their case. This supports the objective of the Tribunal, which is to resolve matters as quickly and with as little formality as possible and with a proper consideration of the matter. This is especially given the time and resources required to conduct a substantive hearing. The bill also seeks to amend the Migration Act to require the Tribunal to make decisions in relation to applications for review of certain kinds of reviewable migration decisions on the papers without conducting an oral hearing. The objective of this is that enabling decisions of this kind to be reviewed on the papers would facilitate an efficient and proportionate method of review, whilst ensuring that genuine applicants are given a meaningful and fair opportunity to present their case to the Tribunal in writing. Specifically, this new requirement will apply in relation to applications for reviews of decisions to refuse a student visa. Having regard to the nature of the issue under review, the low volume and complexity of written materials relevant to proceedings of this kind, and the temporary and short-term nature of student visas, decisions of this kind are entirely appropriate for review without an oral hearing. It is also contemplated that the requirement will apply in relation to applications for the review of decisions relating to a temporary visa of a kind prescribed in regulations. In addition to expediency of determinations, this framework will provide further flexibility for the migration regulations of 1994 to prescribe additional kinds of applications relating to temporary visas as being subject to this new requirement for a review to be able to be conducted on the papers. Applications which are required to be reviewed on the papers would be subject to a new bespoke review procedure set out in a new Division 4A of Part 5 of the Migration Act. The review would be conducted entirely on the basis of written materials without the Tribunal holding the oral hearing. The applicant would be given an opportunity to present their case to the Tribunal in writing. Importantly, and to be absolutely clear, it will not be possible for reviews of decisions relating to permanent visas or reviewable protection decisions within the meaning of the Migration Act to be subject to this new requirement. These amendments seek to further one of the key objectives of the Tribunal, which is to ensure that applications to the Tribunal are resolved quickly, with little formality and expense, with a proper consideration of the matters as before the Tribunal is permitted. They further the principle that the merits review process should be proportionate, with the time and resources expended to determine a matter being directly proportionate to the complexity of the issues and the importance of what is at stake. The amendments are not designed to rush decisions without due and proper consideration being given to them. They are designed to promote proportionate and efficient review procedures that mean the Tribunal can make decisions efficiently and without delay. We heard earlier from the member of Blair who described over 100,000 decisions being made on an annual basis. This is critical when decisions are being made about refusing visas. For example, onshore applicants seeking a review of a decision to refuse the grant of certain visas are entitled to stay in Australia on a bridging visa for the duration of the merits review process. In this context, efficient review procedures are important in order to reduce delays in decision-making, provide genuine applicants with the benefit of a timely and effective remedy, thus strengthening the integrity of the migration system. If there are backlogs and extended wait times at tribunal stage, then this creates an incentivised environment for non-genuine applicants to apply for review simply to extend their stay in Australia. This is not fair for genuine applicants because it creates an access to justice issue, as the large volume of applications that must be dealt with, including from non-genuine applicants, means genuine applicants could wait months or years for a decision. The amendments proposed by this bill will provide additional flexibility to the Tribunal's procedure in a way that is proportionate to maintaining public trust and confidence in the decision review process. Decisions can be made in a more efficient and timely manner without compromising the critical right of the applicant to have a meaningful opportunity to present their case to the Tribunal. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak on this legislation and follow the member for Sturt, who's just made, I think, a very, very good argument and a clear explanation of why this legislation is so important. Mr Deputy Speaker, some 50 years ago, in 1975, in introducing the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Bill, the then Attorney-General Kep Enderby stated, and I quote, "The tribunal is not to be an ordinary court, but neither is it to be an appendage of government departments. The tribunal is to be regarded as machinery provided by Parliament for adjudication rather than as part of the machinery of departmental administration. Nothing less than a tribunal of full judicial status would be satisfactory for these purposes." He went on, "The tribunal is not to be bound by the rules of evidence, but is empowered to inform itself in any way it sees fit." He then ends his speech with, it will provide an opportunity to build up a significant body of administrative law and practice of general application, as well as providing the machinery to ensure that persons are dealt with fairly and properly in their relationship with government." End of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, those opening comments, I believe, very well describe the purpose and intent of the then Administrative Appeals Tribunal and its successor, the Administrative Review Tribunal, which is the legislation that we are now dealing with. And albeit that the name changed, it's my view that the purpose and intent of the tribunal never did. Since 1975, when the Administrative Appeals Tribunal was established, society and the way it functions has changed markedly. Laws, regulations and processes have changed. Government administrative processes have changed as well. Society has changed. Community expectations and demands have changed. So where a grievance arises, the community must have confidence in the review process that is currently available to them. And that is what this legislation seeks to do. It's a legislation that looks at what has happened in the past 50 years and seeks to address any flaws in that legislation and effectively says, how can we do things better? And I believe that this legislation will in fact lead us down that path where we will be doing things better. Any review process must be speedy, because for people that have lodged a review of their case with the department, and we've already heard that there is some 400 pieces of legislation under which people might challenge a decision, the delays can be both traumatic and even life-changing, as other speakers have quite rightly pointed out. Indeed, for people waiting for a decision, every day can seem like eternity, adding to stress, whilst at the same time putting their lives on hold. With respect to that, I'm sure other members of this place would have had similar experiences to myself within my office in Macon. We regularly see people come into the office who have lodged an appeal because they want to challenge a decision and have been waiting months and months for that appeal to be heard. In those intervening months, their lives are effectively put on hold or severely disrupted in a way that certainly causes them severe distress and anxiety. So it's important that we have a process that deals with their applications as efficiently as possible. But it's just as important that the outcome must be fair and just, which is why
the Administrative Review Tribunal is not bound by normal legal framework. It is for that very reason. In fact, it's often been said that law and justice are not always the same. Indeed, a court is a place where primarily the responsibility is to administer and apply law. The ART has, I believe, a slightly different role, and that is that it's a process that seeks to deliver justice, common sense and fairness that might not otherwise be found when you simply apply law. In other words, it's a process where one would say it delivers a fair go. Sounds simple, but regrettably that's not always been the case. Too often decisions are made by ministers, their delegates or departmental officers who use their personal judgment and their analysis, and regrettably sometimes their bias, in reaching the decisions that they make. And we saw that even with the robo-debt debacle, where a flawed computer-generated process was used to burden people with wrongful debts. As everyone in this House knows, the consequences of the robo-debt debacle were devastating for so many people. And so it's the role of the ART to ensure that the community can have confidence in whatever processes we put in place from here going forward. Mr Deputy Speaker, the decisions under this new arrangement can now be made, particularly with respect to the student visa cases, but I understand that there is also the flexibility in future for that to be extended. But the decisions can be made on the basis of written materials without holding an oral hearing. And the point I want to make about that is simply this, that again, based on my experience in the Macon electorate, many people have come in and said, yes, we will lodge an application for a hearing to be held, but we don't feel confident to front up in front of the people that are going to sit there and make the decision. We don't know the laws, we don't speak the language well, whatever the case is. They feel somewhat nervous about appearing before a tribunal which they envisage as being a court setting. And so being able to, in their own quiet time, write down and put together a submission, sometimes perhaps with the help of other people that are willing to assist them, and then submit it so it can still form part of the hearing, is an incredible important process and an improvement to the current process whereby they would have to go in themselves and appear. Secondly, by doing that, it clearly means that the process itself can be much streamlined. It will be a process that enables more cases to be heard, and that in turn will shorten the waiting time that people are currently experiencing with respect to their applications when they do lodge an appeal. And as I said a moment ago, with respect to the ability to present their case in the quietness of their own home, it will certainly save the emotional stress that might appear when someone appears before a quasi-judicial body. Simultaneously, what it will mean is that the timely decision-making prevents the non-genuine visa applicants from using the Administrative Review Tribunal as a delaying tactic. Again, the member for Sturt alluded to this in her contribution only a few moments ago. I have no doubt that some of the applications for an appeal or a review are lodged simply on the basis to delay a final decision being made, and that not only ties up the tribunal's resources and time and puts other people in the waiting queue for even longer, but it's a costly process for the public taxpayers, and in the meantime it is often just simply used as a delaying tactics so that someone can continue to do whatever it is that they are appealing against. And so again, a streamlined process, a process which reduces the time for an application to be heard, will hopefully eliminate some of that as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, since 2024, we've seen a surge in student visa refusals. Now, I don't know how many of those reviews end up in a decision being overturned. In fact, I say this in respect to all applications that go before the ART. How many of them successfully overturn the original decision? It would be an interesting study to carry out, and it would be important to know those statistics. But without knowing those statistics, it seems to me that the increase in the number of student applications does warrant specific focus on their applications, and this legislation again does that because it allows the process to be streamlined through applications being heard without the person appearing there in person. And so again, it's a process which I believe goes a long way towards fixing up what I believe is the current problem, and that is the long waiting list. There are other matters in this legislation that others have spoken about, in which I won't go into detail. I see the Minister is in the chamber right now and probably wants to sum up. But in a nutshell, can I say this is simply an improvement that is warranted and arises because, as things change, we need to change the laws of the land to ensure that they are still relevant and applicable to the current situation of society today. I commend the legislation to the House.
I thank the member for Macon. The questions will be read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment Bill 2025 equips the Tribunal with the tools it needs to ensure that it can continue to provide a fair, quick and efficient merits review. In particular, the bill expands the Tribunal's ability to make decisions based on written materials without holding an oral hearing. Oral hearings are time and resource intensive. The bill recognises that a one-size-fits-all approach that requires oral hearings be conducted in all matters is unnecessarily rigid. The bill would enhance the Tribunal's powers and procedures to ensure that review procedures are efficient and proportionate to the circumstances of the case. The bill would amend the Migration Act 1958 to require the Tribunal to make decisions without conducting an oral hearing in reviews of certain migration decisions, specifically student visa refusals. This aims to address the significant surge in applications for review of student visa refusal decisions experienced by the Tribunal since early 2024. These reviews will be subject to a new review procedure conducted entirely on the basis of written materials. Applicants would be given the opportunity to present their case in writing and present information to the Tribunal in support of their case. This procedure could be expanded by regulation to include decisions in relation to other temporary visa types, but not protection visas or permanent visas. The bill would also amend the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 to enable the Tribunal to dispense with an oral hearing if it appears that the issues can be adequately determined in the absence of the parties, and it would be reasonable in the circumstances to make a decision without holding a hearing. This new discretion will ensure that simple matters with straightforward issues can be determined as efficiently as possible, while still providing a fair and just review. The Tribunal would be required to consult the parties about this and take their submissions into account. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill reflects the ongoing commitment of the Government to ensuring the Tribunal is able to make decisions in an efficient and timely manner, while ensuring applicants have a meaningful opportunity to present their case to the Tribunal. I particularly thank all members who have made a contribution to this debate, and especially for bringing to light some of the experiences of their own constituents in circumstances where these are very much about the human experience with the tribunal system. I was pleased to be able to hear some of the contributions from the members for Sturt and Macon, who again highlighted the fact that there needs to be a balancing between the efficiency of the tribunal system, but also ensuring that access to justice is served. It is through consultation with impacted parties and the tribunal itself and relevant stakeholders that we have arrived at this position of being able to bring forward proposals to make the ART much more responsive, ensuring that we address those backlogs where they are occurring, because ultimately that is in the interests of all our constituents, but also in terms of the rule of law and, of course, access to justice overall. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The question is the bill be now read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
It being 1:30, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Jurek. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In February, Cyclone Zelia devastated road networks in the Shire of East Pilbara. For 8 months, the Shire has worked incredibly hard, negotiated in good faith to secure funding, with $26 million required to rebuild 10 damaged roads, including vital access routes to the Western Desert communities. The response from the state and federal governments has been frankly insulting, with the current proposal totalling just $12 million. Instead of funding a like-for-like rebuild, they are prescribing a deliberate downgrade of roads that will fail once again when the next cyclone inevitably hits. Just 4 days before Cyclone Zelia struck, the Prime Minister stood here in this Parliament and spoke about closing the gap, promising the building blocks of good life. That's what he said, building blocks of a good life to communities cut off for far too long. Well, how can this government be serious about closing the gap when it is underfunding the very lifeline roads that connect the Western Desert communities to clinics, school, food and fuel? This week, I was informed of serious incidents on the Purnru Access Road, teachers' vehicle rolling over several tyres blown, bearings collapsed. I mean, people are lucky to be alive. This is unacceptable. The Pilbara is the engine room of the Australian economy. It's time this government started treating it like one.
Expired. Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When you get paid, your super should too. But right now, employers only need to pay super every 3 months. That means your super isn't growing as fast as it should. The Albanese government is fixing this with our payday super reforms. From next July, our reforms will ensure workers get their super paid on payday, not at once a quarter, not when it's convenient, but every time you get paid. Deputy Speaker, this is a simple change with a big impact. For a 25-year-old worker on an average wage, it means around $6,000 more at retirement. So the need for this reform is clear and compelling. It'll help more Australians retire with dignity, including working women and people in casual and part-time jobs. We know most employers do the right thing. Our reforms will make it easier for them with simpler systems and peace of mind that workers are getting what they're owed. So this reform makes sure every worker gets what they've earned in full and on time. On top of this, we've added super to paid parental leave because nobody should be penalised for taking time to raise a family. Deputy Speaker, Labor built super, and under this government we're strengthening it so Australians can work, save and retire with confidence. Thank you.
And member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the fun police in this country have gone too far. As taxpayers, we're now employing some 106,000 people here in Canberra to hold clipboards, red pens and stop people doing things, building things or employing people. There's enough people to fill the MCG on Grand Final Day who create no value whatsoever. They shuffle paper from one desk to another. They no doubt hold a lot of meetings and spend a lot of time and money travelling to conferences all over the shop. But they don't create prosperity for our country. They don't empower the next generation of entrepreneurs to become the next Kerry Packer. Yet in my view, they do not know more about your life, your family or your business than you do. So why the hell are we allowing them so much control? Because last time I checked, Aussies hate being told what to do. Yet we're all paying for more fun police than ever before. They've now dreamed up a proposal to lower the default speed limit on Australian roads to 70 k's an hour, stating that, and I quote, "roads may have sealed surfaces but may be in poor condition or lacking the road features that would enable safe travel at high speeds." Here's an idea. How about you just fix our roads? You've got until the 10th of November to have your say on this madness, and I urge every Australian to jump online and do so, because in regional Australia we deserve better.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week I had the privilege of meeting Hazmik and Hrug, youth advocates from the Armenian National Committee of Australia's Job Shadow Advocate Program. We spoke about the challenges facing young people today, and I learned more about their community's proud history. They told me that the cost of living continues to rise, noting that even a simple bottle of water can now cost $5. They said it feels like their money does not go as far as it once did. As young Australians, they told me they feel shut out, working hard, studying, saving, but still worried they will never own a home. Yet they had also said they had not lost hope. With smart decisions and leaders who listen, they believe the future can still be fairer and brighter. A better future is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. We are delivering for young people. We've halved inflation from what we inherited from those opposite. We've introduced a 5% home deposit discount to help first home buyers, as well as reserving 100,000 homes just for first home buyers. We've had 3 interest rates cuts as a result of our responsible management of inflation. We've cut student debt by 20% for students and graduates and increased the threshold at which student debts are repaid. We've made free TAFE permanent, so more Australians can gain practical skills. These are just some of the ways the Albanese Labor government is investing in the future for the next generation of Australians like Hazmik and Hrug. Thank you.
Member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. Prosecco is an Australian favourite. You'd be hard-pressed to find an Australian restaurant without it on the wine list, a bottle shop without it on the shelf, or a Friday fizz without a glass in hand. And it's local Prosecco that Australians love most, and now it's the 8th most produced grape variety in Australia, grown across 20 wine regions. 60% of Australian Prosecco is produced in the King Valley in my beautiful electorate of Indi. So renowned, it's known as Prosecco Road. The industry has been carefully nurtured by local families, from Otto Del Zotto's first vines decades ago to the thriving market it enjoys today. Prosecco doesn't just taste great, it's great for our economy, worth more than $200 million in sales alone, and it drives regional tourism and it supports hospitality. Prosecco has strong name recognition. It's an international brand the whole world shares. So when the European Union sought to restrict its use under a geographic indicator in 2023, I worked with local grape growers and winemakers and this federal government really collaboratively to successfully defend our right to use the name. As EU trade negotiation resumes, there's a lot on the table and a lot at stake. Losing the name Prosecco would be devastating for Australian grape growers and winemakers. I urge the government to stand firm for Australian winemakers and their right to use the name Prosecco.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. It supplies 77,000 jobs and contributes $100 billion annually to the economy. It creates over $1 billion in the far north alone in tax revenue, building hospitals, roads and critical infrastructure. More than that, it is a cultural and international touchpoint. One of the things people think about when they first think of Australia. It supplies food, comfort, recreation, creates memories and is a major economic driver for the regions of the far north. It is the Great Barrier Reef, the world's largest living organism, a natural wonder of the world. On this side, we support the reef. We work with the agricultural industry to improve their yield while limiting runoff. We work with the tourism industry to monitor the reef and remove crown-of-thorns starfish. We work with the fishing industry for a sustainable and profitable seafood future, and we work with traditional owners to preserve the stories and the cultural value of the reef. And most importantly, we accept the science and are acting on climate change. The risk those opposite pose to the hard-working Queenslanders, to those small businesses who have built the far north, is unacceptable, and we will not have it. My region matters. The jobs matter. The people dependent on these industries matter. The energy transition matters. There has been much talk of T-shirts over the last few days, and I'm reminded of the old Gen X staple, the No Fear shirt. It says simply, lead, follow or get out of the way. Having abdicated on the first two, I suggest the opposition does the latter.
Member for McKellar.
I rise to share McKellar student Imogen Key's thoughtful response to this year's Raise Our Voice campaign, which asked, how can government build a better future for young Australians? Imogen wrote, what do you want to be when you grow up? It's a question we've been asked since we were 5. The older I get, the harder it is to answer, not because I don't have dreams, but because I wonder what kind of Australia I'll be stepping into. An Australia where climate change has gone unchecked, where mental health is in crisis, where access to opportunity depends on your postcode, and where young women still earn less than men of equal ability. Young Australians don't just want to grow up, we want to grow up in a future that's fair, sustainable and equal. To build that future, Parliament must take steps of responsibility, not just for what happens now, but for what happens next. That means embedding a legal duty to consider the long-term impacts of decisions, investing in public education so every Aussie kid, not just the lucky few, can thrive, finding real solutions to the mental health crisis, closing the gender pay gap, and giving young women a seat at every table where power is held. What do I want to do when I grow up? I want to be heard, I want to lead, I want a future worth growing into, and I want to trust that the government is taking steps to build a better tomorrow for young Australians.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today it was my pleasure as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, along with Senator Andrew McLaughlin CSC, to welcome the families of Veterans Guild to Parliament House, many of whom are up in the gallery today. I want to thank Minister of Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel Matt Keogh, Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs Darren Chester, Green Spokesperson for Defence and Veterans Affairs Senator David Shoebridge, as well as my good friend Luke Gosling MP, Special Envoy for Defence, Veterans Affairs in Northern Australia, and all my parliamentary colleagues who attended the round table. Today's discussion was to launch the results of the 2025 Veterans Families Survey and is extremely important in aiding us to deliver better outcomes for defence families and veterans. I especially want to thank Barbara, Jodie, Sheila and Kelly for your extremely moving personal stories of the lived family experience of those living with within the dynamic of someone who has served. You all helped to bring words on a page to life and provide deep meaning to this report, so thank you. Thank you to Renee Wilson and Tricia Hobson, CEO and Chair of the Families of Veterans Guild, respectively, for their hard work with this report and bringing this roundtable to Parliament. To all of you, your hard work continues to ensure the dial moves in the right direction when support is needed most for those we love. Thank you very much.
Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this week, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy was forced to release the incoming ministerial brief by the Senate. Now, he tried to hide it since May. No, but the sad reality was what he released still had blank pages like this right through it. Shame. Now, what was the minister trying to hide? He was trying to hide the fact that electricity prices is driving inflation through the roof in this country, and that's going to have a real impact on families and on businesses, because unless you can drive energy prices down, sadly what we're going to see is inflation continue to rise and rise in this country. Now, what are those opposite doing to try and stop this? What they're trying to do is spend all their time trying to hide documents which show that once the bureaucrats briefed them, it was clear that they had to do something about electricity prices. Now, what we think in all those blank pages is that it shows that electricity prices are forecast to double. Wow. Now, what is that going to do to inflation? If you think that that's not the case, then release the whole document. Release the whole document. Otherwise, what it shows is that you do not have electricity prices under control.
Dunkley has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
This morning I sat in the chamber and listened to Minister Plibersek's announcement about the inquiry into domestic, family and sexual violence-related suicide. As she spoke, my lived experience of domestic violence, stalking and predatory behaviour quickly rose to the surface. It triggered memories of a time in my 20s when I contemplated suicide in order to flee the fear associated with domestic violence. Violence that had me trapped mentally and physically because of stalking and violent behaviour, requiring me to move residence 5 times. At that time, talking about domestic or family violence was taboo. There were limited services. The shame of this experience meant that I kept it in the closet. My lived experience informed my career with Family Life and Anglicare in Victoria, working in the family violence sector and then founding the Women's Spirit Project. The Women's Spirit Project supports women dealing with trauma to recover and heal. I welcome this inquiry and use my voice, my lived experience, to highlight the importance of recovery programs for women, men, young people and children, programs that enable victims to survive and thrive and not choose suicide as an option.
Member for Herbert.
863 9639. Lance Corporal Tulsa Rumney. Tulsa tragically lost his life in a military training accident on the 15th of October 2025. The 3rd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment lost a brother. His parents lost a son, siblings have lost a family member, and a partner lost their love. And this country lost a warrior and a proud Australian. Tulsa was 26 years old with his whole life to live. He was a motivated infantry soldier, served in Old Faithful as a signaller. He supported Operation COVID Assist. He deployed to Papua New Guinea, a part of the training team, and Operation Kudu, training Ukrainian soldiers. To Ben and Kristen, I'm sorry this happened to your son. Tulsa, your brothers of the 3rd Battalion will miss you. You will never be forgotten. You'll always be remembered. You're a great mate, a great man, and a bloody good Australian. Duty first, brother.
Yeah. Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. How we look after each other says everything we are as a nation. This weekend marks not only the largest investment in Medicare in its history, but also, Deputy Speaker, November 1 kicks off another key milestone in our government's historic and landmark aged care reforms. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and pay tribute to those who show up every day and support and care for our older Australians, our aged care workers. Yesterday, I had the great privilege of meeting with some of incredible aged care workers and delegates of their union, United Workers Union. Labang, Honora, Maddie, Rosemary and Liz spoke of their dedication to the residents that they care for. To that dedication is their staunch advocacy for their profession, having the time to care, the resources they need to do their job well, and I congratulate them for their advocacy. It is with immense pride that I can continue to advocate for them in this role, to the aged care workers across my electorate, and importantly, of course, to those who rely on them, on their care, on their work, so they can age with dignity and respect. So, Deputy Speaker, whether it's delivering greater access to bulk billing GPs, cheaper medicines, our investment in mental health, our world-leading social media reforms, protecting the mental well-being of our young people, or whether it's investing in the incredible people who look after and care for our older Australians, this government is proudly demonstrating our commitment to the care and well-being of our nation.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, this week the Senate voted in favour of an inquiry into regional airport security fees. Now, the cost of screening has made regional air travel prohibitively expensive because while travellers travelling from capital cities pay no more than $1, regional passengers bear a cost of more than $50 in my electorate. Wow. Rex no longer service Whyalla for this very reason. It is simply not viable. It was disappointing that Labor voted against the inquiry, including Labor's duty senator for Grey, Senator Grogan. Wow. Regional Australians deserve equal access to air travel, and I'd encourage the government to bring in a national screening levy. Speaker, I've been contacted by the Australian Breastfeeding Association councillor and York Peninsula farmer Sarah Clifford, who has brought to my attention the wonderful work her ABA group in Kadina is doing. While groups like this in Kadina, Clare, Crystal Brook, Whyalla and Port Lincoln, and Breastfeeding Everywhere venues in Port Augusta, and as far north as Roxby Downs, this group is doing amazing work to support mothers. But this organisation needs assistance, because funding on ABA's National Breastfeeding Helpline and live chat services expires in 2026. Today, I'd like to show my support for the ABA and the proposal it has submitted to the Australian Government for a 4-year, $14.8 million investment. And I call on Mark Butler, Minister for Health and Ageing, to grant full funding to ABA's proposal.
Member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, Labor built Medicare and will always fight to strengthen it. Because when you're sick, seeing a doctor shouldn't be a struggle. That's why our government is delivering the single largest investment in Medicare ever, expanding bulk billing so more Australians can see a GP for free. For the first time, we're boosting payments to practices that bulk bill every patient, helping deliver an extra 18 million bulk billed visits each year. From Saturday, locals in Deception Bay will be able to access a fully bulk billed care thanks to the Deception Bay doctors taking up these incentives. I'd like to thank this clinic for their commitment to providing the community with accessible healthcare. By 2030, 9 in 10 GP visits will be bulk billed, meaning affordable, accessible healthcare for every Australian right where they live. We're also delivering on mental health with 50 new Medicare mental health centres now open across the country. I spoke to the team at the new Redcliffe Centre today, and they are thrilled with the number of locals who are now able to access the healthcare that they need. Finally, I'm delighted to announce that the opening of the Deception Bay Stay Deadly Headspace in December this year. This will be the first Headspace service in Australia designed for First Nations people, their families and their friends. Operated by the Institute of Urban Indigenous Health, this centre will offer culturally appropriate community-led support. We're investing in your health, your community, your future, so every Australian can get the care they need when they need it.
Member for Casey.
This morning, my community and the cricket community across Australia woke to the devastating news that Ben Austin was taken too soon, at 17, doing what he loved, playing cricket. Ben was actively involved in the Ferntree Gully Cricket Club, the Mulgrave Cricket Club and the Eildon Park Cricket Club. He played representative cricket and captained his side to a premiership for the Ferntree Gully District Cricket Association. He started his cricket with Ferntree Gully Juniors in 2018 and 19, and also turned out for teams at Croydon and Lindale, where he was a premiership player in the Dandenong Cricket Association. Well respected and liked by all who knew him, a star cricketer, emerging bowler and batter. In March this year, Ben was awarded the Brian Wright Trophy, awarded to the junior player who shows the correct attitude and dedication to playing the game. The game of cricket is Australia's national game. Myself and so many others have spent countless Tuesday afternoons at the nets playing cricket, and to think that that Tuesday turned to a tragic day is heartbreaking for all of us who have played the game and all Australians. Rest in peace, Ben. My deepest condolences to his dad, Jace, his mum, Tracy, and his brothers, Cooper and Zach.
Member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the Minister for Health announced that there have been over 2 million visits to Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country. This means that over 2 million Australians have been able to walk into one of these clinics and get the care they needed without paying 1 cent. From cuts and burns to sprains and infections, Australians are getting free healthcare closer to home when they need it. Since being elected, the Albanese Labor government have opened urgent care clinics right across the country, including the Bayswater Urgent Care Clinic in my own electorate of Aston. However, Deputy Speaker, the good news is there are even more of these clinics on the way. Also on the way, from the 1st of November, is a major boost in payments to general practices that bulk bill every patient. Our investment will deliver an additional 18 million in bulk bill GP visits every year nationwide, with 9 out of 10 GP visits being bulk billed by 2030. Australians know that when it comes to investing in the health care of Australians, They can only trust a Labor government to do so. On this side of the House, we know that when it comes to getting quality health care close to home, all you need, or you should need, is your Medicare card, not your credit card.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow morning, more than 8,000 schools across the nation will take part in the Day for Daniel, honouring the memory of Daniel Morecambe and reminding every Australian to keep our children safe. Bruce and Denise Morecambe have turned unimaginable loss into national leadership. Their work through the Daniel Morecambe Foundation has given parents, teachers and communities the tools to educate, empower and protect children right across Australia. On behalf of the Sunshine Coast and this parliament, I thank them for their extraordinary service. Today, as we speak, the Queensland LNP government is delivering Daniel's Law, legislation designed to strengthen child protection and prevent another tragedy like Daniel's. A landmark reform and the state's first child sex offender register, arming parents with the information that they need. And yet, here in the federal parliament, this Labor government continues to gag debate on our own bill to protect the most vulnerable children in our country. 4 times we've sought to debate the mandatory minimum sentences for child sex abuse bill, and 4 times Labor has voted to stop it. They make the right noises, but when push comes to shove, they block it. When the nation demands tougher sentences, they block it. When survivors cry out for justice, they block it. When Parliament could act to protect kids, they block it. Tomorrow, thousands of children will wear red to remember Daniel. The least this parliament can do is to show the same courage as Bruce and Denise.
It's nearly the end of the week, and it's not just great that we return to our communities, but from Saturday, what goes live is the single largest investment in Medicare ever. We're expanding the bulk billing incentive to all Australians, and we're boosting payments to general practices that bulk bill every patient. Speaker, we're already seeing the difference this is making in my own community. The Craigieburn Medical and Dental Centre has already moved to 100% bulk billing. It means families don't have to worry about gap payments or putting off care because of cost. And I'm proud to have announced a full Medicare mental health centre in my community to roll out more places that locals can go for free public mental health care backed by Medicare. Under those opposite, it had never been harder to see a doctor. Bulk billing was in freefall, a neglected health system, longer wait times and Australians paying for care that should have been for free. And who was at the helm of that policy? The current leader of the opposition, then the health minister. Someone who said, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Well, my community values Medicare, we on this side of the House value Medicare, and Australia and Australians value Medicare.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am sorry to say that life in the regions is even harder 1 year on from the disastrous 3G shutdown, on Labor's watch. Let me give you some examples. I was talking on Perth radio earlier this week. Joe from the Western Australian Wheatbelt called in saying, and I quote, "I live right on the highway. The Telstra map, when you look it up, says you may receive 4G with an aerial on your roof. I get people knocking on my front door saying, could we use your landline? I get nothing on the highway. The Transcontinental Highway. We can't get any service." Then there's Christine from Cumnock in rural New South Wales. Christine had a car accident in an area with no mobile phone service at all. She had to go 1 kilometre further after the accident, up the road to a house to call 000, presumably a landline. Christine and Anne Marriott of nearby Baldry said they are now back to relying on UHF to communicate. What happened to nobody held back, nobody left behind? That is the lived experience under Labor in regional Australia.
Member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On the corner or the border of McNamara and Goldstein, unfortunately on the wrong side of the tracks, lives a fantastic medical centre called the Elsternwick Medical Centre. And no thanks to the member for Goldstein, but thanks to this Albanese Labor government, the Elsternwick Medical Centre has gone 100% bulk billed. 100% bulk billed for the 77,000 consultations that the Elsternwick Medical Centre did last year. This is a fantastic medical centre that the GPs and the staff there are doing an incredible job, and I was pleased to go and visit them recently. But of course, there were other plans by other people that wasn't about bulk billing. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, when she was the Health Minister, obviously after the $7 GP co-payment was scrapped, what her approach was to lower the rebate of Medicare and then get the doctors to pass it on to patients. And at that time, the Leader of the Opposition said this: the price signal is about somebody paying a bit extra when they can go to the doctor and not receiving a bulk billed consultation when they can afford to pay. That's what we mean by the price signal, and I think that's vital. Well, I'll tell you what this side of the House thinks is vital, that people can go and see a doctor with their Medicare card, not their credit card. This side of the House thinks it's vital that Australians can access the healthcare that they need, just like the fantastic clinic in the Elswick Medical Centre.
For 30 seconds, the member for Cook.
In my electorate, manufacturing businesses are being crushed by this government's irresponsible energy policy. FJP Manufacturing, its electricity prices are up 76% in just 2 years. This government is driving us off an economic cliff, and this madness has to stop. I call on the Minister for Energy to stop this reckless policy, stop killing Australian manufacturing and put this country back on track.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. The dream of home ownership in this country has become a nightmare for millennials and Gen Z, who have no hope of ever owning under Labor. The Auditor-General has now launched an investigation into Labor's failed housing fund. The Chair of Housing Australia has resigned, and the failed Minister for Housing is building bureaucracies instead of building homes. Why is it when Labor fails, Australians always pay the price?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. The first point to make is that if the Liberals are so concerned about the Housing Australia Future Fund and its contribution to providing more houses in this country, then it should have supported the Housing Australia Future Fund much earlier than it did. But the Housing Australia Future Fund, well, the Housing Australia Future Fund is now making an important contribution to the building of houses in this country. Indeed, in the Leader of the Opposition's own electorate, there are 54 homes in Thurgoona which are currently part of the first tranche of the Housing Australia Future Fund's project. In the member for Lindsay, there are 135 homes in Penrith which are being pursued. In the member for Moncrief's electorate, 213 homes are being pursued. Since we have come to government,
Members on my left
500,000 houses have been built, and that includes 5,000 social and affordable houses. Now, in the 9 years that those opposite were in government, the number of social and affordable houses that they constructed was 313. 313 in 9 years. What we have done is the biggest investment in housing that we have seen from a federal government. The Housing Australia Future Fund is a critical part of that because we care about providing affordable housing in this country. And what we have over this side is an enormous hypocrisy and a massive gap between what they say and what they do. But the Australian people absolutely saw through it.
A member for Wright is warned. The call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How are the Prime Minister's recent engagements in the United States, Malaysia, Korea and with a range of world leaders providing economic growth and opportunities back here at home?
Question, Jack.
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Last night, the Prime Minister met again with President Trump, along with the leaders of Korea, Canada, New Zealand, Singapore, Thailand and Vietnam on the eve of today's APEC Leaders Summit. America is our largest two-way investment partner. We have a comprehensive strategic partnership with Singapore, which we are renewing on its 10th anniversary, and our economic relationship has never been deeper. Thailand is our third largest trading partner in Southeast Asia. We have a rapidly growing relationship with Vietnam, accounting for $30 billion in two-way trade. We have in prospect the biggest defence industry export in our country's history, and that is with Canada. The Australian and New Zealand economies are the two most integrated in the world today, and Korea is our fourth largest trading partner globally, accounting for $67 billion in two-way trade. Now, together, these 7 countries represent fully 1/4 of Australia's exports. And given that 1 in 4 jobs today is based on trade, that means that these 7 countries underpin about 1 million jobs in Australia. And that is in the context of trade being an increasing part of Australia's national prosperity, and the APEC region accounting for 3/4 of that. And so all of this is why the Prime Minister is in Korea today. He is over there fighting for Australian jobs right here. And it is really important that in doing so we place ourselves at the forefront of technology and modernity, and that is why the Critical Minerals Framework Agreement that we signed with the United States last week was so important, because the downstream processing of the critical minerals and rare earths that we have as a natural resource underpins so many modern technologies today, and it is a really exciting prospect for a new sector in this country with huge employment opportunities and a massive potential to contribute to our national wealth. Australia was a founding member of APEC under the Hawke government back in 1989, and we were so understanding then that connecting ourselves to the economies of these nations was the best strategy to lock in long-term economic growth and prosperity for our nation. And today, 36 years later, our Prime Minister is pursuing that same mission at APEC with vigour for the benefit of all Australians.
Call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. The Insurance Council of Australia has warned that Labor's reckless expansion of its Help to Buy scheme will drive up house prices by 6.6% next year and for years afterwards. They have said, quote, "If one asks who is most likely to be priced out of the market, it's lower-income first home buyers." That means a young couple buying a home worth $800,000 today could be forced to pay more than $52,000 extra. Why is it that when Labor fails, Australians pay the price?
Give a call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Fadden for his question. Speaker, we've got a housing crisis in our country that's been cooking for 40 years. Speaker, if there's one thing that we can do that's important about this problem, we need to build more homes more quickly, because more housing means more affordable housing for all Australians. And Speaker, that's why our government took a ruinous situation that was created by those opposite, and out of that has built the boldest and most ambitious housing agenda that a Commonwealth has had in our country since the post-war period. Now, Speaker, at the centre of that $43 billion of investment is our plan to build more homes for Australians. And we're getting on with delivering that, Speaker. We're building 55,000 social and affordable homes around our country. 5,000 are finished, 25,000, Speaker, are in planning or construction. We've set a national ambition to try to build 1.2 million homes over the coming 5 years, and the Prime Minister stood up and said, not like those opposite who said housing's got nothing to do with us, we're not going to do anything about it, we're going to be so checked out of housing we're not even going to have a housing minister. Our government's actually stood up and taken some accountability. Now, the member asked me about first home ownership. What he is really saying is that in the context of extreme housing challenges that face young people in all of our electorates around this chamber, we should look them in the eye and say, we're not going to do anything to help you. That is what you are arguing. Well, we take a fundamentally different view. We actually talk to those young people and we say to them, we think it is manifestly unfair that you face different housing opportunities than your parents and grandparents, and we are stepping up and we are doing something about it. Now, Speaker, at the centrepiece of our approach to home ownership is us expanding the 5% deposit program to every single first home buyer in the country. And, Speaker, we are immensely proud to be doing it. What we are doing, for those of you who represent the City of Sydney, young couples in your electorates are having to save for 11 years to buy their first home. Because of our government's policies, we are bringing that timeline back to 2 or 3, Speaker. One of the things that hasn't got sufficient publicity is in that 8-year period, Speaker, a couple on a normal income is going to pay $250,000 in rent, and instead of now paying off someone else's mortgage, they're getting to pay off their own because of our government. Now, Speaker, we will not shy away from the support that we are offering to young people around the country. And the simple truth is that after the complete bin fire that those opposite left us on housing, we are having to do all of the things all at the same time. And that's why we've got a $43 billion agenda. We are building more homes, we are getting renters a better deal, and we are helping more Australians into home ownership. And, Speaker, we are going to continue to do it for the next 2.5 years.
The call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare through record investment in bulk billing? How is this making it easier for Australians to see a GP for free and to access urgent care when they need it?
Call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Sturt, the best member for Sturt since Stormy Normie Foster won the electorate back in 1969, the Don's Party election, Mr Speaker. She's already giving terrific representation and service to the beautiful eastern suburbs of Adelaide, and she's making an amazing contribution to the debate around a stronger Medicare and cheaper medicines that's deeply informed by her time as a board member of the iconic Royal Flying Doctor Service, Mr Speaker. Like everyone else on this side, the member for Sturt can well and truly look her electorate in the eye already and say, I'm delivering on the things that I promised I said I would deliver. This month, she and I visited a terrific GP clinic, the Paramount Health Centre in Campbelltown in her electorate. And Dr Trehan, who runs that clinic, told us that that clinic does currently charge gap fees to some patients to cover the costs of running the clinic. But she also told us, Mr Speaker, that from this Saturday they will start bulk billing all of their patients all of the time, Mr Speaker. And tomorrow we'll be visiting another clinic in her electorate making exactly the same shift, Mr Speaker. Already some 1,000 clinics have informed us that they'll be shifting to fully bulk billing next week after charging gap fees this week. And that number is growing every single day, and it's on top of the 1,500 clinics that are already 100% bulk billing clinics, Mr Speaker. But the member for Sturt didn't just promise more doctors and more bulk billing and cheaper medicines, although she did promise that. She also promised a Medicare urgent care clinic for Eastern Adelaide, Mr Speaker, one of 50 that we promised at the last election. Already we've got 90 urgent care clinics operating around Australia, operating 7 days a week, extended hours, and already more than 2 million patients have gone through those clinics, Mr Speaker. A third of them under the age of 15, but every single one of them seen completely free of charge, fully bulk billed. All they had to take was their Medicare card, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted to say to the House that expressions of interest for the remaining 47 clinics have already closed, have already been assessed, and we'll be in a position over the next few weeks to make announcements about the location of those clinics, and I hope that they will all be open by Christmas time, Mr Speaker. And when they are, they'll be relieving pressure on local hospitals. They'll be delivering high-quality urgent care completely free of charge. And they'll be doing what the member for Sturt promised her electorate we'd do, and that's delivering a stronger Medicare.
Before I call the member for Mackellar, I'll just do some acknowledgement and welcomes. I'd like to inform the House that present in the gallery today are the winners of the brand new yarning competition and their families, celebrating the unique stories and experiences of First Nations secondary school students run by the Department of House of Representatives. Welcome Lincoln, Brooke, Jada Rose and Chloe. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are students from Fitzroy Community School in Melbourne in the member for Wills's electorate. And also present in the gallery today are representatives from the Families of Veterans Guild, including Chair Tricia Hobson, CEO Renee Wilson and the Veteran Family Advocate Annabelle Wilson. And also, as the guest of the member for Perth, the City of Perth Lord Mayor, Councillor Bruce Reynolds. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. In February 2023, the Minister for Public Service announced an inquiry into public board appointments to end the Jobs for Mates culture of the previous coalition government. The Minister stated, in line with the government's commitment to transparency, a report will be published after the review is finalised in mid-2023. The government has had over 2 years to consider its findings and has repeatedly refused to make the report public. When will the government release the Briggs report and legislate a transparent, merit-based appointment process across the public sector?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question on this important matter. As the member referred to, we commissioned Lynelle Briggs to undertake a report to Cabinet, which would look at what were the appropriate standards in terms of appointing people to public sector boards. Ms Briggs has undertaken that work. The matter is in front of the Cabinet and it is there to be considered, and the Cabinet is working through the process of considering the report, and we will respond to it. And when we respond to it, we will release the report, as the Minister for the Public Service has repeatedly said, and so we will release this report, but we will do so after the Cabinet has appropriately considered it, given that this is a report to Cabinet. Now, that is the that's the normal and appropriate way in which we go about this. We listen to the interjections from the other side. The hypocrisy in those interjections is breathtaking, given that when it comes to the question of appointing people to government positions, they industrialised it in terms of who they were appointing from their ranks. That said, the Briggs report is a very important piece of work. We are considering it at the Cabinet level, and when we have responded to it, we will make it public. But on the question of transparency, which the member raises, I would also point out that it was the former Rudd Labor government which introduced the Ministerial Code of Conduct. It was the former Rudd Labor government which introduced the Lobbying Code of Conduct and the Lobbying Register, which provided transparency in relation to that. It is the Albanese Labor government which has established the National Anti-Corruption Commission, which has increased funding for the ANAO, which has strengthened whistleblower protections. So when you are looking at which party is on the side of government transparency and government accountability, it is the party which is currently running the government.
With the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How are the Albanese Labor government's historic investments in Medicare and the pharmaceutical benefits scheme helping Australians with the cost of living and accessing the health care that they need? Why is this important after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question and acknowledge his expertise in asking this question. In just under 34 hours, the Albanese Labor government's bulk billing practice incentive program will begin. And over the next 4 years, we will see around 4,800 GP clinics converted to fully fledged bulk billing practices. Now, in the member for Canning's electorate, there are already 3 practices which have indicated that they want to participate in the program. And in the leader of the opposition's electorate of Farrer, there are 13 practices which have expressed an interest, and that's before the program has even begun. And that is really good news for both of them, not least of the reasons being that it means that the next time that the two of these meet, they will have a nice, easy, comfortable icebreaker in their conversation before they get on to more difficult topics. Now, this represents the biggest increase in Medicare spending since Medicare was created, and we will restore to Medicare every dollar that the Liberals cut. The Liberals froze the Medicare rebate for 6 years, putting bulk billing into freefall. We know that they wanted to abolish bulk billing through the introduction of a GP tax, and when the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister for Health, she said that the price signal of that tax was vital. She's told us that people don't value things unless they pay for them. She's warned us against a culture of dependency, and all of this says that deep in her heart, the Leader of the Opposition believes that Australians should not be able to go to the doctor for free. And that is why the Liberals represent a serious risk to Medicare. Well, this government is about providing accessible health care, and that's why on the 1st of January, in just a couple of months, we will also be capping the pharmaceutical benefit scheme scripts to just $25. That's great for those people who use Jardiance. Jardiance is a drug which manages chronic kidney disease, and it helps stop the progression of the disease to more invasive and debilitating, and for that matter, expensive treatments such as dialysis. Jardiance retails for hundreds of dollars, but in just a couple of months' time, those who are using it will just pay $25 a script. And that is literally life-changing, as it is for the millions of Australians who are dependent upon access to affordable medicines. Now, there is a big difference in this chamber on healthcare, and whatever is going on that side, a core mission of our government is to provide accessible and affordable healthcare to every Australian.
With the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. We learnt yesterday that inflation has smashed right through the top of the RBA's target band. This is a direct consequence of the Treasurer's spending spree. Labor spending is growing 4 times faster than the economy and has reached a 40-year high outside of recession. What is the Treasurer's explanation for both unemployment and inflation being well above the RBA's forecast, not unlike the stagflation from the 1970s, which people nowadays are referring to as the Jimflation effect?
I just order the Treasurer will resume his seat. I'm not happy with that descriptor. Equally so, if someone made it about the opposition or the opposition leader, I would take offence at that as well. So I'm just going to. We don't want to get into name calling. That's just not necessary, and that will, trust me, that applies to everyone inside the chamber, and I've got multiple examples where I can give that to the chamber. So we're just going to ask the member to withdraw that part, just that last little part of the question, and everyone.
I withdraw.
I thank the member for Fairfax. We want to treat each other with respect and dignity. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For those of you wondering why the Shadow Treasurer cuts such a comical, almost cartoonish figure in this place, that's your answer. Because we are working through serious economic challenges and serious economic opportunities, and the best way to do that is in the considered, methodical, consultative way that defines this government, Mr Speaker. Now, if the Shadow Treasurer wants to ask me about unemployment, he needs to acknowledge that the average unemployment rate under this government is the lowest of any government in half a century. Half a century, Mr Speaker. Under those opposite, unemployment averaged 5.6%. Under this government, 3.9%, Mr Speaker. So I find it odd that the Shadow Treasurer would want to highlight that in question time in the House of Representatives. And similarly, when it comes to inflation, Mr Speaker. Now, I will take advice from a whole range of places, Mr Speaker, in my course of my job as Treasurer, but I won't be taking advice on inflation from those who left us with inflation that was 6.1% and rising fast. Inflation on their watch
Order.
was twice what inflation is now, and it was rising fast, Mr Speaker. And one of the reasons for that we now know, whether it's from the COVID review or other places, is that when inflation was absolutely galloping in our economy in 2022, 6.1 and rising fast, they were pouring more and more fuel onto the flames, Mr Speaker. And we know that
Order.
now.
The member for
that
Forest
is an
and
economic
the
fact.
Minister for Employment
that
will
is an
cease
economic
interjecting.
fact, and that is their legacy. This is why, Mr Speaker, they have no economic credibility, especially when it comes to inflation, especially when it comes to employment, and also when it comes to real wages, Mr Speaker. Now, I'm asked about government spending as well. Now, those opposite promised a surplus every year they were in office. They delivered 9 consecutive deficits. This side of the House, we've been here for 3 full years. We've delivered 2 surpluses and 1 much smaller deficit than we inherited from those opposite, Mr Speaker. They had spending in the economy as almost a third of the economy. We got it down closer to a quarter of the economy. They had real spending growth growing 4.1%. Mr Speaker, we've got it growing at 1.7%. This is why the questions from those opposite lack any credibility whatsoever, because we remember your record. We remember your record. We know that when we came to office, inflation was roaring, interest rates were rising, real wages were falling, living standards were plummeting. You'd only delivered deficits. There was $1 trillion in Liberal debt, and we've spent every day of our 3 and a bit years in office cleaning up the mess that they left us.
The member for Dawson and the member for Forest are going to cease interjecting, otherwise they won't be here for the remainder of question time. We'll hear from the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare, easing the cost of living and reforming the economy? How does this compare to other approaches to health and the economy?
Call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, I thank the member for Bennelong for his question, also for being a champion for Medicare in his local community, and also for the important role that he plays in the House Economics Committee as well. Mr Speaker, we promised to roll out more responsible cost of living relief and to strengthen Medicare, and we are delivering. And this Saturday marks a really important day in both respects. Now, we are strengthening Medicare because more bulk billing means less pressure on families in local communities. We're expanding bulk billing incentives and topping up payments for practices that bulk bill every patient. And this means more bulk billing doctors in more communities, Mr Speaker. And that makes the contrast this week in this House, the contrast could not be clearer. Those opposite are divided and divisive, and we are delivering. We're strengthening Medicare, we're delivering cost of living relief, at the same time as we're making progress on the reform directions which were agreed at our productivity roundtable. In just a couple of months since that roundtable met, we've slashed another 500 nuisance tariffs, introduced regulatory reforms into the parliament, got the investor front door pilot up and running, getting the regulators to reduce regulation, progressing a single national market with the states, clearing a backlog of 26,000 homes waiting assessment, finalising the AI plan, the public sector AI strategy, reforming the super performance test, signed off on the first set of state and territory reforms under the Productivity Fund. And today we're introducing new laws into the parliament to reform our environmental approvals. Now, these EPBC changes are better for the economy and they're better for the environment as well. They represent a faster process, driving more productivity with more transparency and stronger protections for the environment. Now, Mr Speaker, there's no shortage of challenges in our economy or in the world, we know that. But we also know that by working through these challenges in a considered and consultative and methodical way, we are making progress. We're helping with the cost of living. We are strengthening Medicare. We've secured our AAA credit rating from Fitch this week, Mr Speaker. We're making our economy more productive over time, and we're delivering for the Australian people. And again, I invite the House to consider the contrast between all this progress that we're making, Medicare, cost of living, the economy more broadly, and the divided and divisive rabble over there, Mr Speaker. Just in the last couple of weeks, we've had the member for Canning spit the dummy. We've had the member for New England spit the dummy. I think the member for Hume tried to spit the dummy, but with him it's always hard to tell. The difference is between us delivering, them divided and divisive.
Order. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The member for Riverina has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. Labor promised Australians that their power bills would fall by $275 in 2025. Is the minister aware that it is now 2025 and that electricity bills are up by nearly 40%? Why did the minister mislead Australians?
The member for Spence is warned. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, I am aware it's 2025. I'm not entirely sure the National Party is. Mr Speaker, I'm also aware that there are considerable pressures in our energy system, as there are around the world. I'm also aware of the AEMO quarterly energy dynamics report released today, which is a welcome progress report, which shows wholesale prices down 27% year-on-year and 38% quarter-on-quarter. I see this as good progress, with much more to do. And there is no coincidence. It is no coincidence that the quarterly report, which showed a 38% reduction in wholesale prices, also shows the highest renewable penetration for that quarter in Australian history, Mr Speaker. This is the sign of progress. Now, we have never said that there isn't a lot more to do. We haven't said that there aren't pressures in the system, which is why we've introduced 3 rounds of energy bill relief, which were opposed by those opposite.
Is now warned.
That's the difference between the two parties in this House, the government and the opposition, is that we recognise the need to ensure that we have more of the most reliable and cheapest form of energy, which is renewables, and those opposite are opposed to it.
Give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How has the Albanese Labor government's investments into healthcare created more choice and increased affordability for women?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Local Government and the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Newcastle for the question. The member for Newcastle is one of the people in this place who has done a huge amount, not just for women's health but across the whole spectrum of issues that affect women. You couldn't have a greater champion than the member for Newcastle. Women's health care is, of course, not just a women's issue. It is crucial to our families, to our communities and our economy that women are able to exercise choice and control over their health care. As a government, we do understand this, and it's why when we came to government in 2022, we made it one of our top priorities. This government has been working to reverse years of neglect to women's health, with our $729 million package to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. Women have asked government to take their health care seriously, and we have listened. Our landmark women's health package could save women and their families thousands of dollars across their lifetimes. And I'm very pleased to report that in just 48 hours, many of these changes will come into effect. From the 1st of November, women will have better access to affordable contraceptive options thanks to this government's women's health package. We're providing Australian women more choice, lower costs and better support for long-term contraceptives, with larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for IUDs and birth control implants. Medical rebates for insertion of IUDs and birth implant implants will increase by up to 150%, with around 300,000 women each year expected to save up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs. And we are funding free training for healthcare practitioners in the insertion and removal of IUDs to boost the number of qualified practitioners and improve access to services. A 40% bulk billing incentive will incentivise health professionals to provide long-acting contraceptive services and support more women to choose the contraceptive options that work best for them. We're also providing new contraceptive options, NuvaRing, which is through the PBS, providing women more choices at a much more affordable cost. Before the listing of this contraceptive option on the PBS, women might have paid more than $270 a year. Now they will only have to pay $31.60 per script or $7.70 if they're concessional. These changes should not be underestimated. For many women, they are life-changing. They, of course, come on top of the first PBS listings of new oral contraceptives in more than 30 years. The AMA has said our package is a major investment in women's health. The College of GPs has said better funding for women's health is an investment that will pay off and improve health care. On this side of the chamber, we are investing in the health of women.
The call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment. Under Labor's administration of the CFMEU, whistleblowers are saying that organised crime figures have a, quote, stronger position, perhaps even stronger, than they had 14 or 15 months ago.
Order. The member for Goldstein will pause. The member for Macarthur will leave the chamber under 94A. Order. No. Every time, the same thing will happen. It's that simple. The member for Goldstein will begin his question again, and he's going to be heard in silence. I'm showing some respect.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment. Under Labor's administration of the CFMEU, whistleblowers are saying that organised crime figures have a, quote, stronger position, perhaps even stronger than they had 14 or 15 months before. We now know that the head of Victorian CFMEU, Zack Smith, who is a member of the Minister's National Construction Industry Forum and a member of the Labor Party's National Executive, has had meetings approved by the administrator with misogynist thug John Setka. Does Mr Smith still sit with the minister as a member of the National Constructive Industry Forum? And if he does, will Mr Smith be advising the minister at the next meeting?
The call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister for his question. And his question really goes to the role that our government has been playing in making sure that we have a construction industry that is free from corruption. Of course, this did not happen under those opposite, of course, and I might give a few examples in a minute, but what I will go to firstly is the National Construction Industry Forum is playing an incredibly important role of bringing unions and employers and government together on how we tackle this issue. Of course, I make no apologies to actually bringing people together to look at how we tackle these issues together. And I would invite the Shadow Minister to look at the task force report, which has been made public, and also look at the work that's being undertaken, because guess what? Employers and unions are united in what work needs to be done to make sure that our construction industry is as productive as possible. But I thought I might go through some of the work that has been done under this government to actually address crime and corruption in the construction industry. Now, I would draw the House's attention firstly to a number of members. Michael Greenfield.
The Minister will pause. She can just pause for a sec. And the member for Goldstein will raise his point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. My question was straightforward. It was to ask whether Mr Smith will be advising the point of order's relevance, which is, will Mr Smith be advising the minister at the next meeting?
Yes, I know that was the question, but there was a very long preamble to that question, and if that had just been the short, sharp question, the minister wouldn't be able to talk about the issues that you raised. You can resume your seat. I don't want to keep you. Order. Yeah, and that's fine. The member's raised a question, but when you do a very long preamble and you went over time with the question, the minister is talking about the membership of the group that you talked about Just so everyone knows, I like to explain everything. She's talking about exactly who's on the group, what it's involved, so I think everyone would agree she's being directly relevant. Yes, there is a part of the question that you'd like answered, but I can't compel the minister to do that. I can compel her to be directly relevant, and she is being directly relevant right now. So I'll continue to listen carefully to the minister.
Thank you, Speaker. And of course, our government has absolutely been committed to tackle crime and corruption in the construction industry. Of course, it was ignored for years and years by those opposite. And I'll just give a few examples. Under the Coalition and the ABCC's watch, Michael Greenfield, Darren Greenfield, Rita Miller and Rob Kerr were found to be involved in coercion and intimidation of a Sydney crane company. What did the ABCC do? They gave them a slap on the wrist. They are gone under this government. In Victoria, in 2013, CFMEU official Derek Christopher was found to assault a building manager at a site in Melbourne. Under the ABCC and those opposite, a slap on the wrist. Gone under our government. Let's look at Michael Ravbar. Michael Ravbar, who was exposed in the Jeffrey Watson's work, showed that in 2020, the Coalition under their failed ABCC allowed him to use standover tactics, including, of course, being told a female public servant to be dragged out of here. Under those opposite, he kept his job. Under us, he is gone. If we want to talk about who is taking action, it is our government cleaning up the industry while those stood by and did nothing.
On a point of order, the manager.
Okay, the minister was reading from a document of serious criminals. Here we'd like to ask her to table that document for the benefit of the House.
Was the minister reading from confidential notes? Yes. Was the minister reading from confidential notes? Yes. Okay, well, let's move on. The member for Deakin has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians with the student debt and build a better and fairer education system?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the member for Deakin for this question. As a former school teacher, he understands better than most of us the power of education to change lives. Mr Speaker, at the election we promised to cut student debt by 20%. The Australian people voted for it. We've passed legislation now to make it happen, and the Tax Office is working on this right now, and in a few weeks' time this will all begin. Phones will start beeping. You'll get a text message or an email telling you that your student debt has been cut by 20%. Millions of Australians will get this message, and all of that beeping and dinging of phones, that'll be the sound of $16 billion coming off the shoulders of young Australians. Millions of Aussies will save thousands of dollars, on average about $5,500, changing lives. And Mr Speaker, the member for Deakin asks me about this, but he also asked me what else we're doing to build a better and a fairer education system. Well, this year we signed agreements with every state and territory to fix the funding of our public schools, to put them on a path to full and fair funding, something that no government has ever done. It is the biggest new investment in public schools by an Australian government ever. And it's not a blank cheque, it's tied to real reforms, practical reforms that we know work. Things like explicit teaching, phonics checks and numeracy checks when kids are little in Year 1 to identify the children who are behind and need more help, and small group tutoring or catch-up tutoring to help the same children to catch up. And 2 weeks ago, we took the next step. 2 weeks ago, education ministers met and agreed to bring forward work on the national curriculum, starting with maths and starting with the first 3 years of maths. If you get maths, it helps to set you up for success. It's critical for work and for life, and it's really important to get the basics at school early. If you don't get the basics right in the first few years of school, you can't build on it. Learning maths is cumulative. You learn it step by step, and that's why we have to get the first 3 years right. A number of principals and teachers have told us that they think the current maths curriculum here is too complex, and others have told us that teachers need more support to implement it with clearer advice about what to teach in what order. And that is why we'll start here. It's the first part of the curriculum that we're going to work on, but it won't be the last.
Before I call the honourable member for Mayo, I'd like to advise the House we've been joined by a delegation from Kiribati Government, led by the Minister for Health and Medical Services, the Honourable Bulsi Nawan. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. Every Mayo home care provider that I've researched is lifting its fees on Saturday from 40% to 100% increase. One provider is charging non-grandfathered, self-funded retirees and part pensioners a co-payment of up to $132 per hour for meal preparation and up to $101 per hour co-payment for showering on a Saturday. Most older Australians can't afford this. Will you please look at the price capping and look to bring it forward?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for her question and her ongoing commitment to ensuring that older people in her community do get safe, dignified and high-quality aged care. Of course, from Saturday, with bipartisan support, we herald the arrival of the new Support at Home program, which is a new generation of aged care for every single older person across Australia, and it's to this program that the member's question pertains. From Saturday, we will ensure that administration prices under the home care program are capped. They have previously been exorbitantly charged by some providers, not all providers, but by some providers, and so caps will come into place at 10% around most administration fees. We want the money that is afforded to older people for their care to be used for their care, not for administrative purposes. We also have the Independent Pricing Authority having issued pricing guidance to both consumers and providers, a better level of transparency and understanding for the entire sector around what appropriate pricing for services looks like. And from July 2026, the Independent Pricing Authority will, of course, introduce the pricing caps to ensure that no older person is inappropriately charged for the services. Of course, Mr Speaker, we have to understand the road that we have trodden to get to this point. We had a Royal Commission which uncovered extraordinarily distressing stories of mistreatment of older people. It was mononymously named, the report rather was mononymously named neglect. For 9 long years, those opposite, including the Leader of the Opposition in her position as Health Minister, neglected older people across our country. And finally, Labor has come to the plate to ensure that every single older Australian can be afforded the safe, dignified and high-quality aged care that those opposite should have done a long time ago.
Give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to protect workplace entitlements of parents who suffer the devastating loss of a child to stillbirth or early infant death?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Lawler for the question and for her advocacy for those parents who have suffered the devastating loss of a child. Experiencing stillbirth or the death of a child is an inconceivable tragedy. And unfortunately, for some parents, it becomes a too real reality. The last thing any parent should have to deal with is, after grieving the loss of a child, is the uncertainty around their employer-paid parental leave. It is for those parents that our government has introduced the Fair Work Amendment Baby Prayers Bill, which passed through the House today. The bill is named after Priya, who heartbreakingly died when she was just 6 weeks old. Priya's mother explained after informing her employer her child had passed away, she lost access to her paid parental leave and had to negotiate to return to work while grieving the loss of the child. Priya's parents were determined to protect others from the same fate and began advocating for change. Our government listened, and we're making that change happen. Baby Priya's bill introduced a principle into the Fair Work Act that protects employer-paid parental leave in the event a child is stillborn or dies. It brings these protections in line with government-paid parental leave and unpaid leave arrangements. This bill only applies where there is a lack of clarity on an employee's leave if a child is stillborn or dies after birth. Priya's bill has sparked an outpouring of public support. Like Tammy, who wrote, "I remember having to go back to work within 6 weeks after the loss of my baby daughter. I am so pleased there has been the needed reform in this space." And while it's been heartening to see support across the parliament, it has been disappointing to see the efforts of a few who are trying to make this something that it's not. This morning, I got a message from Priya's mum, who reminded us all about what this bill is about. Priya's mum said, "I want to sincerely thank every speaker who has supported this bill with such compassion, sensitivity and care. I am profoundly grateful to everyone who has embraced and supported this legacy of love. No parent should have to go through what Priya's parents experienced, and that is why our government has acted."
Give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. Recent collapses like Shield and First Guardian have put over $1 billion of Australians' hard-earned retirement savings at risk. How many times has the government ignored warnings from Treasury and ASIC to effectively regulate these schemes?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the honourable member for the question, and I acknowledge his interest in this area, and I look forward to engaging with him and members across this chamber constructively on this issue. I know that this affects members across this chamber in terms of how it's affected their constituents, and I want to acknowledge from the outset how distressing this has been for many people who have lost considerable amounts of funds. There are many individuals and families who have lost a significant proportion of their life savings. I've met with victims of these collapses, and I've heard firsthand harrowing stories, and I understand how difficult this has been. Can I stress that the focus of ASIC, the independent regulator, over recent months has been to protect investor funds, and it has undertaken a range of actions to do so. It has a range of actions already underway in court. This includes actions in relation to individuals involved in the financial advisors involved in these collapses. It involves also actions against individuals involved in the managed investment schemes. Importantly, there were also significant actions in relation to the platforms, and I welcome the fact that recently there was an agreement reached between Macquarie and ASIC, which saw over $300 million returned to investors. So a significant proportion of the investors in the Shield MIS will see a full return of their capital. But I do acknowledge that there is more work to be done, and I continue to work with ASIC and with other regulators in relation to the immediate priority of protecting investor interests. What I would also say is that
Order. The Minister will pause and the member for Cowper will take his point of order.
Thank you. The point of order is on relevance. I appreciate the Minister is entitled to preamble. The question was in relation to how many times did the government ignore warnings from Treasury and ASIC?
The Minister has covered some ground. He was asked a specific question, so he won't be able to. I can't compel him to give him the number that you're requesting, but he won't be able to go too much longer because he'll need to be directly relevant, and he can choose to answer the question as long as it's being directly relevant, and so far he has been, and he has a minute remaining.
Thank you. And what I can say is I haven't ignored any warnings. When I was notified of this matter earlier this year, I very quickly sought a briefing from my department in relation to the matter. Following on from that, having found out about these matters, I wrote to APRA, to receiving briefings from APRA in relation to what further actions might be needed in relation to platforms. And I've been working constructively with the Financial Services Council and with the industry on that matter. Furthermore, I've written to ASIC in relation to whether or not capital holding requirements of MISs are sufficient. And having been notified of these matters, I have asked my department to provide me with briefings in relation to how we might strengthen regulatory arrangements going forward. So what I would say to this chamber and of course to the member who's asked this question is that as we consider options going forward, I certainly look forward to working constructively with members of this House in order to find ways we can strengthen arrangements going forward.
Call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government working to build more homes for Australians? And what other approaches are there and what is standing in our way?
Give a call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Barton. She is one of the brilliant, strong and energetic class of 2025 who are already having a transformative effect over the work of this parliament, and I am incredibly lucky to call her a colleague. And I know how proud she is, Speaker, to be a part of a government that is delivering better housing opportunities for the people of her electorate. In Barton alone, Speaker, over 1,000 people have gotten into their first home through our 5% deposit program and with our government's backing. And it's not just that, Speaker. We are building about 400 social and affordable homes under the Housing Australia Future Fund in her electorate. It is an epic project that the member and I have visited together, Speaker. Just this one project alone is going to change the lives of hundreds and hundreds of people who desperately need housing in her electorate, and we are damn proud to be making it happen. Now, Speaker, we've got a housing crisis in our country that's been cooking for 40 years. And for all of the complexity that's a part of this debate, there's one simple thing that we desperately need to be doing, and that is building more homes for Australians. And that is exactly what our government is doing, Speaker. We've amassed an historic $43 billion, and the majority of those dollars are going straight into building more homes for Australians. And we're seeing really big impacts of these investments, Speaker. 520,000 homes built since we came to government. We're rolling up our sleeves and doing something that the Commonwealth has not done at scale for decades, and that is building homes ourselves. 55,000 social and affordable homes, 5,000 already completed, 25,000 that are actually in planning or construction right now. And of course we've seen that fantastic leadership from the PM, where he stood up, not washed his hands of the problem like those opposite, but said we are going to work together across the 3 levels of government to build 1.2 million homes over a 5-year period. Now, Speaker, we know there is more work to do, and that's why we're getting on with it, getting on with delivering this absolutely massive agenda. Now, the member for Barton asked me about some alternatives, and there are some quite terrifying alternatives out there, Speaker. The worst that we see is that exhibited by those opposite, who sat for 9 years and did pretty much absolutely nothing about a housing crisis that was building before their eyes. Now, we're getting a little bit of back chat, so let me remind those opposite of the record here. Not only have they spent the last 3 years trying to block and delay all our critical programs, but over a 9-year period, Speaker, you're not going to believe this, 9 years, do you know how many social and affordable homes they built? 373, Speaker. How many homes did they build in the whole state of Victoria in 9 years, Speaker? 0. How many homes did they build in the whole state of Queensland? 0. How many homes did they build in the whole state of Western Australia? 0. The only silver lining is we've finally found a net zero target that the coalition can get behind. Speaker, we're getting on with the job of delivering. That's our priority in housing every single day.
Call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Treasurer. Many people in the business community and at the Economic Reform Roundtable have asked for regulation that better enables growth as well as manages risk. But any permanent consolidation of red tape is hard when the incentives for regulators and, frankly, politicians is for just to add more and more complexity. How can the government permanently shift incentives to reduce regulatory complexity, and will you set targets for reductions in regulatory complexity?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Wentworth not just for her question, but before being a really important contributor to the Economic Reform Roundtable that we hosted here just a couple of months ago, Mr Speaker. Now, I can hear the opposition leader chirping at me about the Economic Reform Roundtable. When she was down the hill with the Australian Industry Group, she said it was a useful discussion and very welcome conversation. But anyway, leaving that aside, Mr Speaker, you did. I'll show you. I'll table it. Mr Speaker, more seriously. Mr Speaker.
Order. The Treasurer will just return to the question.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Wentworth for her important question, and I thank her for the role that she's played as we work through some of the issues that she raises in her question. The member for Wentworth knows that even with the progress we're making in our economy, particularly in the private sector, our economy is not productive enough. And one of the ways that we make our economy more productive is we find ways to reduce compliance costs, and one way that we do that is to reduce complexity and wind back red tape where we can. Now, obviously, regulation has a useful role to play in our economy so long as it's serving the purpose for which it's intended. But I think the government recognises, the member recognises, participants at the roundtable recognise as well that we have some work to do to wind back some of this complexity and wind back some of this red tape. The member for Wentworth has asked me about targets. We have been considering targets. We will work with the Productivity Commission to see if those targets are appropriate. But we haven't been waiting. We've actually taken a number of quite substantial steps just in the last couple of months since the roundtable to wind back red tape. We've slashed another 500 nuisance tariffs that will reduce compliance costs for a lot of businesses. We've introduced the regulatory reforms into the Parliament, 60 improvements across 13 agencies. We've got the investor front door pilot up and running. That's about quicker approvals. We're getting the regulators to reduce unnecessary regulations. The Assistant Treasurer is working with me and the Council of Financial Regulators to unwind some of the unnecessary data duplication, for example. We've asked the Board of Tax to help us reduce complexity in the tax system. We're progressing a single national market with the states, harmonising standards, national occupational licensing, a number of important measures there. We've started clearing a backlog of 26,000 homes because the regulatory burden on building homes is still too great. We recognise that. We've signed off on a whole bunch of reforms with the states and territories to wind back complexity as well. I could go on, Mr Speaker, but I think the House gets the point that we have taken substantial steps when it comes to winding back red tape. We know that there's more work to do. Our way to improve productivity in our economy is not like them, which is to make people work harder and longer for less, but to work through these issues in a sensible and methodical way. The member for Wentworth is playing a constructive role in that, if only those opposite were as well.
The call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How are the Albanese Labor government's policies to deliver more renewable energy backed by batteries helping Australians? What policies would threaten this progress?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. And it was, of course, in her now electorate that the Prime Minister and I announced the cheaper home batteries policy during the recent federal election campaign. It was a great day, although the member for Griffith and I were both wearing cheaper home battery T-shirts, and the combination of renewable energy and a T-shirt would be particularly triggering for the opposition. I know, Mr Speaker, but I digress. I am happy to report to the House that since we announced that policy, 104,900 Australians have introduced a cheaper home battery into their house or their small business. So that's 104,900 households and small businesses reducing their bills and their emissions. And there's a similar story across the country. And again, I update the House on AEMO's quarterly figures released today, which show the highest renewable penetration in Q3 in Australian history and show energy prices down 27% year-on-year and 38% quarter-on-quarter at a wholesale term, which is good progress and a good step forward with much more to do. Now, the member for Griffith asked me what policies might threaten this progress, and of course we're seeing a lot of them over the course of this week. The member for Wannon released a bit of a policy update in the House during the week. He said that his approach as Energy Minister would be to sweat the coal assets for longer and called for us to keep the coal-fired power stations working harder and longer, apparently unaware that as of today, just today, Mr Speaker, there are 11 separate coal-fired power units out of action, broken down, not working. 3.6 gigawatts. These are unreliable units that are now the biggest threat to reliability in our energy system, and those opposite want to see them working longer and harder. We want to see appropriate investment to see them replaced, see them in due course in an orderly transition replaced with new energy for the future, so that those communities that have powered Australia for so long can power us into the future. And of course it's a big day for the opposition tomorrow. They have their big meeting, their big loving, their big briefing about net zero. We had a contribution overnight from the former Treasurer, Energy Minister, Home Affairs Minister, Health Minister and Industry Minister of the Morrison government in one LinkedIn post by Scott Morrison, Mr Speaker, saying that they should move away from net zero. This just shows us the Liberal Party hasn't changed. The man who stood at this dispatch box and held a lump of coal is now telling them it's okay to move away from net zero because they haven't learnt. They haven't got the memo from the Australian people or from the 104,000 households that are getting on with the job. With another 1,000 households, I'm sure we'll do it tomorrow, and another 1,000 households on Monday, installing a cheaper home battery with support of the Albanese Labor government, as we are transitioning this economy and this energy system to make it fit for the future, while those opposite are stuck in their denial and delay.
The member for Lyon, before I call the member Durack, interjected 8 times during that answer, so she's warned, and I'm sure she won't do any more interjections. Well, I hope. I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. On Tuesday, the Minister made a commitment to Australia's heavy industry, saying, and I quote, "I can guarantee that we will ensure that energy policy is designed to ensure the supply of cheap and reliable energy." But today, the CEO of the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of WA warned that electricity costs are on, and I quote, "an unsustainable trajectory, preventing expansion activities in a region that is experiencing booming interest in both gold and critical minerals." Minister, is this really what a future in Australia looks like?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question, and I'm sure the Chamber of Minerals and Energy and the honourable member supports everything this government has done in recent weeks to support the mining industry in Australia and critical minerals in the great state of Western Australia, Mr Speaker, with the Prime Minister's leadership and the leadership of the Minister for Resources, and engaging in proper international diplomacy, engaging in proper interactions with our key trading partners. That's what a future made in Australia looks like. Proper investments and a proper calibration of industry and energy policy, as well as foreign and trade policy, to ensure that our great critical minerals that have so much capacity to power not only Australia but the rest of the world. We have a periodic table of minerals under our earth. We have 9 out of the 10 minerals necessary to make a battery in our country. We think that's a good thing. And we want to see more of those minerals exploited and more value added in Australia. And batteries made in Australia and minerals processed in Australia. That's our vision. Your vision is stuck in your 10 years of denial and delay while you're arguing tomorrow about whether climate change is real and whether humankind has anything to do with it and whether government should even bother to try. Well, that's why you are out of office now, and you are showing the Australian people continually you are not fit for modern government in Australia.
Give the call to the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How will the Albanese Labor government's record investment in bulk billing make it easier to see a GP for free? And how will the investments that kick off this Saturday make a difference for Australians after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Richmond. For more than 20 years in this place, she has been one of the strongest voices for better health care for regional Australia. And we're soon going to be able to announce together the location of the new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in the Tweed Valley, which I know she is looking forward to enormously, Mr Speaker. But like everyone else on this side of the House at least, she's also looking forward to this Saturday because, Mr Speaker, the 1st of November is going to be a red letter day, Mr Speaker, a red letter day for health care in this country, because on the 1st of November we're listing the 4th contraception on the PBS in just 12 months. After 30 years of not a single addition, 4 in just 12 months, Mr Speaker. On the 1st of November, as the Minister for Transport said, new Medicare rebates are going to save around 300,000 women $400 to access contraceptive IUDs and implants, Mr Speaker. And on the 1st of November, of course, as the member said, the largest investment in bulk billing in the history of Medicare kicks off, Mr Speaker. It's an investment that's good for doctors, and it's an investment that's obviously and most importantly good for patients, Mr Speaker. But the reason why the member for Richmond is such a strong supporter of this investment is it's particularly good for regional Australia, Mr Speaker. This week, I'll talk about Marino. This week, a standard bulk build consult in a beautiful town like Ballina gets about $42 from Medicare, Mr Speaker. Next week, it'll be $82. $42 to $82 in 1 week, Mr Speaker. So I do wonder, where are the Nationals? If it's so good for regional Australia, where are the Nationals, I wonder? You know, they stood by, did nothing when Liberals, led by the Leader of the Opposition, ripped the heart out of Medicare by freezing the Medicare rebate, and it's the same story today, Mr Speaker. What about the Leader of the Nationals Party? Well, there are 27 clinics who are going to be fully bulk billing in Maranoa next week, Mr Speaker. But what do we hear from the Leader of the Nationals? Nothing. Nothing, Mr Speaker. The member for Flynn up there, he's been pretty chatty over the last couple of weeks. 22 clinics going to bulk billing next week. Crickets, absolute crickets from the member for Flynn and the chatty member for Fadden. 22 clinics as well. Absolute crickets, Mr Speaker. They talk non-stop about everything except healthcare, everything except bulk billing, everything except cheaper medicine. Well, that's all right by us, Mr Speaker, because we've got even more members on this side representing regional Australia, and they're willing to fight for bulk billing. They're willing to fight for the power of this beautiful little card, and fight for a stronger Medicare.
Well, the member for Page, on that note, can leave the chamber because he was on a warning. Order. A warning is a warning. The Acting Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Pursuant to Section 65 of the Parliamentary Service Act 1999, I present the annual report of the Department of House of Representatives for 2024 to 2025 and call the Leader of the House. Papers.
Mr Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and quietly as possible. The member for Hume has indicated he is seeking the call on a personal explanation.
Yeah, I've been misrepresented most grievously.
You may proceed.
Last night in the Federation Chamber, the member for Kooyong claimed that I had failed to speak on the Defence Amendment Bill or move my second reader's amendment to the legislation. The member should be aware that I did speak on this very important bill 10 hours earlier at the dispatch box right here in the chamber, where I also moved the amendment. Thanks to the very fine work of the Hansard office, my remarks were published by 3 p.m, 4 hours before the member for Kooyong rose to speak. Mr Speaker, if the member for Kooyong is so eager to scrutinise defence, perhaps she could start by scrutinising the Hansard.
Well done.
The member for Hume did stray at the end there, but I didn't want to interrupt him at the end. That's not the precise way of taking it personal, with commentary at the end. But I'm just sure that was an oversight. I have received a letter from the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely how the government spending spree is being paid for by everyday Australians in their tax returns, electricity bills, mortgage payment statements and their difficulty finding a job. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm disappointed that the Treasurer isn't here today for this debate on the Australian economy. I don't know why that is. He could be scared, but this is an opportunity for the Treasurer. If he wants to get down here, he can have 10 3 minutes talking about himself, showering himself with compliments, which he loves to do, for his staff who are no doubt looking from his parliamentary office. If you can drag him from the bathroom where he's looking at the mirror, blowing kisses to himself, and see if he can come and talk about the Australian economy. It was said that if one learns to love oneself, it begins a lifelong romance. And I dare say the Treasurer on that count is probably the most romantic person in the Parliament, Deputy Speaker. You see, yesterday we had news on inflation, and inflation actually hit the highest rate it has in about 2.5 years, which of course speaks to the pain felt by Australian households and dashes hope for those who are looking to next week's RBA meeting and in the hope that they might get a cut in their cash rate, in their interest rate. Now, I thought I'd do the right thing on behalf of the Parliament and the Australian people and ask the Treasurer a question about the inflation rate. You know what he did? He didn't even address it. He talked about himself. He talked about himself. He actually took credit. I've taken this from Hansard. He said that he takes credit, I quote, when things go well in the economy. When things go well in the economy, the Treasurer takes credit. He also said that he takes credit when inflation comes down. But yesterday, Deputy Speaker, inflation did not come down. No. Inflation went up. Inflation went up to 1.3% over the September quarter. That's 3.2% over the year. And this actually breaches the band of the Reserve Bank of Australia. This exceeded the forecasts. This was an absolute miss from what was expected. And it does spell trouble for Australians. Now, this surge in inflation that we saw yesterday, as the ABS delivered the data, is a direct consequence of the Treasurer's spending spree. You only have to look at the data to see that this government is spending out of control. This is the highest spending government in 40 years outside of recession. 40 years. This government has lifted spending as a percentage of GDP from 24% to 27%. Wow. In this financial year alone, Labor is spending an additional $160 billion compared to the Coalition's last budget. $160 billion. On a household level, that equates to around about $16,500 extra this government is spending.
What have we got to show for it?
And what have we got to show for it? Well, a poorer country, a weaker country, and a country that's becoming more dependent on foreign supply chains. I don't know if you knew this, Deputy Speaker, but government spending is growing at 4 times the pace of the Australian economy. Wow. That says it all. And when it comes to debt, as a result of this government spending, an extra $100 billion has been added to the national credit card. So debt's going to hit $1.2 trillion by the time of the next election. Wow. And this government will pretend that's fine. But if you think of the children of Australia, you think of those who are yet to be born and will be citizens of this country. They are the ones who will have to pay for your spending spree. Yes, they will. They're the ones who are indebted. Every single minute that goes by, $50,000 gets paid on Labor's debt. $1.2 trillion. And the MPs can laugh, but we are talking about the next generation. You are saddling them with debt. This is more than just an economic argument, Deputy Speaker. There is a moral obligation on those who are in charge of the Treasury benches to not saddle the next generation with debt. And so scoff all you like as a Labor government, but it is the next generation of Australians that the coalition is defending. Now, it might be fair enough to ask, how is it this government has decided just to go and spend? Well, the government has been the beneficiaries of the greatest revenue windfall in the history of Australia, $400 billion. Now, a responsible government would have not done what the Treasurer did, put his hand in the cookie jar and baked in more spending into his budget. But the problem is, once the windfall is over, you've baked in more spending, which is why now we have a problem. Because this government is not only racking up to $1.2 trillion in debt, but its own plan is another decade of deficits. Another decade of deficits. And people keep paying for this. The more you spend, the more you pour money into the economy, prices rise. And that's what we saw in yesterday's figures. It is why the Australian people are the ones who pay. Money is not free. You rack up debt, you run deficits, it comes at a cost. And it's the Australian people who pay. And they know they pay when they go to the supermarket. Food is up by 15%. Australians know they pay when they pay their education fees. Education is up 17%. They know they pay when they look at the housing prices and rent prices, up 17% and 19% respectively. Australians know they pay for Labor's spending spree because insurance costs are up by 37%. And there's one thing Australians really know they pay for, and that's Labor's electricity bills. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Labor actually went to the election before promising a $275 reduction in household power bills. Bills are up over $1,000. In fact, electricity prices have gone up 39% under this government, 39%. Gas, 38%. These are the real-life consequences of Labor's spending spree. And so when you are in the supermarket next and you're saying, my Lord, the prices have gone up, that is due to the Treasurer's spending spree. When you can't pay the school fees, that is due to the Treasurer's spending spree. When you see that you're paying an additional, as an average mortgage holder, an additional $1,800 a month in interest payments, that is due to the Treasurer's spending spree. But in the absence of a revenue windfall, what do you think the Treasurer can now do? There's only one thing he's now thinking about. It starts with T, three-letter word, AX, tax. We have the Treasurer now gunning for tax. I mean, we knew that because the only plan he had was to tax unrealised capital gains. And I invite all those Labor members who thought that was a good idea just to stand in their places or give us a wave. Whoopsie-daisy, didn't have much support for that. Didn't have much support for that. The taxation of unrealised capital gains, no wonder he got completely rolled. But as a result, of course, he's got a black hole of about $20 billion. And you can be sure of one thing. He's coming after you. He's coming after you with more taxes. We are talking about not just Sir Tax a Lot, but King Tax a Lot. This is the new inflation effect.
Order,
this is
order.
what it's all about.
You do not have to resume your seat. We've been through this before, you and I have advised you that that is unparliamentary and that I would not have it in the House. You are about to ignore that again, so I'm just asking you to withdraw those comments. Your time has expired, but I'd like you to withdraw those comments, and it was an unnecessary addition to your speech.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm happy to withdraw those comments.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To call those opposite a clown show would be an insult to the hard-working clowns of Australia.
I don't think... Member for Assistant Minister, I've just sat the member for Fairfax down for what I think is an undignified comment in a debate. I've previously ruled out the whole references to circus performers, and I'd like you not to proceed with that and withdraw the comments and let's get on with a dignified debate.
I withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
After going to the last election, promising Australians they would have higher taxes, lower wages and bigger deficits, those opposite have proceeded to tear themselves apart over the last few months. As one of their most senior women, Fiona Scott, has said, you don't win elections by threatening to sack the bloke next door. And whether it's their internal climate wars, their immigration wars or their T-shirt wars, those opposite are less a coalition than a chook shed in a thunderstorm. We had the coalition split after the election, the comical breakup which led briefly to the opposition leader saying that there would be a front bench drawn exclusively from the Liberal Party room. As one backgrounded a newspaper outlet, they were acting like kids. For a while, the entire 15-member National Party cohort was to be moved away from the Speaker's chair towards the backbench seats, when suddenly they realised that they were making a decision that might affect their hip pockets and decided to reunite. Then we had Senator Price defecting to the Liberal Party, nearly leaving the Nationals as a non-party in the Senate. Shortly after, Senator Price was dumped from the Coalition Shadow Ministry, not only because she couldn't back the leader, but also for her highly offensive comments about Indian migrants. But she isn't the only one that seems to want to go back on Australia's multicultural success story, a multiculturalism that, as Tim Watts often reminds me, is supported by 9 out of 10 Australians. We've had the member for Canning saying that he believed Australians were becoming strangers in their own country due to what he called unsustainable immigration levels. Well, I don't know what he would have made of immigration levels under the Coalition, which were 40% higher than they are under us. We've had Senator Canavan telling ABC Afternoon Briefing that crime is clearly linked with migrant communities in Melbourne. We've seen a shameful attack on migrants from the Coalition, which has forced those like Alex Hawke to come out and to finally make the case.
Assistant Minister, you're going to need to refer to members by their correct title.
Indeed. The leader of the opposition in the House making the case, surprising many, for multiculturalism. We have seen the resignation of the member for Canning from the front bench after attacking what he called as Muppets, and after being attacked by the former leader, Peter Dutton, who said the member for Canning went on strike in the last election and fumbled key policy work. The tearing apart of the Coalition has extended to Senator Hume, who in the discussion between the Liberals and the Nationals said that if she were to join the Nationals, quote, I'd have to speak a lot slower and talk about the regions more often. Now, we on this side understand regional Australia, represent regional Australia and care about regional Australia. We don't see people in regional Australia as needing to be attacked in an internal party games. And the battle has become hottest over net zero. Net zero, that policy so radical that it was made the policy of the Australian government by coal-wielding Prime Minister Scott Morrison, a policy which is supported by every state and territory in Australia, by every major business group and by most of our major trading partners. Those who oppose net zero are those like Advance Australia, which has been running campaigns threatening Liberal and National Party members if they don't back net zero. And we've heard sensible Conservatives, such as Matt Keane, say, quote, let me say, as the former Liberal Treasurer and the largest economy in the nation, that it is a sign they are heading for electoral oblivion. The Coalition needs to reflect the mood of the Australian public, which is clearly saying they want strong and decisive action on climate change in our national interest.
Sorry, is this a point of order?
Point
of order. Relevance. We are 5 minutes into the MPI response.
Oh.
It notes how the government's spending spree. It doesn't mention the opposition. The Minister has spoken for 5 minutes.
Please sit down. You don't have the call, Member for Casey, and if I were to apply a strict rule of relevance in an MPI, I can assure you there'd be a lot of silent moments. So I often give people a bit of leeway, and I have been listening until I couldn't listen quite then because somebody was talking to me, but I have no hesitation in saying there was relevance in this MPI. Back to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we introduced into the House key environmental protection and biodiversity conservation reforms 5 years to the day after the Samuel report was delivered to then Environment Minister, now Opposition Leader. We are doing so because we want business to have the certainty of quicker approvals and because we want to see the environment properly protected. Tomorrow, key bulk billing incentives will take effect. Everyone who is bulk billed will now see the bulk billing incentive applied, and there will be additional practice incentives. In my own electorate of Fenner, we've already seen 3 practices approach the Health Department about becoming fully bulk billing practices. We are working to address climate change, not only committed to net zero, but committed to our target of 43% emissions reduction by 2030 and a 62 to 70% emissions reduction by 2035. This is good for the climate, but it's also good for jobs and prosperity. The nuclear madness that the Coalition took to the last election wouldn't just have cost some $600 billion, but would also have seen Australia grow more slowly and emit more pollution. Our productivity agenda sees us committing to get rid of non-compete clauses that are shackling millions of Australian workers from moving to a better job. Getting rid of non-competes will be great for productivity, great for wage growth and great for innovation. We're dealing with supermarket price gouging by saying that supermarkets that charge excessive prices will be subject to multi-million-dollar fines. We need national competition policy going again. That policy that in the 1990s helped deliver a huge productivity surge, which is behind the best productivity decade in the post-war era. Our $900 million productivity fund works with states and territories on things like planning and zoning reform in business, on reforms that are going to see national productivity increase. We're cracking down on unfair trading practices to ensure Australians aren't paying inflated prices due to poor and dodgy business conduct. We're reviewing the right to repair scheme, which took effect under Labor and provides more choice and lowers repair costs for Australian motorists. We are consulting on options to strengthen the unit pricing code as a crackdown on shrinkflation. And we're making it easier for supermarkets to enter the market, to see more productivity in Australia. We are overseeing an economy whose unemployment rate is lower than many of our trading partners. Many other economies are seeing challenges with inflation, which is rising everywhere except the UK, where it is significantly higher than it is here. More than 1 million jobs have been created since we came to office, stronger jobs growth than any major advanced economy. The Coalition are a goat rodeo in suits. It's vaudeville without the talent, slapstick without the charm. But we are getting on with the job. We are delivering for the Australian people. We are focused on tackling cost of living, boosting productivity and working collaboratively with states and territories in order to deliver policies which are good for households, good for the environment and good for the prosperity of future generations.
And I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the face of some of the political rhetoric and game playing that goes on, particularly from that side, I want to talk about some real Australians, real people. Hamish, he's a dairy farmer in my electorate. He gets up at 4:30 a.m. every morning and he milks approximately 500 cows. And in the winter, it's icy cold in the dairy and it's dirty and there's a lot of flies in the summer. And at 3 p.m, he gets the cows in and he does it all again. It's tough work, but he loves it because he loves producing clean, healthy food for Australia. And after the afternoon milking, he goes out again and he irrigates his paddocks, sometimes well into the night. Hamish is really worried that the Murray-Darling Basin Plan changes by this government will reduce the amount of irrigation water, push the prices up, making dairy farming even more difficult. And Hamish pays a lot of tax. And the produce earns a lot of tax for Australia when it's exported. Matt's a fruit grower. He pays a lot of tax. He works really hard and he barely sleeps during the harvest season. The energy bills for his cool stores required to run 24/7. They're going through the roof, Deputy Speaker. His employee is originally from India and he works long hours earning good money to get ahead in his new country and he pays a lot of tax. Tom's from Gunnedah and he manages an engineering firm and it does a lot of work for mining and energy companies. And he works 7 days a week and endures a lot of stress with the price of everything going up, and that's been getting a lot worse in the last 3 years, and he pays a lot of tax. So when the government indulges in wasteful spending and threatens private enterprises, I want them to think about Hamish, Matt and Tom and their employees and all those people paying tax, doing difficult jobs that are essential to Australia's economic prosperity. Exactly right. The philosophy of this government is that everything's free, but nothing is truly free. Someone has to pay for it. And often, it's the blood, sweat and tears of Australians taking a risk, working incredibly hard in difficult conditions and paying a lot of tax. We should respect those people. Our philosophy is that you grow the economy. And to grow the economy, you've got to have a competitive private sector. And there needs to be a culture in this country of enabling private industry to thrive and employ people and not create a system where more and more people are reliant on governments distributing taxes to get by. Every day in this place, in question time, all the government seems to do is brag about spending taxpayers' money as if it is theirs, but it was earned by other people. Some of the spending we agree with. Some of it's good. A lot of it's wasteful. But who pays? Who pays? And how are we looking after the industry that provide us with those tax dollars? Those industries are suffering because when government spending gets unsustainable and it goes up 4 times faster than the economy's growing, we get inflationary pressures and that puts more pressure on business. The economic health of this country is in a really difficult place and the trajectory is not good because everything's going up, the inputs are going up, and I don't see policies to help bring them down. And energy is a classical example. Energy is the economy. And as I've said in this place before, renewable energy is good technology. It's great technology. But it needs to be part of a diverse mix in the grid. And as I've talked about with the Centre for Independent Studies report, it's good at about 30%, but when it gets near 60, prices go up. Now, if prices are going up, businesses can't be competitive. And if businesses can't be competitive, Hamish, Matt and Tom can't be profitable. And if they're not profitable, they're not paying tax. And if they're not paying tax, where's Labor going to get the money from to hand it out and then brag about it during question time? I just would like you to respect and think about the Hamishes, the Matts and the Toms of this world who do hard jobs, pay tax, create private enterprise, employ people and keep this country going. Don't waste their hard-earned dollars. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Deakin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I can see that the Coalition remain unencumbered by self-awareness as they provide that lecture on the running of the economy. They've raised a number of topics in their MPI, tax returns. This from the party that proposed increased taxes at the last election. Higher spending, higher debt, higher deficit. Well done, Coalition. Electricity bills from the party that caused policy paralysis for 9 years and continues to eat itself over the very topic. The reason we have higher than desirable electricity bills is years of policy failure to ensure that the supply of electricity met demand. It's a simple supply and demand problem. But instead of having a coherent, consistent set of policies, we find a chopping and changing in 20 different policies over a relatively short period of time. They talk about business. How on earth can business invest in the clean energy future if there's no policy certainty? It is the worst possible thing you could do, no matter what direction you're in, to ensure that there is investment in energy. They held up coal. They even wore coal as makeup in one case. But they didn't actually make any even coal-fired power plants. They didn't increase the supply of electricity. There was 3 gigawatts less coal-fired power when they left than there was when they went into office. So even as coal lovers, they were terrible at their job. And now we find ourselves in a situation where we need to rapidly deploy technologies to ensure that electricity supply is sufficient in amount, that is low enough in cost, and that we can rely on going on to the future. So instead of finding the policy where they say renewables only, they forget about the fact that we've got batteries that pumped hydro, that backed by gas. They go on this war with a policy that doesn't exist. Then they promote a policy of their own, which also doesn't exist. We had an announcement of nuclear last night, and then we don't know whether net zero is there because we're waiting for Matt Canavan's no doubtedly independent and well-researched report on the future of net zero. But then we have to think, well, what does that do for industry and households? That policy paralysis means that we are not getting the investment and haven't had the investment we've needed in this sector for a long time. Thank goodness the Labor government's been elected. We can provide policy clarity. We, unlike the opposition, are not so arrogant as to think that we're smarter than IEMO, smarter than the Treasury, smarter than pretty much every expert in the energy space who confirm the cheapest form of energy is renewable energy. We're deploying it at pace along with the safeguards to ensure consistency of supply and reliability. We're investing in the gas supply. We're making sure that pump hydro is being rolled out. We're making sure that battery technology is being utilised, and households have voted with their feet. 104,000 homes have thankfully ignored the sideshow and have decided to invest in battery technology because they know that storage of renewables is the cheapest way to power your home, the cheapest way to power your business as long as the settings are right. They're getting off the grid and they're not paying high power bills. People in my electorate and electorates all over the country have been voting with their feet. And it's exciting to see a government that is finally committed to a sensible energy policy that maintains coherence in the energy space and gives business the certainty it deserves. They then, in their MPI, talked about mortgage repayments, forgetting that inflation was sitting at about 6.1% when we first got into office. Now has a 3 in front of it. We've had, I think, 3 interest rate reductions in the last year. And, well, indeed, we have turned the inflation that we inherited around. Indeed. So we find ourselves in a position where economic management is being compared with a government that 9 years in a row, after entering office with an action contract promising to end the waste, they brought in probably every rort in existence, sports rorts, car park rorts, and every other form of rort that you could possibly imagine. The colour spreadsheets were active. They were overspenders. They never delivered a surplus, and they showed themselves that all the rhetoric around being economically responsible was just reduce, reuse, recycle from the Howard years. And they continue to have that lack of credibility when it comes to jobs. We've had 1.5 million additional jobs in the economy since the Albanese government was elected. We've got one of the lowest unemployment rates as a new government in over half a century. We have an incredibly good record on jobs. We have an incredibly good record on real wages increasing because it is not a deliberate design feature of our economic architecture to suppress wages. We want wages to grow. We want living to improve in our country, and we want to make sure that we are readying ourselves for the future. We're going to have a 21st century energy grid that will power a 21st century economy, and it means that young people can enter into the future with confidence they simply could not have under the coalition government. The coalition party room is where hope and common sense goes to die, and I'm so glad to be part of a government that is actually delivering the policy settings we need for the future Australians deserve, and that is across policy areas. Now, as we said, there are people doing it tough right now. We take that incredibly seriously. The job is not done yet. But you can tell this government is committed to making life in this country better, that we will do what we need to do to support Australian workers, Australian businesses, Australian industries, because we know it is important for the future of the country that they have at least one side of politics with its eye on the job.
And I give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Deakin. That was like a mini Chris Bowen, just as fast and just as divorced from reality.
And I will remind the member for Cook to use correct
a mini
titles.
energy minister, just as fast and just as divorced from reality. A little bit less red. And look, I think the member for Deakin just said the reason we've had higher electricity prices is because of the coalition. Is that right? 9 years. And so why is it that coming into the 22 election, your side of politics promised 97 times bills would go down $275? What? It worked. That line worked for 3 years. We've heard it here, Australia. The member for Deakin just said that line worked for 3 years. They've been repeating a lie. So they say that's the reason prices went up. Yet, before the 2022 election, 97 times they stood there in front of you and said prices would go down $275. Well, there's only two explanations for that. There's only two explanations. Either you have no idea how energy markets work, or you do, and you lied to the Australian public anyway. Which one is it?
Excuse me.
Sorry for the
You know the standing orders around the use of that particular
Sorry, Madam
word.
Deputy Speaker. Let me repeat.
Withdraw and rephrase.
I withdraw and I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
There's one of two things that has to be true. You either have no idea, none whatsoever, on how energy markets work, or you do, and you lied, and the opposition lied anyway. Which one is it? Which one is it? Well, they're awful quiet now. You could hear a pin drop in the chamber because it's embarrassing. And you know what? And what is happening is people in my electorate are living it. Just last week, I was out at FJP Manufacturing. This is a business where we have a few manufacturing businesses clinging to life in Cook. They have seen their gas and their electricity prices both up over 70% in the last 2 years. And as I said, and the Energy Minister liked to clip me up about this, yes, you don't really care about TAFE, because you know what's happening to people? They have taken 7 apprentices earlier, 3 years ago.
Member for Cook, taking a point of order, I presume, from the Chief Government Whip.
Yes, point of order, Deputy Speaker. The member persists in directing his responses to, not through you, but at people on this side of the chamber.
I will remind the member for Cook, in an effort to depersonalise these debates, we have the standing order that directs the comments through me. So please.
Deputy Speaker, I withdraw and I'll adjust. But FJP Manufacturing, up 76%. Yes, they had 7 apprentices just at the start of last term. They're down to 3. They're down to 3 apprentices and they're worried it's going to 0. These people employ 50 people in my electorate. Phil is the guy who runs the show there. He works incredibly hard. Bending metal, doing powder coatings, supplying businesses all throughout Sydney. But yet they are being crushed under energy prices. Only 3 weeks ago, I was out at Kareela Shops, meeting actually a chicken shop provider there that's had its energy prices more than double. Just yesterday, I received an email from someone in my electorate screenshotting their bill. And what did they screenshot in their bill? Even though they had solar, their home bill had more than doubled. Their per kilowatt hour had tripled. This is the reality Australians are living with. So when those on the other side stand up here and tell us, oh yes, the only reason we have electricity prices up is for the coalition, well, it's clearly not true. And why are these lies being peddled? Because it's a vulnerability. It is a vulnerability and it's going to get worse. Why do we know this? Because we're seeing the bodies pile up. Whyalla Steelworks, bankrupt. Tomago, about to be bankrupt. Mount Isa Smelter, bankrupt. CEOs of BlueScope Steel, Cadbury, Mars, all coming in and saying manufacturing and industry is at a crossroads and at risk going offshore. The CEO of BHP said in Australia energy costs are 2 to 3 times that of comparable economies. BlueScope Steel said our gas prices are 3 to 4 times that of the US. Well, the bodies are piling up and it's not pretty. And guess who's holding the gun? Well, it's the Energy Minister of Australia.
Member for Ford has the call.
Deputy Speaker,
Sorry,
thank you.
Member for Ford, point of order from the Assistant Minister.
The allegation of violence by the member for Cook at the end of his speech was entirely inappropriate, utterly unparliamentary, and I would ask you to ask him to withdraw.
Member for Cook.
It was a metaphor, but to assist the House, I'll withdraw.
I appreciate that. And I give the call to Member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. When I gave my first speech in the House, I said that I don't have political heroes, but I've got plenty of sporting ones. And one of my greatest heroes is Dean Jones, one of the greatest batters ever to play for Australia. And there were times where you're watching him when the poor bowler was just getting hit all over the park. They must have been thinking there is nowhere we can bowl to this person. And that's exactly what it is like watching the Shadow Treasurer bowl up to the Treasurer of this country at the moment. That's exactly what it must be like when they have to come up with an MPI every time. Where can they hit the government that is so focused on the Australian people, so focused on their game, while they're meanwhile divided on themselves? Where do they hit it? And so today they've come up with the word spending spree. So let's have a look at what is meant by a spending spree. To me, a spree is something you do carelessly, throwing around money frivolously on things that don't matter. But when the opposition says spend less, what they really mean is invest less. I've run small businesses, it's been an enormous privilege. And you learn quickly that there are two ways to run a small business. You either invest in your plant and your people and build something sustainable, or you strip the profits out and run the business into the ground. Well, that's just like running a country, is like running a small business. You can slash and burn, or you can build and invest in your people and your future. So let's look at what we're investing in. $8.5 million invested in Medicare. One of the most profoundly moving experience that I've had in politics was this week was when we were ringing around the GP clinics in Ford. We've only got to about 3/4 of them so far, but already we've found out that it's going from 7 bulk billing clinics to 15 overnight. I have never, in all of the time that I have been either watching or participating in politics, seen a single policy with such an immediate impact as this one. It saves Australians money, improves our health, it helps the economy, it supports families, but it costs money. Let's look at housing. $43 billion invested in housing. So that's right. That's what they're calling is a spree. But in 1 year, and I'll say it's in 1 year, we built more houses in Ford than the opposition built in almost 10 years of government across the whole country. And I say 1 year because they spent 2 or 3 years trying to hold it up because they saw it as a spree. Finally, in skills and training, we've got free TAFE, which the opposition said people won't value because it's free. While I was working on farms, I learnt that with the right skills you can fix anything. With a bit of silicon, as I'm sure the member for Riverina knows, with a bit of silicon and fencing wire you can fix just about anything. And it turns out that with the right skills that you can even fix a broken skills system that we were left with after the opposition gave it to us. Because, you know, the thing that really I think that Australia has, which is our most valuable resource, is not on our ground, not underground, but on top of the ground. It's the people of this country. And with the right skills, you can skill up, you can get a return on that investment. And that's what all of these things are. They are return on an investment. They are carefully calculated, methodically thought through returns on the investment that we will see for generations to come. Because you know what really costs nothing? You know what really costs? Doing nothing. Because that's the bill that you don't get until after the election. Because when governments don't invest, it's Australians who are left to pick up the tab. because there are just some things that it's better to do collectively for the government to invest in. Healthcare is one of them. Otherwise you end up with a health system like the American system, where it's every person for themselves. Housing, public housing is another one of them. Skills and training is another one of them. And while the Australian people are sick to death of privatisation and economic rationalism, for some reason the opposition wants to continue with that failed policy. There is a role for government investing in the economy, just as there is a role of good management of a company investing in its plan and its people. The opposition say if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. But if you can't afford it, you're locked out and the country suffers.
Member for Riverina.
Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree with the member for Ford, who has just said when governments don't pay for funding, don't make funding, Australians are left to pick up the tab. When they don't fund something, Australians are left to pay the bill. And he's so very correct, because what we've seen from this Labor government is a complete neglect for regional Australia. And we heard in question time today that Labor apparently has more regional members than there are on this side. Well, if that is the case, and I'm not disputing it, but why aren't those regional members sticking up for their constituents? Why aren't they sticking up for their electorates, which are being left high and dry by the Minister for Infrastructure, who is from Ballarat, by the Regional Development Minister, who is from Eden Monaro, because they are not funding regional Australia, certainly nowhere near to the point where we were when we were in government. And roads are just full of potholes. We've got centres, civic centres, aquatic centres, regional hubs just being left behind. And this is just such a shame, Deputy Speaker. And when we talk about the difficulties of regional Australians in particular, we're talking about those people who during COVID carried this nation. And we hear a lot about the $1 trillion worth of debt. The member for Rankin, the Treasurer, goes on about it all the time. ABC fact checker said it's nowhere near $1 billion. But what that $1 trillion gave us, it's about $800 billion, but let's not let $200 billion get in the way of the Treasurer's remarks, is we kept the doors of business open. We kept people alive during the worst global pandemic ever, and certainly the biggest pandemic in a century, since the World War I Spanish flu. And, well, I didn't interrupt you, Minister, so you might just leave me to make my remarks. And all the minister at the table did, all the member for Fenner did, was just play the person. His whole 10-minute speech was just picking off coalition member by coalition member. But let's not get personal, because it's not about us in here in the House of Representatives. It's about the people out there who are hurting, who are paying electricity bills which are far too high, which those opposite promised on 97 occasions prior to the May election in 2022, that there would be a $275 reduction in those power bills. And indeed, the member for Deakin, in his contribution, belled the cat, because he said that line worked for 3 years. That line worked for 3 years. Well, he's going to regret that interjection, because it was a line. In fact, it wasn't just a line, you could forget the N out of that word. And it was uttered over and over and over again, and it was not true. Might have worked for 3 years. It's not cutting through now, because people's electricity bills, their power bills, are 40% higher than they were before Labor came to office. That's 40% more on household budgets. That's 40% more on farmers and factories and people who are keeping the lights on in this nation. And this nation is hurting. The transport industry is struggling. We've got the construction industry in freefall. We've got so many sectors. Tom ago this week, everywhere you point and everywhere you look in every state and every territory, we've got people who are struggling to make ends meet. And this is simply not good enough. And it's simply not good enough by a government which said that they would address these issues. And for 18 months, all we heard about was the voice. For 18 months, they took their eyes off the ball. And then when they decided to get focused about the economy, well, it was too late, because the economy has tanked and it's getting worse. Inflation up this week. And it's such a struggle
for those people, and particularly even people who are paying rent, who are trying to get into their first home. I mean, we've got a housing minister who talks about building 1 million homes. Good luck with that, because it's just not going to happen on Labor's watch. And you can say it as much as you like, you can say it as convincingly as you like, but it's not happening. And the people out there in Voterland aren't fooled. They are certainly not fooled, because every time they get their power bill, every time they go to the supermarket and go to the cash register, every time they go to the Bowser at their petrol station, they are paying through the nose for the follies of the Labor government, for the mistakes of this government, for the shortfalls of this government. And this government will pay for this, just like ordinary, everyday Australians are paying through the nose every day of the week.
Member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am one of those members that represents a regional community. And just this morning, we announced that we're investing $1 million to address potholes and drainage in a road at Bass Point, which is a jewel in the crown of our community, not only for locals but for the visitor economy. So I wonder, is that to be considered an investment, Deputy Speaker, or a spending spree? The federal government cares about reducing cost of living pressures on individuals and families across Australia. And more than that, we've taken practical steps to reduce those pressures. To begin, we've reduced personal income tax rates for Australians on lower incomes, and further tax cuts are coming. These are tax cuts that the opposition opposed. And of course, the opposition is good at one thing, it's good at opposing. We've taken practical steps to reduce the tax burden on people who have lower incomes, because Labor cares about ensuring that people on lower incomes keep more of what they earn. In relation to energy prices, we've been working hard to address the burden of energy costs, because we acknowledge for many households and small businesses this remains a significant pressure. The federal government has extended the National Energy Bill Relief Program, offering every household around 1 million small businesses automatic electricity bill rebates. Beyond rebates, important structural reforms relating to energy are underway in the transition to renewable energy. The Australian Energy Market Commission projects that with a coordinated transition to renewables and electrification, households could reduce their energy spending significantly over the next decade. With the transition to renewable energy, our government aims to create jobs, reduce pressure on energy bills and lower emissions. These steps combine immediate relief with the longer-term structural reform of the energy system, which will be good for the environment and reduce energy bill costs for Australians. Regarding unemployment, average unemployment under the Albanese Labor government is the lowest of any government in 50 years. Our government has adopted a comprehensive approach aimed at not just lowering the unemployment rate, but addressing underemployment and labour market underutilisation. Our national employment rate is at historically low levels. However, there remains untapped potential within our labour market, and we are working to ensure that we are reducing barriers to work, increasing skills, supporting transitions to work and ensuring secure, fairly paid jobs. These efforts are designed to deepen labour force participation, reduce underemployment and promote economic activity, thereby strengthening household income, reducing welfare dependency and contributing to cost of living relief. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has employed a range of strategies to reduce cost of living pressures for Australians. Notably, in the area of healthcare, where many Australians experience significant cost pressures, we are making record investments in bulk billing. Our investment is estimated to will deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits a year. This investment, as well as our reductions to the cost of medicines under the PBS and our investment in urgent care clinics, is designed to reduce cost pressures on individuals and families. On top of this, as I mentioned, our government has cut taxes so that Australians can keep more of their earnings. We've subsidised energy bills, and we're reforming the energy system so that households will have lower power bills over time. We've supported economic conditions for lower interest rates through economic stability and labour market policies. We've supported lower unemployment rates and better labour market outcomes, recognising that secure work is one of the best ways to relieve cost of living pressures. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created since we came to office, and that is stronger jobs growth than any advanced economy. In terms of supporting individuals and families with cost of living pressures, it should be acknowledged that no measure works in isolation. The macroeconomic environment, global energy markets, inflation and structural change all exert force on household budgets. But our government has made cost of living relief a priority, as reflected in our healthcare reforms, our energy bill relief and the tax cuts that we have delivered. We are managing the economy in the interests of all Australians, and this continues to be our focus. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to speak on a grave matter of fairness and fiscal responsibility. The reality is every day ordinary Australians pay the price for a government that has decided to spend money as if it grows on trees. It doesn't take an economics degree to see that this government is addicted to spending taxpayers' money. And that addiction has a price. It is you, the police officer, the school teacher, the farmer, the retailer, who are picking up the tab. Let me say it plainly. We are borrowing from our children's future, paying the interest today so that the debt will fall on our children tomorrow. The cost of living is soaring. Rent is up 21%, food costs up 16%, mortgages up $1,800 a month on average, and power prices 46% and increasing. And you cannot separate the borrowing and the spending from the environment in which jobs become harder to find, wage growth stagnates, and regional families feel left behind. In regional South Australia, farmers reel under generational drought, fishers destroyed by the algal bloom, and manufacturing on life support. Yet we see a city-focused government pouring money down the drain in inner-city handouts and vanity projects. So when you look at your tax bill, your power bill, your mortgage statement, or the difficulty you're having to find a secure job, it's not just the market, it's not just inflation, it's not just the cost of living, it's also a government that chooses to borrow and spend big rather than live within its means. Let me walk you through the arithmetic of what debt servicing means in everyday terms, because regional Australians understand numbers. We are paying $50,000 every minute in interest on the debt. That's roughly $72 million per day. Money that could have been spent on upgrades to regional hospitals, fixing the roads we rely on, supporting community housing in towns like Port Pirie, and helping businesses hit by the algal bloom, drought and the unaffordable housing prices. So what do we see for regional South Australia? We see a government that is focused on inner-city spending and confusing tax grabs, while regions, again, miss out. We see schools that still need upgrades. We see roads that still need repairs. We see the government promising regional investment, but then redirecting the money to bailouts, handouts and vanity projects. And we see workers only with $30 left each week. That is not just a policy failure. It is a broken promise for families in the regions saving for a home, paying off a mortgage or running a small business. The message they get is, the government can't manage its own money, so it comes after yours. We must return to a government that believes in lower, simpler taxes, that lives within its means, that does not mortgage the future of regional Australians so that inner-city votes can be chased. We need fiscal discipline, not fiscal drag. We need spending that genuinely invests in a productive economy, in regions, in small business, in primary industries, not wasteful spending which piles up debt. Speaker, I return to the shadow government's motion. The government spending spree is being paid for by everyday Australians in their tax returns, their electricity bills, mortgage statements and in their struggle for jobs. Let me be clear. It is not the government who pays off the debt. It is not the bureaucrats who pay off the debt. It is the farmers, the teacher, the tradie, the small business operator, the regional family. That is who is carrying this government's burden. So I call on this government to stop the reckless spending, stop the endless tax fest and hollow promises. Give Australians the respect of knowing you will live within your means like everyone else has to. Speaker, if government spending is a tool, spend it on value-adding initiatives like hospitals, roads, schools and energy resilience in towns like Port Lincoln and Port Parham. Let it help our small businesses recover. Let it support jobs and growth in regional Australia. Let's do it in a way that does not leave our children paying the interest. Because simply, Speaker, this big spending, tax-happy government seems incapable of making the hard decisions needed.
Member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today as both a teacher who cares for children across Australia and also a representative of a regional community. Our test is simple. Are Australians better off today when they open their tax return, when they check their mortgage statement, when they search for a job? Those opposite are crying spending spree, but Australians are seeing the reality. They see a government that is delivering tax cuts, driving down energy costs over the long term, backing record job creation and helping ease mortgage pressure. That's not a spree, that's a strategy. That's not chaos, and that's a plan. And I understand that that is unfamiliar to those opposite. When we look at energy options, the choice could not be clearer. We stick with a volatile, ageing fossil fuel system, or we invest in clean, cheaper renewables that cut bills over time. Griffith University research shows that if we had stayed reliant solely on coal and gas, the cost of generating electricity would actually be 50% higher today. I really want that to sink in. Every power bill would be higher. Every family and small business would pay the price. 50% is a big difference. Numbers are tricky though. The CSIRO confirms it. Renewables, with transmission and storage included, are the cheapest form of new energy generation in Australia. It's not ideology, it's engineering, it's economics, and it's evidence. And households are feeling the difference. We know that the Australian Energy Market Commission projects electricity prices could be 13% lower over the next decade if our renewable rollout continues as planned. We know the Australian Energy Regulator reports wholesale prices having been falling since late 2022, thanks to cheaper fuel, more renewables and decisive government action. This is real progress. And while we don't pretend a decade of neglect can be fixed overnight, we are doing the hard yards to build a secure and affordable energy future. That's what we do. We build for the long term, just like we did with Medicare. And now we can't actually imagine an Australia without it. The government's record on job creation and growth is also something, like Medicare, that we should all be celebrating. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created since we came to government, the strongest single-term job creation on record. It's actually also the lowest average unemployment rate of any government in 50 years. It's not a slogan. That is the ABS talking. More Australians are in work than ever before, and we're not stopping there. We're backing fee-free TAFE. We're rebuilding advanced manufacturing, and we're investing in those clean energy jobs because these important and very well-paying jobs of tomorrow can be done by people here across Australia. In Burnie, in Devonport, in Latrobe, when we put in place the right training opportunities. We've also delivered tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer. One this year, another in 2026 and another in 2027. By the 2027-2028 financial year, it's going to be an average of $2,500 extra in people's pockets every year. We're supporting people to earn more and keep more of what they earn, and we're doing it fairly. I do wish to compare that to those opposite who actually made a vow something that we do at marriages, a vow to undo our tax cuts and take that money away from people. Australians are doing it tough, and we know that there are many external threats that are impacting us right now. And that's why rate relief matters. Our Reserve Bank has cut interest rates 3 times this year, and I can tell you, on my school teacher salary, that is a huge impact to families. Depending on your loan, the cuts are actually saving households hundreds of dollars a month, and that would not have happened without the work and planning done by the Albanese Labor government. Deputy Speaker, we are delivering for the people of Bass. We are delivering for the people of Australia, and they know what this government stands for. Cheaper power bills in the long term, more secure, better paid jobs, tax cuts for every Australian, mortgage relief when it's needed most. We're not chasing headlines, we're delivering outcomes. It's not a spending spree, it's a nation-building plan.
And the time for this discussion has now concluded. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills. Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025 to 2026, Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025 to 2026, and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025 to 2026. I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Fisher resigning from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment. Private Health Insurance, National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill of 2025 and Health Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures Number 1, Bill 2025. I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025. Minister to move second reading.
Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Deputy Speaker, I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, this bill marks a significant step in our commitment to improve regulatory outcomes in the energy sector by ensuring dedicated governance and accountability structures that are tailored specifically to energy market regulation. The intention of this bill is to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 to separate the Australian Energy Regulator, the AER, from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, establishing the AER as a non-corporate Commonwealth entity with operational control of its staff, resources and governance arrangements. The AER is the independent regulator of wholesale and retail energy markets and energy networks, mainly across southern and eastern Australia, under national energy laws and rules. Its key activities include energy network regulation, compliance and enforcement, and the performance monitoring and reporting of energy wholesale and retail markets, as well as network businesses. Taken together, that is an incredibly important function, as perfectly well expressed in the AER's purpose, which is to ensure energy consumers are better off now and in the future. The AER currently operates as a constituent part of the ACCC. Both organisations are single Commonwealth entities for the purpose of the finance law. The AER shares staff, resources and facilities with the ACCC, and as a result, the AER board, which is responsible for regulatory functions, does not have direct control over resources and staff, which remain under the ACCC's authority. This proposed amendment to legally separate the AER from the ACCC will remove the governance risks that hinder the AER's ability to manage its increasing regulatory responsibilities effectively. It will enable the AER to operate effectively as an independent entity, and the bill will not change the key elements of the Australian Energy Market Agreement, such as the role and function of the AER as the independent energy regulator, the composition of the AER's board, the requirement for the Commonwealth to fund the AER, and the administrative law arrangements whereby the decisions of the AER will continue to be subject to judicial review by the Federal Court. Deputy Speaker, the national energy laws, which provide the AER with more detailed functions and obligations, will also remain unchanged. It has to be acknowledged that several independent reviews have recommended an autonomous AER. In 2015, the review of governance arrangements for Australian energy markets, chaired by Dr Michael Vertigan, considered governance arrangements of the Australian energy markets and recommended that the AER should have full management and financial autonomy, which would most effectively be achieved by re-establishing the AER as a standalone regulatory body. The 2017 independent review into the future of the national electricity market, led by Dr Alan Finkel, noted the AER's role is highly technical and sector-specific, and that by constituting the AER as a separate energy agency, we would be mirroring the structures of other energy market bodies and comparable energy regulators in similar countries. State and Territory energy ministers have been consulted on the proposal, and on 19 May 2023 agreed the AER should be established as a standalone Commonwealth entity. Deputy Speaker, it would surprise no one to observe that the AER's operational environment has evolved significantly since its establishment in 2005. As the energy market becomes more complex, and with the AER's regulatory functions expanding, the AER needs the authority to manage its own resources and to set its own strategic direction independently from the ACCC. The ambitious scale and pace of the energy transition requires the AER to operate with greater financial and operational autonomy. A distinctly separate AER will provide for greater management and financial autonomy, contributing to the overall effectiveness of the AER as Australia's energy regulator. Creating a standalone AER will formalise its governance responsibility, including for managing its budget, human resources and risk oversight. And this change will allow the AER to better align its internal operations with its regulatory mandate and strategic goals. This is essential for effectively managing the energy transition, overseeing wholesale and retail markets and addressing issues like energy affordability and network regulation. In other words, this change will make sure the AER is better placed to do what we need it to do in the best interests of the Australian community. Deputy Speaker, the bill supports the broader energy policy of the government, enabled through the National Energy Transformation Partnership, a framework for Commonwealth, state and territory governments to work together on reforms to help transform Australia's energy system to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. One of the priority themes of the framework is strengthening energy governance architecture, and the bill is a necessary and forward-looking reform that helps achieve this priority theme. The government is committed to delivering affordable, reliable and clean energy for all Australians, and the reforms contained in this bill will help make that vision a reality.
Yeah. So the question is this bill be now read a second time? I give the call to member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And it's no wonder that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy didn't come into the chamber to speak on this bill, because if you ever want an example of how out of touch this minister is, this is just another example of this. So what we've seen since the election is the government has had to walk away from their commitment to reduce Australians' power bills by $275. After looking the Australian people in the eye on over 90 occasions, they've now had to walk away from it. It was funny, today on the MPI, they've got new talking points. They've got new talking points. Guess what the new talking points say? Every time you mention that energy prices are going to go down, you've got to say in the long term. These are the new talking points. Energy prices will go down in the long term. Well, people remember also that it wasn't just a commitment to reduce power bills by $275 by the end of this year. There was also a further commitment. Now, obviously, you're walking away from that as well. So that's why this expression now, in the long term, has come in. Now, of course, the minister won't come in and speak to this bill because he knows that what it will show is how embarrassing the situation is that he's got Australia into. Energy bills aren't going down. Everyone knows that. Everyone sees it every 3 months when they open their power bill, when they open their electricity bill, up by 39%, their gas bill up by 38%. When they hear about the recent inflation numbers or the inflation number from yesterday. What was the inflation number from yesterday? Shows that electricity costs rose by 23.6% for the year to September, and the only reason why it didn't rise further is because you had to subsidise those bills. So that is the facts. Those are the facts, and yet here we are. Guess what is the first bill? Given all this, the prices are going through the roof. Guess what's the first bill the minister brings into the parliament? Guess what it is? Guess what it is? It's about shuffling the deck chairs in the bureaucracy. So it beggars belief, seriously. We've got energy prices going through the roof, and Minister Bowen decides, what I need to do is shuffle the deck chairs. That's gonna really fix the issues. You know, we've just had this week it announced that Tomago, sadly, is likely to close. Over 5,000 workers are going to lose their jobs. And guess what the minister's here doing? It is his first bill. He's shuffling the deck chairs in the bureaucracy. So it's no wonder he sent another minister in to do it, because it would just show once again what a complete and utter farce this minister is. As a matter of fact, the only jobs that should go, or the only job that should go from these higher electricity prices, is the minister's job. That is the job that should go, not those jobs of those poor workers out there. And we're going to keep reminding you every single day of that fact. And this is just another example of why that minister should move on, because given the crisis that we're starting to see with electricity prices, here he is shuffling the deck chairs of the bureaucracy. How out of touch can you get? It beggars belief. And it's just complete silence from them over there, because they know that they don't have anything to say in response. Because when they go out in their constituencies, when they go out into their constituencies, what are you hearing? What are you hearing? You're hearing that electricity prices continue to rise. Well, can I tell you what our position? Can I tell you what our position will be? Our number one priority will be to reduce electricity prices, to put downward pressure on electricity prices. That is what we will do. That is what we will do. And I say this to the minister who isn't here, who was too embarrassed to come in, because this is the first bill he's put into this parliament on anything to do with energy since the May election. It's about shuffling the deck chairs. We will be focused on putting downward pressure on energy prices, and we won't be issuing talking points, which used to say we're going to reduce your power bill by $275, which are now just saying energy prices will come down in the long term, whatever that means. Is that by 2050, 2060, 2070? Who would know? Who would know? Well, in the end, as the Premier
Member for Wannon, I know it's Thursday afternoon, but let's get back to the relevance of the bill before the House now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I just have been making the point, and I know some of those might think I've been labouring the point, but this is the wrong bill for the wrong time. But that said, what does this bill do? It changes the public service arrangement for the Australian Energy Regulator and the ACCC. Yep. So it changes the public service arrangements for the Australian Energy Regulator and the ACCC. Now, when we were presented with the recommendations that we should do this, what we did, we looked at it and we went, well, what are our priorities? Our priorities are focusing on putting downward pressure on energy prices. So we thought, OK, we can leave shuffling the deck chairs while we are making sure that we're putting downward pressure on energy prices. And that was our focus, because we wanted to make sure that that was our number one priority. So while we can understand that there does need to be some rearranging when it comes to the AER and the ACCC, and we sat down with the department and we sat down with the ACCC and the AER and made sure that there would be nothing in these changes that would lead to people's energy bills going up, because that is our number one priority, to make sure that energy prices don't continue to go up. And that is what we sat down and made sure and sought guarantees that that would be the case. Now, we were given those guarantees, and so that's why we think that the minister's idea of shuffling the deck chairs is one that we should support.
And on point of order.
Deputy Speaker, after the fifth mention of deck chairs, I call your attention to Standing Order 75 on tedious repetition, which the member is clearly transgressing.
Take a seat, the Assistant Minister. There's been a bit of latitude on a Thursday afternoon, but let's, in the remaining 90 seconds, perhaps get to the context of this bill.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And can I say, he didn't take a point of order on the repetition of you driving energy prices higher and higher and higher. So, and I can understand why you didn't, because you know how sensitive that is.
Comments through to me, please.
I will get back to the. Bill. So this bill is about changes to the ACCC and the AER. And while we have made sure that these changes will not drive costs when it comes to putting pressure on energy prices, and we have been given assurances that it won't do that, that is why we are happy to support this bill. But I would say this to the minister. Seriously, Minister, there are jobs at stake. There are jobs at stake at the moment from the high energy costs that you are overseeing. Seriously, there are businesses who are deeply, deeply worried about the impact of the cost of energy.
And
we want to make sure.
Being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Giving the call to Member for Calare.
Today I wish to recognise two hard-working organisations in our electorate of Calare who are at the front line, day in, day out, helping women and children escape domestic, family and sexual violence. This House can be in no doubt about the scale of the scourge we are confronted with. According to the New South Wales Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research, rates of domestic violence and related assault are double in remote and regional areas compared to metropolitan areas. In terms of these domestic violence-related assault figures, in the 12 months to June 2025, per 100,000 population, Greater Sydney recorded just over 369 incidents compared to 623 in regional New South Wales, and that's nearly double. The far western Arana region had the highest rate of domestic violence-related assault in the past 12 months, with 1,543 incidents, more than 3 times higher than the average for New South Wales. The Central West region had a rate of 694. Data from 2023 shows that 1 in 10 victims of domestic assault are young people, 3 in 5 are women, and Aboriginal women are 8 times more likely to be a victim. These figures clearly demonstrate that regional and rural areas should be a priority for support to address this crisis. In the central west of New South Wales, we are fortunate to have a number of organisations raising awareness and providing vital support for those escaping domestic, family and sexual violence. Housing Plus is one of those organisations. I recently attended the opening of the new Housing Plus emergency domestic and family violence accommodation in Mudgee. And these are new units built for women and children escaping violence. This development was a collaboration which included Mid-Western Regional Council, the Glencore Mine and service delivery partner Bernardo's. Housing Plus provides vital support right across the Calare electorate, including domestic and family violence services, homelessness services, employment pathways, post-release support, men's behaviour change programs and emergency accommodation through places like the Orchard. I was honoured to recently attend the Housing Plus White Tie Ball in Orange, which helped to raise $163,000 for the Orchard in Orange. I would like to thank the Housing Plus team, including CEO Justin Cantello, Transformation Manager Rochelle Monahan, and everyone who made this community event such a success. Another organisation making a vital difference is regional advocacy group Birds in the Bush. Orange solicitor Vanessa Vasquez founded the group in 2021 after witnessing the all-pervasive and commonality of domestic and family violence in the Central West. Vanessa saw a need to increase awareness of how prevalent domestic violence is and that it does not discriminate. I wish to recognise Vanessa's tireless work and acknowledge the Birds in the Bush committee members, including Katie Baddock, Claire Fox, Kate Greenwood, Dan Cook, Amelia Morgan-Hunn, Karen Begnell and Zana Christian. During the past 4 years, Birds in the Bush have raised more than $500,000 to support local services, refuges and victims of domestic and family violence. They've also raised enough funds through events and donations to commence a new education program in high schools across the Calare electorate in 2026 called Bird Brains. In addition to fundraising and advocacy, Birds in the Bush are focusing on cultural change, raising greater awareness, education and fostering conversations and promoting a more respectful and safe region and community. This morning in this House, the Minister for Social Services tabled the yearly report of the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commission. The statistics the Minister referred to paint an extremely grim picture of the crisis in this country, including that 1 in 4 women have experienced intimate partner violence since the age of 15 and 1 in 5 has experienced sexual violence. Our communities and groups like Birds in the Bush and Housing Plus work hard to support women and children impacted by domestic and family violence, but there is a limit to what they can do on their own. The New South Wales and Australian governments must do more to assist organisations such as these in their vital work.
I give the call to member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This has been a significant week for Australia's creative industries, with the announcement by the Attorney-General that the government will not create a copyright exemption to allow broad-scale mining of creative content by AI platforms. The proposal had been put forward by the Productivity Commission, who look at things from their angle, but any proposal to allow AI platforms to mine creative content without consent understandably creates anxiety amongst creatives. So the Attorney-General's decision has real consequences for Australia's artists, musicians and writers, for the protection of their intellectual property and for how Australia positions itself to harness the benefits of the AI revolution ahead. As Special Envoy for the Arts, I'm so fortunate to meet regularly with artists and arts workers and discuss AI and copyright at length. Artists are not Luddites, they are innovators. They understand the potential of AI to support their research, experimentation and productivity, but we cannot expect them to welcome the AI revolution while their intellectual property is being stolen and their livelihoods undermined. By ruling out this proposed exemption, the government has sent a clear message. We stand by our creatives. We will not allow their rights to be diluted or traded away. We will uphold their right to earn a fair income and to decide if and how their work is used by others.
The Minister for the Arts was right to say that the unauthorised use of creative work for commercial gain is theft, and that artists deserve protection from theft as every Australian deserves protection from theft. As the Attorney-General noted, while AI brings significant opportunities for Australia and our economy, it is equally important that Australian creatives benefit from these opportunities too. Her decision honours that balance, embracing innovation without abandoning the workers whose creativity drives Australian culture forward. The arts community has welcomed this as a vital reaffirmation of the value of their labour. In ARIA's view, the decision reinforces Australia's commitment to its artists and creative industries, ensuring that consent, control and compensation remain at the heart of copyright in the age of artificial intelligence. APRA AMCOS called it a significant moment for Australian creators and our cultural sovereignty. The Australian Society of Authors described it as a watershed moment. Upholding copyright protections is a strong step towards setting a world-leading ethical and sustainable standard for AI development. And the National Association for the Visual Arts acknowledged that this is an important win for Australian artists and the integrity of their work. A copyright exemption would have handed global tech companies free rein to scrape and profit from artists' work without consent, attribution or payment. We thank the government for listening to the arts community and standing firm in protecting artists' rights. Our creative sector could not be clearer. Artists do not reject technology, they reject exploitation. While this decision is an important step, it's not the end of the story. The capabilities of AI to ingest, analyse, synthesise and reproduce creative content are expanding rapidly. That brings extraordinary opportunity, but also real risks. That's why we must keep communication channels open and ensure the arts community has a seat at the table in this policy discussion. I'm pleased that the Attorney-General has reconvened the Copyright and AI Reference Group to examine the next steps and ensure that our copyright regime is fit for purpose in the digital age. Now that legalised scraping of creative content has been ruled out, the question is, what comes next? There are trusted, time-tested mechanisms for licensing creative content, frameworks that ensure permission, recognition and payment is given. I'll continue to encourage the technology sector and the creative industries to work together to build and modernise licensing systems that foster innovation while upholding creators' rights. Licensing systems can facilitate the legitimate consensual use of content by AI and unlock new revenue streams for artists. But this decision is about more than dollars. It's about who controls culture, who tells our stories and who benefits from it. We must ensure Australia's creative voices are empowered, not absorbed into data sets without recognition or reward.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Speaker. And as a proud Victorian, it is a mixture of sadness, anger and frustration that I feel as I stand here and state one simple fact. The state of Victoria is broken. There's an old saying about democracies that the government you elect is the government you deserve, but Victorians deserve much better than this. Victoria is in the middle of a social and economic crisis, and Labor is the guilty party that put us there. When you've been in government for 22 out of the last 26 years, you can't blame anyone else for the crisis we face in every corner of our state, because the lawlessness and the violence is not limited to Melbourne. Premier Jacinta Allen has been there every step of the way, and as a Cabinet Minister, now Premier, the buck stops in her office. Speaker, every baby born in Victoria today starts their life with a $30,000 debt thanks to the Victorian Labor Party. Shame. Every major project in Melbourne today has blown out in costs, and Victorian taxpayers are picking up the bill for the CFMEU rorts and Labor's incompetence. Future generations will pay the price for Labor's failures in the once great state of Victoria. Victorians deserve better. Speaker, the Labor Party gave Victoria the most lockdowns in the world during COVID against the advice of the Australian Chief Medical Officer. The Labor Party has allowed corruption to run wild on building sites and racked up a massive debt for future generations to pay. The Labor Party has introduced new taxes which target everyday Victorians, adding to the cost of living and making it impossible for people to get ahead. The Labor Party has divided Victorians based on race and failed to maintain social cohesion. The Labor Party has cut funding to regional roads, leaving us to navigate a minefield of potholes which contributes to car crashes and extra costs for motorists. The Labor Party has waged war on our traditional industries like forestry, fishing, farming and mining, which has cost thousands of jobs across the state. And worst of all, the Labor Party has failed to keep Victorians safe in their homes and failed to keep Victorians safe on their streets. Victorians deserve better. Speaker, everyone knows Victoria has a major crime problem. Everyone except the Premier. The Premier has told the media Melbourne's CBD is safe. Absolutely. But just this month we saw graphic footage of a 36-year-old woman who was stabbed near the intersection of Little Bourke and Spencer Streets at 7:40 in the morning, and the alleged offender was out on bail. Shame. Almost every day there is another report of a home invasion or machete attack, often occurring in broad daylight in our shopping centres or on our streets. Victorians deserve better. Speaker, after the men and women in blue faced another weekend of violent street protest, the Victorian Police Commander, Wayne Cheeseman, said what everyone knows except the Premier, of course, when he said, "I think Melbourne has had a gutful." Even the new Chief Commissioner, Mike Bush, can see what the Premier refused to acknowledge. He said, and I quote, "We have a crime problem here in Victoria. The levels of offending we are seeing in our community are entirely unacceptable." Speaker, Victorians deserve better. Victorians are living with the consequences of Labor's weak response to crime, with 638,640 crimes reported in the year to June. That's 1 every 49.4 seconds, an increase of 16%. The men and women who serve our community in uniform deserve better than the weak bail laws, the soft magistrates and pathetic responses by an out-of-touch Premier and a Labor government that has run out of ideas. I have small business owners in my electorate, Speaker, who are planning to close their shops because they can't afford to remain open while shoplifters take whatever they want because they know they will just get a slap on the wrist. Victorians deserve better. Speaker, as a born optimist, I believe there's nothing wrong with Victoria that a good government can't fix. Victorians will have an opportunity in November next year to take back control of their state and get the government they deserve. They need a government which is focused on maintaining law and order. They need a government which is focused on keeping people safe. They need a government which is focused on reducing the cost of living and delivering the infrastructure and services we need. Victorians deserve better than the Victorian Labor Party.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to talk about the importance from the perspective of the Anthony Albanese Labor government and our investment in the rural and regional communities. I stand here today a proud regional member of Parliament, more than that, a proud regional member of government. And to give you an indication of how regional my seat is, just last week as I left Cairns driving through the cane fields, up to the banana farms of Lakeland, out to where the Brahmin are in Cohen, and then back through the mighty Daintree, stopping at small businesses, grabbing coffee, chatting to farmers, chatting to locals. And it's not just me, Speaker. Within this Labor government there are 24 MPs who represent rural and regional communities. We have more regional MPs than the opposition, so clearly the people in the regional areas are starting to understand who is standing up for them. And the good news is, it's not just us in government who believe this, it's also coming from the opposition. The member for Gippsland, who was taught with great care and passion by country teachers in country towns, and I know this, Speaker, because it was my parents who taught him, has said, it's great that we've got newcomers from the opposite side of politics, but it was good to see people who understood regional communities in federal parliaments. I would go even so far to say that many on this side are better representatives of the regions. We haven't had any representatives on this side yet say anything about the coffee or how slow people might speak. In fact, I'm happy to report across my electorate, from Cairns right the way up to Joey Lifus in the Torres Strait, throughout the Cape, we have some amazing coffee. We have batch roasted coffee at Backtopia in Cooktown, powered by White Whale, another fantastic Far North Queensland local business. So while the members opposite continue with their infighting, we're just getting on the job of delivering for Australia and regional Australia. After a decade of inaction from the LNP, there is a heap of investment flowing through to regional Australia, and as a local member, I can tell you that is fantastic news for Far North Queensland. Just recently, we have announced millions of dollars of funding across airstrips for Cape York and the Torres Strait, Boigu, Horn Island, the NPA, Chulagan and the Cooktown Aerodrome, allowing the mobility that people who get cut off every wet season require. This is good for health, this is good for education, this is good for all of the transport. And the investment doesn't stop there. We've announced $245 million towards replacing the Barron River Bridge on the Kennedy Highway leading up to Kuranda. $210 million for the Kuranda Range Road upgrade, $24 million for the Cairns Western Arterial duplication, and $38 million for Cape York community access roads right amongst the region. We've also invested extra funding to build back better, to make sure that the roads impacted by Cyclone Jasper will not be as badly damaged the next time we face a cyclone. In the last election, Labor committed to delivering improved mobile coverage through the universal outdoor mobile obligation. This is especially impactful for the northern reaches of Leichhardt within the Cape and the Torres Strait, which has been left behind for too long without reliable mobile coverage. Leichhardt currently has 97% black spot. This is great if you want to go driving and not be bothered for 6 to 10 hours. Not so good if you have a flat tyre somewhere on the buyer's range, sorry. Cairns is already home to one of the busiest urgent care clinics in Edmonton, and the tenders have been closed for another one to be delivered on the north side. Cairns north side gets cut off during disasters. The floods cover the roads and we would be unable to get to the hospital. This urgent care clinic will allow the people in the north of Cairns to have that peace of mind. The next generation of healthcare workers to staff our new UCC will be trained in Cairns with a $27.5 million committed to the construction of the CQU University campus, radiologists, physios, health workers, building on the $50 million already committed during the 2022 election. There is an additional $60 million of federal funding that went to the Cairns Tropical Enterprise Centre, facilitating the training of the first cohort of doctors that go from Go to Woe at JCU in Cairns, because we know when we train them at home, they stay at home. As I keep fighting for the people in my community, I have no doubt we will continue to deliver the funding and the support people need. I'm proud to have grown up in the regions. I'm proud to represent the regions. And I know my fellow regional MPs on this side of the House stand with me in the pride and the passion that I feel for regional Australia. What I've just gone through is just another example of how the Anthony Albanese government is improving the lives of rural and regional communities and building Australia's future.
The question is the House to now agenda give the call to the honourable member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I will praise the previous Speaker for being a regional member and a tall regional member. He is a little bit taller than me, Speaker, and a little bit taller than you, but I rise, as the members opposite know, the benefits of being tall in this game. I rise, as I often do in this place, to speak on the issue of net zero, a topic that I've spoken on with furious abandon for quite some time. The first time I did speak on this was in September of 2021, and I was quoted at the time being one of only 3 MPs who raised their concerns about the implementation of this particular policy, quoted, I would say, as having absolutely no issue with acknowledging man-made climate change, not denying anything, not questioning science, simply questioning the ability of government to manage a budget on such a large and extensive policy setting. I raised the issue of costs back in 2021. I've continued to raise it all the way through, and I'm glad and I'm hopeful that this debate within my side of politics will come to an end, and it will come to an end reasonably soon. But, Speaker, that issue of cost is something very important. We sit here in question time and we see the lineup of ministers on that front bench talking about their portfolios, and every single one of them can tell us the costs that are being undertaken
in their various portfolios. And just today we heard of the $43 billion for housing proudly expressed by the minister, very clearly what the cost was, and if we went through everyone else we could find the same. But when we ask, Speaker, what is the cost of net zero, we get no answer. Fortunately, the University of Queensland, coupled with the University of Melbourne and Princeton University, got together and had a go at working out what that cost might be. And look, there's a little bit of fudge factor they've had to put in, but they've got up to a figure somewhere between $1.2 and $1.5 trillion of capital costs for us to reach our 2035 targets. Amazingly, three outstanding universities, two great Australian universities, put their work together, and the minister accuses this of being misinformation. The minister in this Australian government says two Australian universities get their work together and it's misinformation. What a disgrace. What a shameful disgrace. Anyway, that can be dealt with later on. But Speaker, let's have a look at what those universities got together and did. $1.2 to $1.5 trillion, if you look at what that comes down to in a figure that we can understand, it's about $20 billion a month between now and 2035. $20 billion a month. That's still hard to visualise. It's still hard to understand what that looks like. How many hospitals is that? Schools, aged care facility, road upgrades, the things that we need pressingly, urgently in regional communities like we just heard about across the nation. In Toowoomba, we've just built a state-of-the-art hospital. We're building one now. It's going to cost about $1.9 billion. So on these figures, we could build somewhere around 10 hospitals a month with the cost that we have to spend on net zero capital works. That's extraordinary. The Toowoomba Range Crossing, $1.2 billion. It was the largest single road infrastructure project in Australia at the time, $1.2 billion. We could build, goodness me, how many of those we could build across the country at the same time? Inland Rail has blown out to $30 billion. We're told that's a huge blowout for Inland Rail in the cost there. And yet in a month and a half, we could pay for it with what we're spending on net zero. Speaker, this is a significant amount of money and we need to get the public's attention on exactly what that cost looks like. Australia cannot control global emissions. We cannot. This policy requires every country in the world to do the same thing at the same time, and they are not. That is not happening. For every tonne of emissions that we have reduced in Australia, China has increased their emissions by 35,000 tonnes. This policy is not working. It takes 12 days for China to emit the same amount that Australia does in a year. This policy is not working. What can we do? What can we do? I'm a child of the 90s. I remember think global but act local. I like acting on pollution. I like doing things that I can see in my local area, clean rivers, clean beaches, clean cities and clean forests. I've got the Toowoomba Escarpment full of lantana and wild dogs. I've got wonderful conservation groups trying to keep the koala populations alive in those areas. These are the things we should be investing in. And I'm glad to be joined in this argument by such luminaries as Bill Gates, and it's going to be hard for those opposite to argue against this. I'm speaking to my base. Actually, I'm arguing on the same lines as Bill Gates right now. It's a good place to be.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. I am of the firm view that I represent the best electorate in Australia, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to some of the reasons why. Speaker, in the middle of fate season, one of the most exciting events on the Bean calendar is upon us again. Southfest 2025 will be happening on Saturday the 15th of November in Greenway in the heart of Bean. Southfest is a festival celebrating everything Tuggeranong, a celebration of the colourful and important parts of our local community. There are stalls of different varieties and offerings, delicious food, and always some very engaging and entertaining musical and artistic offerings. But most importantly, Speaker, there are always exciting and fun activities on offer for the youngest members of the community. I've had a stall at Southfest from its inception a few years ago, and for me, there are a few better and more effective ways to catch up with my community in a relaxed and engaging environment than through the Southfest event. I extend my congratulations to the Tuggeranong Community Council and the Southfest Organising Committee for all their efforts over the past few years and in anticipation of another successful huge day on the 15th of November. Another exciting event on the Bean calendar will be happening this weekend on Saturday the 1st of November. The annual Tuggeranong Arts Centre Battle of the Bands is on again, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I've had the great privilege of supporting this amazing event over some time. Bands comprised of young people aged 13 to 25 with a connection to Tuggeranong have been selected to attend and perform on Saturday afternoon. The application process is rigorous and requires highly developed organisational skills. Bands have to produce a 1-minute video of their performances and prepare a short statement on their style and performance. They then have to essentially audition. I've always been impressed by the quality and cohesion of both the bands and the performances. One of the most fun parts of my job has been serving as a judge for the Battle of the Bands. It's a great opportunity to get out my favourite band shirt and embarrass my children. I'd encourage everyone who has some time available to head down to Tuggeranong to listen to some of the great young bands emerging in our district and have some fun. Speaker, there's certainly a fair amount of fun and interest coming over the next few weekends in Bean, so members who decide to stay in Canberra over the weekend, it will truly be the place to be. Now, Speaker, I'd like to turn now to acknowledge some hard-working people performing a critical function in Bean. Last month, on the 25th of September, we marked World Pharmacists Day. Speaker, we all understand the important role our pharmacists play in our community. When I think of healthcare, I always think of pharmacists first. I know firsthand the good work they do every day, providing a critical frontline role in the provision of healthcare. And I well remember that amidst the fear and uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic, the pharmacists in Bean performed with uncommon courage and bravery, providing healthcare and certainty right across our community. And Speaker, one pharmacist who I've had the privilege of working with closely is Elise Apolloni. Elise is not just a healthcare leader, but a community leader, leading the team at Capital Chemist Waniassa, committed to delivering innovative, patient-focused healthcare right across the Tuggeranong Valley, and a voice for community pharmacy right across Bean. I want to thank Elise and her team for all their fantastic work in our community, and I want to thank all of our hard-working pharmacists in Bean and across Australia. The work you do improves health outcomes and saves lives. So, Speaker, Bean is a wonderful community, clearly the best electorate in our country, and it's an absolute privilege to represent it and its residents in this place.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. next Monday.
Thank you both. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thanks very much.